Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
All right, Roger, Houston, we've got it from here. Everything is nominal. Good to see everybody that has shown up so far. We'll probably have many, many more as the evening goes along. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, where we hope that you're going to be exposed to severe brainwashing, where you will be conned into being able to think for yourself. So anyway, we're gotta just kind of a go with what's going on type of a show going tonight. We're going to talk about the show last night. I want to get into some specifics on that. I also want to discuss some of the topics or tactics rather that these I don't know. I hesitate to call them trolls because, you know, they can't even take their own fucking shit. That's what gets me. I've already got somebody back here behind backstage. I have Fox Pixar Media. Now, I know about him from over on Vince, the Honest Composer. If somebody could put a link to Vince's channel, in one of my mods, put that in the chat for me so that people can go over and check it out. He does a cool thing where you can, I don't know, you know, request a video for him to play or a song, and he'll react to it. You know, so it's a pretty cool show. I like to go over there and screw with him. He says my name, but as Trump, and it's funny as shit. I crack up every time I hear him say it. He does a pretty good Trump impersonation. So I'll bring Fox Pixar. Fox Pixar plays music too, and the loose sense of the word, but he seems like a good guy. I'm fucking with you, Fox. All right, so let me just go ahead and see who's in here with us tonight. Nut House Video. I want to make it known too that we also have there's some new things that YouTube, I guess, added. I haven't played with them, but I believe that at least one of the moderators has been playing around with it to see how it works. And now instead of, if somebody gets timed out, instead of it being for like the 300 seconds, you can go from, 20 seconds all the way to 24 hours if you want to. So I'm sure as soon as he gets he is a mod, I will try and time out myself. There you go. Throw yourself on the sword nut house video. Way to go, brother. Looks like a samurai. I love it. This is great. But I'm sure he'll share with everybody how to operate that system. I haven't played with it myself yet, so that's why I rely on some of these trusted people I have in my chat. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to take a look and see who do I have in here already tonight. Let's see. I've got Bill Wool, Chilling, DJ Spin, Mojo Shop, no longer on the Vol. Nuthouse Video, of course, he's in here as a moderator tonight. I'm sure we'll probably see ZXL Masters somewhere along the line tonight. Peter W, RPB 3456 is with a Saddle Bum. Steve Miller Talks. Are you a joker? Are you a smoker? Are you a midnight toker? Steve Miller Talks. I have to. Inquiring minds want to know. I am. The producer Moose is here. Good to see you, Moose. Welcome. Haven't seen you in a little bit. He's in and out. He's a producer, and he's got a lot of, he's got to be making a lot of moves. You know how that shit rolls, bro. Right? Thrashless Smith, and of course my lovely Jehovah's daughter Barbara, who just shines light everywhere she goes. So welcome everybody. And before we even get started on this, because I'll bring up the video here in just a few minutes from last night, and we'll go to some various parts in it and check it out. Let's see what Fox has got to say with us tonight. Good evening, Fox. How are you? You're muted. I have no control over that. There we go. Well, what are we looking at here? We're looking at, what is this? What are we seeing here? A Twix bar. Okay. You still have no audio. Twirl, right. Okay, so that's pretty cool. We can't hear you still because you're muted, bro. Right? All right, so I'm just going to put you back till you get that shit resolved. Give me a thumbs up in the camera when you get that fixed up, man. And we'll see what happens. So before we get started on that, I thought I'd show something of kind of social interest to people tonight. Kind of waiting for people to show up a little bit. I don't know if you happen to see, but Philadelphia was like supposedly totally on fire last night. Okay. He's a joker, but not a smoker. Come on. Come on. I know better. Just fucking with you, Steve. You're all right. Anson Howard's here with us tonight. Good to see you, Anson. Oh, there's an airplane he's showing me. I don't believe that's a thumbs up. I don't know what he's actually trying to say. I'm going to put him up here. He's kind of quiet. Why not? I don't know. He's showing me a blow-up airplane. He's showing us a blow-up airplane, an airliner. Neat. Do you have a blow-up Twin Towers to go with that or anything? I'm just asking for a friend. All right. So anyway, over in Philly, there's been some really bad rioting going on. People are just breaking into stores, stealing shit and everything. And I saw this on the Twitterverse here, and I want to share it with y'all. Let me back it up a little bit for you. See, got stuff in my way. I can't see what's going on. All right, so you remember when everybody was outraged, right? And they went and took, for some reason, that woman off the pancake box, right? Well, this is what happens when you deprive someone of their livelihood and take them off the pancake box. I hope you are all happy. Just watch this. Are you kidding? Look at, this is what happens.
Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat.
You hear that? Everybody must eat. She is really upset because obviously less people are buying pancakes and she's not getting any of the profit from it. I would be upset too. Okay.
Everybody Everybody must eat. Everybody must.
Anyway, and make a long story short, this is on the right. This is her arrest photo. She cried and everything. And I don't blame her. You know, I'd be upset too if somebody took my livelihood away like that. I really would. So just thought I'd bring that to everybody's attention. It's interesting. Very interesting. So anyway, let's see what we want to do over here is I want to, where do I want to go? I want to go over to my channel. So now we're looking at a hamburger. Okay, Fox, check this out, right? As entertaining as that really is, it's really not. So I'm just gonna put you backstage, bro. You can hang out and shit, but you know, when you're ready to talk and whatnot, or whatever, you got something really actually to share, just come on back. All right, so let me move on, shall I? All right. Oh, we don't need that much of it. I'm going to silence this just for a minute and take this up to, let's see, we get rebooted. And let me see if we can get, okay. Take it right up to the point where that asshole came on the show. So hang on a second. Where's the beef in that burger? Right on, Saddlebum. I don't know, man. From what I understand, she had like some kind of posts of herself in a bathtub in this nasty brown water in the bathtub. And she makes, I guess she streams, that girl actually streams being a, like she's all ghetto and shit. And she was out there in the fray of the rioting. And well, that didn't work out well for her. But I still think they should put her back on the pancake box. Back off the fat shaming, y'all. I wasn't fat shaming at all. I didn't at all. You know, I was actually very empathetic to her position. So anybody that wants to accuse me otherwise, you can just rewind this and look. Okay. I was about to say, no, I'm not even gonna, because you people take it the wrong way. You guys' minds are bad. You guys have bad minds. I'm scolding you. I'm gonna look over my glasses and give you all the dad looks. Stop. Susie says, not me. Oh, because after all, everybody knows how concerned I am with what somebody else thinks, right? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not really. Because this is what I wanted to get onto with these trolls, okay? Their entire game, everything they believe, everything that they say, everything that they think is peer driven. It's all peer driven. In other words, whatever the consensus is, regardless, come hell or high water, do not question it. You know that retard Sean Hawkins? I'll show you the comment here in a little while. Do you know what that dumbass said? Do you know what you want to hear? He said, do you think that you can really question 2,000 years of science? And I'm like, well, first off, what 2,000 years of science are you talking about? And yes, absolutely. Science is the very act of questioning shit, man. What in the fuck? Anyway, that's where their minds are at. And they hear these things like, oh, and an immutable fact. Okay. So that's not a claim. Okay. An immutable fact is not a claim. It's an immutable fact. Okay. A claim is something that has not been determined. Okay. That has the possibility, but in this instance, it really doesn't. Okay. And so just like me, if I claimed I could, turn into a frog or, that I could just at will fly around the room and land back in my chair, this would facilitate the need for proof, wouldn't it? You don't have to prove that I can't, you see, but that's what they try to put everything into. But then they turn it around, because when you say, well, can you prove that? And they say, well, science doesn't prove things. It's like, fuck you. You got double standards on everything. And as we saw last night, this little girl, and I'm going to call Toon a little girl, I'm convinced that he wears women's shoes. Burn the Corporate Fiction laughed when he first started watching it. He had to watch the replay. and he first started watching it, and he texted me. He said, "This dude looks like a lesbian school teacher." And I knew exactly who he was talking about because he went to the same school I did. And there was this gym teacher there, this female gym teacher that looked exactly like McToon. I know exactly what he's talking about. So it cracked me up. But I'm not going to be nice to him at all because he's not a nice person at all. In fact, I really don't think he's even really a person. But because these people are so oriented of what the status quo says and what other people think of them, regardless, they'll let their opinions and shit be reflected and steered by the rest of the herd. And what these people don't understand with me is none of that makes any fucking sense to me. None of that makes any difference to me. I don't care. Okay. But thank you for exposing what it is that you care about. Okay. I don't give a shit. People could go out there and say whatever the fuck they want. As long as it's not some kind of bullshit, like, serious bullshit that's just blatantly untrue. But I'm going to level out with some stuff that is just, here it is. Okay. And these fucking idiots like McToon, they want to go in and look into people's records, and they want to look and see, oh, look at this person did that and this person did this, because see, that's the only way they can obfuscate from the fact that they don't have anything at all. And as soon as you blow their shit up, that's exactly what they've been trained to do it. It's that hive mind mentality. But see, then you run across these oddballs like myself, man, where I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if everybody else says something and I don't agree with it. I still don't fucking agree with it. I'm not just going to capitulate to it. Okay. And if that's what your whole thing is that you capitulate to the crowd, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Dead fish go with the flow, right? So let me see if there's anybody a true troll literally gets paid to lie. Dude, that's what McToon is. That's what he is. He is definitely set up for that. Okay. And this is, and you can tell because that dude, I hope he never fucking plays poker. I've only had to watch him a couple of times, and his tell is so fucking easy to pick up. I would clean this guy out at a poker table. I guarantee you, man. He has so many tells when he's fucking fibbing up and when he's nervous and whatever else. Dude, I studied this motherfucker, man. So this is what also pisses me off about him so bad, because I know he's not that dumb. Now his audience is, and he relies on that. He absolutely relies on that, you see, because they're, again, consensus of the NPC crowd. That somehow makes him right, right? Now, another thing I've noticed with these idiots, they're constantly obsessed with this idea of running and being afraid. And I guess I was thinking about that today, and I was thinking, if I thought that I was a monkey on a spinning water ball, really, because listen, since I've come to these truths, man, my stress level is so much fucking less, man. I just got to tell you, it is like way down, right? Despite the dumbness, I don't have a lot of tolerance for that. But so I would be in fear that maybe a big rock from space could hit me, or the Klingons might attack and shoot me with a death ray, or the sun might fucking explode and go supernova or some other shit, or maybe an asteroid the size of 33 sheep might crash into New York City, or whatever the fuck kind of fear. There's always that state of fear going on, right? And so these guys are always obsessed with running and shit. They can't take into account, like I've had these idiots in my comment section go, oh, why won't you answer the question? Are you running? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was at the store and shit. I just now saw your goddamn thing. And I don't owe you a goddamn answer. I run an open panel channel, man. You're free to come up and ask me whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. And so you got these dickheads like McToon. They want to go in and dig into people's fucking records and bullshit, right? That's fine. I don't care. I stand by my record. I don't give a shit. I ain't hiding nothing. I'm 58 years old. There's good, there's bad, there's the whole fucking thing. It's called a life, man. So do whatever. And you can have whatever opinion you want of me. It still does not affect me. It really does not. I hope you understand that. But thank you for letting me know what does bother you. Okay? I gave you enough rope and you hung yourself. So the tactic that was used last night, that when trapped within a quagmire, and that quagmire was the requirements of the whole thing, was you were going to prove to me a volume. You were going to put a volume of fluid without containment. Now, think about this. He goes, oh, look at here. I have an invisible column. And incidentally, that's why I was almost late. I was walking in here from the other part of the International Fake Station, and I was carrying a column of air. And the fucking thing started getting so heavy, because of gravity, that I dropped it and it hit my foot, and it bruised the top of my foot. It's awful. It really is. But anyway, I was almost late from that. I mean, can you believe that retard? A column of water, a column, and a little condescending shit, but we'll get into it too. See, this is their little tactics that they use, because especially with that one right there. What I've stated is an immutable fact. Okay, it's not a claim. Okay, just like anything that we know is absolutely 100% fucking impossible, like that mouse right there is not edible, right? I mean, we know this, right? That's an immutable fact. You can't eat a fucking computer mouse. I mean, you can, but it's not going to be good for you, right? You probably shit out little shards of plastic and all kinds of things, and it's going to be awful. So these are immutable facts, and they're not claims, but in their typical fashion of wishing to flip the burden of proof because of the consensus of their claim. Okay? Because everybody believes this ridiculous bullshit, you have to prove otherwise. It's like, no. Your claim is the one that's ridiculous. I don't give a shit if everybody in the fucking world believes it. You've got some real obstacles to get around, and one of the biggest obstacles you got is that problem with fluid containment without a fluid volume without containment, and thereby that causes a pressure. So I keep getting these idiots. But how do you explain the gradient? I put out a video and I link it to you. Every time you ask me that question, go back and watch the fucking video. Okay? I'm not responsible for your ineptness. All right? So stop asking me again. Don't ask me, and especially in the comment section of the goddamn video that explained it to you in the first place. Okay? Don't waste my time. I'm only responsible for what I say, not for what you don't understand. You dig? So Fox is drawing us some kind of a picture here. I'm going to put it up on screen. Let's see what that looks like. What do you think of the music videos by the Pixars? Do you want my honest opinion, Fox? Or do you want me to, you don't want to know? I think the music is horrible. It's interesting visuals. I have heard chainsaws that were not sharpened hitting nails that sounded better. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. I don't enjoy listening to that. So anyway, we're going back on topic. Wow. So let me put this up over here. You spent a lot of time on that. I do appreciate the effort, but let me bring this back up. We can also look at the chat a little bit, I think. If I can make that bigger. Let's see if I can make that bigger. Control. Does that make it better? I think a little bit so, perhaps. Especially if I just do Maybe I can do it like this. Yeah. That's the ticket. All right, let's just watch this for a minute and we'll see what goes on. And I'll stop it and point out as it goes along. Oh, usually helps if you unmute it, doesn't it? Bother to do it, not because they couldn't, but because there was no need to. They've already learned everything they're going to need for what they're going to pursue in life. However, my grandfather's 8th grade final exam, I defy anybody to try to pass this thing, man. I'm serious. And my grandfather was able to just lay out stair runners, just lay them out in his head.
Yeah.
And that's tricky, man. A lot of people that I know, carpenters and shit, sometimes takes 2 or 3 fucking tries to get it just right. My grandfather get it right every time, first time in his head. And so we are joined by the famed MC Tune. How are you tonight, Michael?
I'm good. I'm not that famed. What are you talking about?
Well, you got 2 channels.
I do. I know.
Yeah.
I have the Tune Show. That's the 3rd, where I do my
Oh, you
podcast.
got 3 then.
But I don't do a lot.
What about McFlatty? What was that guy?
My ugly identical cousin. That guy's
Yeah.
that guy's terrible. Oh my gosh, he's embarrassing. Can you imagine at family reunions?
Dude, I just want you to think about this for a minute, man. I just want you all to think about this for a minute. This dude actually conceived up an alter ego and set up a channel and plays like it's a different character and shit, man. All right, so right off the bat, this guy right here, I wouldn't buy a fucking car off of him. Okay, I'm serious. I wouldn't buy a car off this guy. He's got I'm sorry. I just read deceit in this guy. Bullshitter right off the get-go. But that's okay. We're just making small talk at this point, right? Or so you think. I'm just amazed that there's 2 people that look like you uglying up the face of the earth, man.
I know. It's
For real.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
And it's not your appearance that makes you ugly. You realize that, right?
Oh, okay. If you say so.
It's your dishonest character and your tendency to want to try to attack a character rather than actually go and honestly deal in the information.
Oh,
what's that in your ear? What you got that for?
these are earbuds so that I can hear you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hear you, and it'd be a pretty weird conversation.
You don't have speakers? I use speakers.
I don't like the speakers because there's a little bit of feedback.
Yeah. Okay. So at that point in time, right there, he's full of shit. Okay. You cannot tell me that Mr. Rocket Boy playing with his little toy spaceships and bullshit is actually incapable of using speakers without feedback. That's bullshit, man. Okay. I'm just saying it's bullshit. Right off the bat, he lied. Right off the bat. And you can tell. Careful when they start something with
So
cool. So you were going to show us that you can produce a fluid pressure system or create a volume of fluid without containment.
create a volume of fluid without containment. Yeah, sure. Can you for the audience, can you define containment, please?
I would say containment is a physical aspect that would not allow any matter to escape. Okay.
So
now, wait a second. Hold on. When we're talking about fluid containment, okay, we have 2 different kinds of fluid. Of course, we have liquids, we have gases, but they also behave the same way. When we're talking about other objects, there's other containment that is suitable for it. For instance, water can be contained in a basin without the need for a lid, right?
So no lid is necessary.
Well, why would there be? Is the air denser than the water? Do you think the water is going to fly up into the less dense air for some stupid reason?
No, it would not. Yeah, there's something.
Well, there you go. So it
I
doesn't
just
need
want to be sure that we understand terms. So it's
Yeah.
that you don't need.
pedantics, semantics, minutia. This fucking retard here full well knows what I mean. He knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? And so what he's going to come on there and do like a fucking retard is put his hands together and talk about it. There's a column of air in front of him. This is no shit. This is what this guy literally did. This guy literally did this.
Need a physical barrier on the top.
Well, it depends on the application.
Oh, a different application then. Okay.
Right.
How does water not need when does water need a barrier on the top?
Water would need a barrier at the top when it's in a gaseous state. In order for it to accumulate into some kind of, it needs to have some kind of a barrier it's going to run into that's going to cause it to accumulate back into water. Now, whether that's one of the various pressure differentials within the contained atmos.
Back into water.
Yeah.
Why does it need to get back into the water? You said in a gaseous state. So
it turns into a liquid when it's condensed, because
right?
when it's condensed, it turns into a liquid, just like all gases do.
Yeah, but why are we talking about going back into a liquid? Oh, all you're talking about is you're talking about whether or not a fluid needs a physical barrier, right?
Yeah. Okay. Here's what he did. Does anybody pick it out? Anybody out there? Can you pick it out? Now he's obfuscated off into getting into the fucking minutia of containment. Now, a 4-year-old knows that liquid does not necessarily need a top. I don't know. Some kids, they still spill shit, but I mean, you learn pretty quick that it will hold into there. And then later we can realize that it's because that liquid is denser than the air and it has to have containment in order for you to do anything with it, right? It'd be like, you ever tried to pick up a big ball of water at the beach and shit? Where's it go, right? So he knows exactly what I'm talking about. He's just being a pedantic little fuck is all. And I can't stand his ass.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, in order to have a volume of a fluid, okay, and we're not talking about the little pressure differentials we have within our own contained atmos. I'm talking about an overall volume of a prescribed medium of fluid. So, for instance, in order for me to have the ocean, I must have a basin that will contain that volume of water.
Yeah, but not the top. Not the top.
Well, no, of course,
a barrier on the top.
Right. Listen. You see, he keeps interjecting and trying to throw his own bullshit in there. Just let me finish what I'm saying, you rude motherfucker. I mean, is he on some kind of drugs that he's unable to just shut the fuck up and let me finish? No. Right. Of course not.
Okay. Yeah. Of course not. Yep. Good.
Sure.
Got it. We're on the same
sure. But it still needs sides.
Sure. Sides.
Right. Okay. So you can agree that you can't have a one-sided container, right?
No. Yeah. You need something on. Basically, you need something somehow on all sides containing it.
No. Well, perhaps. Like let me put it into context.
Maybe it's not a physical barrier because whatever's containing the top of the water is obviously not a physical barrier.
No, it isn't. It's coming to its own. It doesn't need one because automatically it's gone to its relative density within the medium above it. Okay. So what I'm getting at too is you can look at the instance of a hot air balloon, right? Okay. Is that balloon a fully enclosed containment?
No.
Oh, no, it is not. But it works, doesn't it? Why? Because of the application that it's designed for, right? We know that the hot air rises and we're able to heat that air from the bottom.
Why does it rise?
Right. What is it? Why does it rise? Because the gas expands.
But why does it rise?
Because it becomes more buoyant than the cooler air around it.
And why is buoyancy making it go up? What's making it go up?
Because it wants to find its relative density, which is above it.
Is it sentient or is it just forces?
No, it's not. It's just how nature works, man.
It's just how nature works.
Yeah.
So but you can't explain it in detail then.
Yeah, I just did explain it in detail.
Say,
what he's trying to do at this point is take the fucking conversation over to gravity. And I realized that right off the bat. Okay. We're not talking about gravity. Now, if you want to use gravity to demonstrate and make me a volume of a fluid without a container, by all means, go right ahead. But I'm not going to discuss that. That's not what we're even talking about at all. You see, he's trying to hijack the conversation and I don't let him. Okay. No, I just did explain it in detail. Okay. Where the balloon was at. Hold on a second. You agree. Hold on a second. Stop. You agree that the hot air balloon, when the gas inside that balloon is expanded, that it is now more buoyant than the air outside. Right? Yes, okay. Wonderful. So
why is it more buoyant? What makes it go?
Jesus fucking Christ. You see what I'm saying? He cannot shut his goddamned pie hole.
go up then? What's that?
Because
what's
that's the condition that's set. It's
Yeah,
the
what's the
condition that's
cause
set.
of-
You can recreate. Stop talking over me, Tune.
Dude, you're talking over me.
No,
You're
I'm not.
not-
You're interrupting me. You asked
There.
now. Projection. That's another trait of the troll. Okay. That's another trait of the troll. That's what they do. Now, as I was making my point, he starts asking other questions to take it off of where I'm going with this question. It's such an obvious tactic. It's very childish. And you see that look on his face? I guarantee you. Ask me some shit and I go to answer it. And then you start. I guarantee you, if I was in person with this guy, I swear to God, somebody should have bail money. That look on his face right there, I would ruin that forever. It would never, ever be able to take place again. I swear to God. This guy, that is such it's just, he knows what he's doing and he knows that I know what he's doing. But he also is getting off on the fact that his retarded audience doesn't realize what he's doing. Okay, they're hanging on every bit of his words. They're sitting there in their underpants and shit watching this guy. Start fucking interrupting me.
I'm waiting for the answer. You haven't answered.
Well, then shut your fucking pie hole and listen to it.
All right, let's hear the answer.
All right. So just like with a helium balloon and a regular air-filled balloon inside of a car, right? It wants to head to a place of less density. So you can hang one and suspend the other to the floor. Close up all the windows. When you accelerate the vehicle, okay? Of course, all the other things in the car want to head backward toward the back of the car as the car accelerates, except for the helium balloon. The helium balloon goes in the opposite direction. Why? Because temporarily we increase the density of the atmos in the vehicle to an area behind us, and seeking relative density, the balloon went towards that. The denser shit pushing on it from behind and giving it a little help as it goes. Now, as you so conveniently trying to turn this all around, you are going to prove that you can make a gas pressure or a fluid pressure without a container. So there's where we are. Regardless of what I think, okay? Regardless of what I think, demonstrate a fluid pressure without a container.
All right, you ready?
Okay. He was not happy at this point that I went all the way back and took him to the original challenge. He was not happy. Well, you know, sometimes people have to go over it a bunch of times because there's really retarded people out there that just don't fucking get it. You know, a lot of them. So do you get it? Do you agree that both a hermetically sealed jar and an Easter basket are both containers, and that both of those containers are not suitable for the applications of which they're designed? Does anybody have a problem understanding this shit? That's what I'm really fucking worried that here I am in the 21st century, a quarter of the way into it, and people don't understand those little basic things. I'm wondering, man. I really have to wonder. So this guy, anyway, he's a dishonest piece of shit. Yes.
I'll let you talk. All right. Number one, I do not claim zero pressure anywhere. I claim that there is simply a pressure differential. If you claim that I think it's otherwise, that's a straw man. Don't straw man.
There you go.
Right? So I claim there's a pressure differential between here and 100 kilometers straight up.
I agree.
That's it. That's all I claim. And I claim that that pressure differential continues very slightly to change. It's very small. It's less than 1% of what it is here, significantly less than 1%. And it just continues indefinitely at that same approximate pressure. I can show right here that pressure differential right here in my room.
So right there was where he slipped in the assumption and he added the impossibility. So his claim is that it just goes on at that very, very, very low pressure on infinitum, which goes against the immutable fact that you can't have a volume of fluid without containment. Okay. It defies that completely. Now, I want to take you up to his little fight. We'll listen just a little bit longer.
Yes, I'm not disputing that we have slight pressure differentials within a container.
Hold on.
You're getting off subject. You're getting off topic.
You let me talk now.
All right, go ahead.
Right here for the audience, at right here at the bottom of the frame here. So pressure 14.3061. I move up here 14.3058, 57, 55. Right, it keeps going down. So your word proved the pressure differential, the thing that I claim happens between here and 100 kilometers up. Done.
Now, the gradient was not in dispute. This is what he's trying to say, and this is what they always go to. You're claiming that the gradient doesn't exist? No, I'm not claiming that at all. Okay? I am stating to you that it could not exist without containment. Because that's what it is. It can't go off infinitum. Infinitum to what? Infinitum to what? That's ridiculous. And how would anybody know that? It's just a baseless claim. Okay? So he just slips it in there like it's some kind of a fact. But there again, he just got done admitting to me that you can't have a one-sided container. And listen, I don't give a shit about your fucking Cavendish experiment, right? You want to impress me? Put your lead ball on one side and put a unit of gas of some kind over here on the other side and see how that goes. Let me see that lead ball attract that gas. That's the dumbest crap I've ever heard in my life. I swear to God. I cannot believe people could actually believe that in this day and age.
Thank you.
Okay, no, you did not at all. Actually, you proved exactly what I showed in the video. Okay, that as you increase in altitude, the pressure with...
Is he drinking Tab? Can anybody see what that is? I'm just surprised he doesn't have his fucking pinky up in the air like that. Like, I really am.
Then the volume decreases. Okay, that's all.
Yeah,
right?
I'm wondering why.
Now, what we have to do, how can we have this volume of pressure without containment of the volume?
Yeah, so there's no such thing as volume of pressure.
I didn't say that. I said the volume of the medium.
No, you literally said volume of pressure.
All right, let me rephrase it for you.
Yeah.
The volume of the medium is what's creating the pressure against the containment. Without containment, you cannot have a volume of the medium. Gases do not just come together.
All right, so hold on. Say that last thing again. Without containment. What was that?
All right. You see what he's doing? You see what he's doing? This guy is a piece of shit.
You cannot have a volume of a fluid without containment.
Without what kind of containment?
I don't care, physical containment, whatever. If you want to claim gravity, I got something that's going to throw that right in the fucking garbage right now.
Can forces do that, right? Or
I
no?
don't know what force are you talking about? Can you show me a force that can actually cause a gas?
Downward accelerating force.
Okay, well, what is that downward accelerating force?
It's the thing that causes everything to go down.
Your density. Weight.
So you say, maybe.
No, so you said, didn't you say gravitas? You said gravity. Gravity means weight. All weight is a measurement.
When did I say gravity?
All that weight
said that, except asking when I said it.
Okay, so
I said the downward accelerator. Whatever.
Okay, good. So what's holding it on the sides, Tim?
What's that?
What's holding it on the sides?
What's holding?
You can't have a one-sided container. How many sides does a sphere have?
Well, I can explain this to you.
How many sides does a sphere have?
Let me explain.
So do you, McToon, believe you live on a ball?
Oh, of course he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Hold on, let me stop you.
Let's see if the Dave needs an assist there. Okay.
You hear that? Oh, good for coming in to help Dave with the assist. Are you shitting me, McToon? Really? Are you kidding me? She just asked a question. It wasn't even relevant. She doesn't know who you are. Okay. She doesn't know who you are. Yes, it was an open panel, Uncle Artie. It's always an open panel. He's lucky. That turd is lucky I even gave him the opportunity to even come on. Okay. And you're going to see his condescending fucking bullshit here in just about a minute. And this is the dumbest goddamn thing I've ever seen. I owe Bubblegum Boy an apology. I thought that was the dumbest one I'd seen. This one, oh my God, this guy takes the fucking cake.
He does not believe this. This is what pisses me off. He knows better because he's not stupid.
All right, here's your basin, right?
Right.
And hold on, I'm gonna Make it a little funnier to look at there.
Oh, there you go.
See what a child he is? Look at this fucking guy. Are you kidding me? I swear to God, I would smack his jaw if I was in fucking, if he was face to face with me. There ain't no way.
All right. So there's the basin of water
real.
in your instance there. Now let's take an area there of the water. This is a volume of the water, right? Now there's no barrier between this side and the middle of this right here.
You're absolutely right. Now, is that column, is that theoretical?
Yet somehow this column stays here. It doesn't collapse sideways. Somehow something is preventing.
No, it doesn't.
Somehow something's preventing this side from going into this area of the column, and that is obviously because there's something already there, and it can't go into that space that's already occupied. So
what is this column? Is it made out of? Is it just an imaginary column you're talking about? Of what?
Right. Oh, you asked me a question.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. Is this actually a physical object in the water?
FE stands for free education. So this is free education for you.
Right, I understand. I have a question right here.
At this point right here, that condescending asshole, I should have thrown his ass right off. At this point right here, I should have just thrown his ass off, but I let him make more of an ass of himself. So what he's proposing here, let me just give you a rundown here. What he's proposing there is that some imaginary column in the middle of that water. What? There's no column. Okay, the pressure is exerted from every direction. Okay, the deeper you go. The same thing here. You know, I mean, wow. The same thing when you're above ground, when you're on the ground, right? The higher up you go, the least pressure there is. Why? Because you're displacing less of a volume of the medium. It's not real fucking hard to understand. It's no different than going from the bottom of the ocean to the surface. There's a gradient. Yes. Why? It's because of that. Because you have a volume of fluid. And you can't have a volume of fluid without containment. I mean, I don't know what this guy, he was really trying to, anyway, let's watch the rest of him for a minute. Let me just put him back up here. He's so fucking entertaining.
Area A and Area B, there's no physical barrier between them, between Area A and Area B. Yet somehow Area A does not fall into Area B. There's no physical barrier between them.
No shit, Sherlock.
Yet somehow, who could possibly know? But somehow it doesn't happen. So in the air.
Hold on. Can we just pause for a second? I have a question about your thing. All right. So what you're showing there is basically a basin of water, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now this column that you're talking about that's in the middle there, it's not an actual physical object or a column or anything.
Well, there's actually physically water there.
Yeah. Okay. No. I mean, it's not like you stuck an object in the water or anything. It's just more of the same water. Okay. More of the same water. Now, do you really think, hold on, wait a second. So you really actually think that all the pressure underwater is coming strictly from above?
No.
Well, where's it coming from then?
There's something accelerating.
No. Which direction is the pressure on your body coming from?
You asked me a question. I gave you a specific
answer.
No,
he's not giving an answer. I
question.
asked him which direction was the pressure coming from. He keeps trying to change it. He won't answer questions. He's intellectually dishonest. He knows he is.
Asking it again.
Where is the pressure on my body? Yes, there's air pressure around me. Yes.
No. When you're underwater, okay? I'm talking about when you go underwater, right? And where you're with this column that I don't know what you're getting at with this column, but when you're down,
a physical column of real water.
All right. Well, let's say that column represents an area that you're descending through. Would that be fair enough to say?
Okay. I don't know what this. You're kind of going.
All right. What I'm trying to get at. Do you think that the water pressure is only coming from above?
Coming from above.
It's only coming from above. In other words, it's only pushing down on you. Is that all?
Well, the downward pressure is pushing.
No. The water
sideways pressure is not coming from above.
That's right. It's me
coming from the side.
My displacement.
And underneath you, the stuff underneath you is coming from below.
Right. Because I'm displacing a heavier amount of water at that depth. Right. My displacement. Right.
No. We don't.
No, I don't have tons more water on all sides of me when I go further down in the ocean.
You don't. Of course, there's tons of water to the
All
sides.
right, all right. And as I go up, does that amount decrease?
The amount to the sides?
To the bottom, the sides, the whole fucking body. It's going to be coming in all directions, dude.
Yeah, all directions. Yeah.
All right. So that's not any downward thing. That's not a column. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know why you got off onto the scuba diving thing. Anyway, we could go back to this topic.
Yeah, go ahead. Whatever.
You asked me, and I didn't get to the answer. You didn't want to.
Anyway, he went from this to a column of air. Go back and watch the thing. He's fucking insane. He is.
All right, I got a few
Great day
things
in the
for you.
morning. Artie's here. Everybody, hide your daughters, hide your wives.
Come and get you some watered down booze.
Hang on, I got a lockup going on here for some reason.
All right, I just got one little thing that I wanted to point out, and if I can say it without
Hang on a minute, Artie. All right, let me stop sharing that for a minute. All right, I think we're good now. My internet keeps getting little waves and shit. They choke me back. You hear me okay?
Yeah.
Hear you fine here.
All right, cool. Wow. So yeah, that was I ended up, I'll take it up to where I just finally I just wasn't gonna have his shit no more. And that's, look, you know, you start acting like a fucking child, I'm gonna treat you like a fucking child. And I was like, look, you know, if that's what you got, hang on, there we go. So anyway, so what's up, Artie, man?
I got one thing for you, and you're going on about pressure, density, and container and all that. Well, the container. All right. Explain how you are down here at sea level. You're all fine, but you keep going up higher and higher and higher. Yours pop, and you're getting less air and all this gradient bullshit. It's less pressure you go. It's just like at sea level, you're right there, and the lower you go, the more pressure you're getting.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
So it don't matter what you're doing and all that stuff. It just proves with your container you can't have
no, it doesn't.
Bullshit.
Artie, no, it doesn't. Actually, it proves that
Yes,
there
it
must.
does.
Hold on, no, listen. It proves that there must be a container. How can you attain? Listen to me. How can you attain a volume of fluid without containment?
Go scuba diving. Go jump underwater.
I'm not disputing.
You can feel it. No container.
Artie, I'm not disputing the gradient. Okay.
That's
So when you
pressure,
go
not
scuba
gradient.
diving, hold on. When you go scuba diving, where's that done? It's done in the water, right? Right.
Yeah, you can do it there.
Right?
You can do it in a pool if you're training to learn how to do it.
So you can't just walk up to a big pile of water and start scuba diving in it, right? Because there's no such thing, right? You have to go to a lake or the ocean or a pool or some body of water, a fluid volume that is what? It's contained by, what is it contained by? The basin in which it's contained. Because without that basin, we don't have that volume of water, do we?
And the containment for the air is gravity, which you don't believe in gravity.
Well, wait a second. This seems to be the magic fucking elf cookie that cures everything, right? Now, hold on. Here's what we have to do. We have to first determine that some force in the earth is what's responsible for this occurring, right? That's what we first have to do. Now, gravity, again, another one of the mainstays, is said to be the reason that when the moon goes by, we have a thing called the tide. So the moon pulls against billions of tons of water, which is a very dense, heavy material because it's in a liquid state, right? So what's the atmospheric tide, which should be much, much greater than the ocean tide and much more noticeable because we would feel a decrease in air pressure as a result of it, as the moon's gravity pulls the atmosphere as it does the water. So do we have a pressure decrease happen when the moon goes by, or when we're watching the tide? Right there, you see the moon, it's pulling on the water. Why isn't it pulling on the fucking air? So that's kind of
because it's less dense. But you want to see about gravity.
Gravity and pressure are two
Artie,
different things.
what's easier to pick up with a vacuum cleaner? What's easier to pick up with a vacuum cleaner? A bowling ball or a styrofoam cup?
Depends on how much pressure there is that you're sucking it up. But it's like
what's going to require? No, listen. What's going to require more force to pick up, the bowling ball or the styrofoam cup?
Bowling ball.
Right. Okay. So water is like.
Are we going?
Listen, the water is like that bowling ball compared to the styrofoam cup. So if that same force is applied to the water to pull on it, that same force is going to have an equal reaction proportionately to the gases that are supposedly held to the earth by gravity. Right?
Okay. May I say something without you interrupting?
Sure. Go ahead.
All right. Venus, technically Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, they've all got atmospheres. Go get a telescope and you can see it. Wait a minute. You said you would not interrupt me.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't interrupt me.
All right, go ahead.
You can go get a telescope powerful enough and you can see Saturn and Venus. Now, Venus too, but Jupiter. On Jupiter, you go out and look at it. The great red spot, you can see the stuff moving around. Okay, why is that a ball? All of it. And it's got gas in it and all that stuff. And you want proof of gravity? The Temple Tuttle, or I think that's what it was, the comet back in the mid-90s that you could see that went into Jupiter and crashed, with the line, and you could see it. Is that just coincidence? No, it's gravity.
You're only seeing them in 2D, not 3D.
Hold on.
It is 3D. Please let me finish.
Let me get this straight.
Please let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. And you can see the moons of it circling around. There's like 50-some, 60-some around Jupiter and not so many around Saturn. You can see them rotating and all that stuff. Why are they there going around the planet? Is that just a conspiracy or whatever? That proves gravity. You can't have one without the other. Or is it because God said this? The Bible, now digressing back a little bit, if you're trying to pull stuff from the Bible, they didn't have the type of science that we do now. Imagine they wrote the Bible today. Totally different because they didn't have the knowledge of what we have today.
Right.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. So first up, I'm gonna say none of what I've stated about containment has anything to do with the Bible. It does so happen, though, that my conclusion agrees with the Bible. Okay. So let's get that straight. I don't get that from the Bible. I don't use the Bible as any reference for anything like this other than, hey, look it. They were saying it too, but I came to this conclusion on my own. Secondly, I don't think that you ever saw 60 moons going around anything. I believe that you have been told that you saw 60 moons going around something.
Get a large telescope.
You had your time. I'm going to address that. So you can take a large telescope and I can look up into the sky or whatever else optics that I wish to do. And I look out and I see these things in the sky, right? And I assume that they are a sphere. And then after I assume that they're a sphere, then I somehow assume that the place where I'm looking at them from must be a sphere too. Now, let me ask you this. If I go outside and I look up in the air and I'm using fucking binoculars or something, right? And I see birds flying overhead, should I conclude that I'm a bird? Everything that you just stated was based on assumption, information given to you by someone else. and not from it. Now, here's another thing. Gravity, which has not been proven. Okay, that's why it's still a theory. I don't care if it's a scientific theory, it's still a theory since 1666. Okay, the fundamentals of buoyancy and density, Archimedes predates Newton by 1900 years, my friend. Okay, the only thing the G in that equation is a variable describing an effect, not a cause. Okay, so to ascribe this theoretical cause to other objects that you assume are like what you're on, and then to claim that they too have an atmosphere when no one has ever been there. No one has ever been able to check and see. And if you want to tell me about spectroscopy, well, yes, you can tell that a certain type of light or a certain type of gas will give off a certain spectrum of light. But you know what else gives off that certain spectrum of light? Light does. And I'm sorry, it just doesn't fly. Now, this is all what came from supposition. Okay, all came from supposition, and it does not preclude, and it does not exclude the immutable fact, not claim, the immutable fact that all volumes of fluid require containment. Okay, there is no way out of that anywhere at all. Now, it scares the shit out of people because they go, oh, that means we're trapped. Trapped from what? Where the fuck are you going to go? This place is huge. Right? So I know it scares the shit out of these people, and everybody's had the word gravity built right into their head, but let's get real to it too. What is gravity? Gravity is nothing more than a quantification of the density of a material within the given medium. That's all. It doesn't, not some mysterious force. The only things at play, there's multiple variables that rely on temperature, density, and buoyancy. That's all.
Can I rebut?
Go ahead, man.
Okay. How are all these things a circle? I mean, a sphere. And if you're going to say it's 2D,
Here, though,
hold on, wait a minute. Let me rebut. And I'm assuming from what Dreamy said that it was two-dimensional. Huh?
I said we don't want to see your butt.
You want to see my butt? There's my butt, baby. Woo! People, that's what I do, Uncle Artie. All right. Sorry, no.
I was muted. I say you're a crazy motherfucker for real, man. That's fucking hilarious.
Oh no, I was muted, so I didn't show disrespect when I was laughing. Try not to. But anyways, these spheres with the gas, you can see it rotate if you get a telescope. Why do you get to see it? There's light from the earth, not the earth. There's light from the sun that bounces off of it and it comes back to us. It's just like if you go outside and look probably about, I don't know, distance, 50, 60 degrees up, you'll be able to see the moon. Why's the moon got light? It's from the sun. Anyways, going back to what I'm saying, it's a sphere. It's a ball. If you don't think about it, look at Saturn. You can see the rings that surround it. Why does it have all those? Why is it that it's got rings? Is it density or whatever? It shows gravity because it's a force from that planet that is sucking it in a little bit. And the planets are always free falling, but it's doing it in a circle. It's orbiting or whatever. Oh, Peter, am I lying? Anyways, that pretty much proves it. It's just simple observation. It has been a fact since Galileo. Galileo even seen it as like, look, they are a sphere. I can see moons around it. They rotate. Not Saturn, but Jupiter rotates every 10 hours. Something that big, you don't see the atmosphere falling off of it. If it's got any liquid, it's not falling off the planet, or like as if we were sitting here and what you say is with the ball, it keeps going around. We're going to fall off the earth. Go, woo. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
I want to mute you.
All right, cool. So everything you just said was assumptive.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Yes.
it's been proven.
No, it has not been
Get a
proven.
telescope.
No, you can't, dude.
How can you tell something just by looking at it if you do not know what it is?
And why would you assume you're one of those because you see shit in the sky? Because of the cockamamie idea with also no proof of things going around the sun. Nobody's ever seen shit go in front of the sun. Ever.
Explain retrograde when a planet goes around.
They have their movements in the sky. Look at them on an AE map, bro. It looks like a goddamn spirograph. It's beautiful.
Everything what you see when you orbit, the stars go around.
Nothing orbiting.
Proves that we spin.
No, we don't.
Why do planets? Hold on. When you see Mars or Saturn, any of the planets actually, they're going across the sky. Then they stop, they go back, and they keep going. Why do they do that?
I don't know.
Because of what our planetary model is.
Sovereign, do you
goes like-
still have that video that shows the 4 different objects, and one's concave, one's completely flat? Do you still have that video?
Not on this computer. I mean, it's on the app.
Lions have.
I mean, I would like him to pick out. I would like you to do that so he can pick out the one that's the sphere on there, the one he would think was the round circle. I mean,
Yeah, look, here's the thing. You're assuming that it's a sphere. You're assuming that it's turning. But what are you really seeing? You're just seeing a pattern change on an object. Okay? We don't know what they are. Do you know where the word planet comes from? The word planet comes from the word planatia. You know what that means? That means wandering star. Okay? This is why these wandering stars have the names of these different pagan gods. You understand? Okay? Listen, I'm not done. Their patterns are very orderly. They're very orderly when you look at them on an AE projection map. Melodome was showing he's got some of those diagrams of it, and it's really quite interesting. There's no evidence of or proof that anything orbits the sun. Okay. You see these things in the sky. Now, I want you to think about how ridiculous this is, Artie. I don't think you've really ever taken it into account. And this is one of the reasons you buy into this crap, right? So you said you could see like Jupiter, right, in the sky. I can see it with my naked eye, right? Why can I see it? Because it shines like a star, doesn't it? Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you something about that. It's 444 million miles away from the Earth. You realize that that's almost five times the distance that the Earth is to the sun. So that means that it's about 500 million miles from the sun. And it's reflecting a light from 500 million miles away to almost another 500 million miles back to the Earth. Now, do you think that that's plausible that a gaseous planet would be able to achieve the luminosity of a reflection to go that far? Think about it.
Yes.
You do.
Look how big the sun is.
How big is it?
Look how big Jupiter
How
is.
big is the sun?
And you're letting me rebut.
I know, but wait, how big is the sun? You said, look how big it is. We might have different ideas on that. How big is the sun?
How big is Uranus?
Mine's real tight.
Oh, you want to find out? Look. Anyways,
My O-ring's still
let
good.
me speak. All right. You can tell looking at it by zooming in with a telescope, which you're trying to disprove a telescope. You can see it. The gas, it rotates. You can tell it's not two-dimensional. You can tell that the rings are there. You can watch. If your telescope is more powerful enough, you can see it orbit around Jupiter and Saturn. You got Phobos and, God, I forget the other one. on Mars that you can see it rotate. You got a power enough telescope. Okay. You want to talk about how the light bounces and all that? Okay. Now, when we start getting something that is going up into space, whatever the limit is for the firmament, or what do you want to call it, and when the camera's there, you can look down and it's all nice and shiny from the Earth. That light from the Earth is hitting it and bouncing back. Plus, you can see the light is blue, because of the whole refraction thing, and it's nitrogen, which is the most that it looks like from the color of the sun. And
what are you saying? So now you even know what the sun's made out of? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you can. If you do with the spectrum and all that, it'll break it down by color.
Yeah, but doesn't light?
And they can tell.
Hold on, wait. Doesn't light give off a light spectrum?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so maybe it's just light.
They've proven that certain colors of certain wavelengths are a different type of gas or an element.
Wait, who's they?
Scientists.
What scientists?
But
hold on, wait. What scientists?
Anything NASA, just about any science.
Name one. Just name one. Just name one. There's all these scientists that you are having back you, and you don't know who one of them even is. You just
Michelle Thaler, Dr. Michelle Thaler.
Hold on. The reality is you just heard that shit and you bought it. That's all. Because the consensus was, hey, everybody else is buying this, so I'm going to too. Right?
Well, we can say the same thing about what you're saying too.
No, we're holding it to the fire, man. We're holding it to the fire. We don't go by the consensus. That's
all right.
Way of thinking.
You can see when we have these theories or hypotheses and all that, you get the information and you can go reproduce it.
Yes, but
simple.
When you are assuming the results, when you're assuming factors within what we're talking about, that's a problem. Okay,
and that's what you're doing.
Wait a second. When you say, well, we see these things, and I think that they're spheres. I'm not really sure, but I'm told they are, and they showed me some pictures and shit, right? So these are spheres, and I see a pattern that changes on them, so that must mean that they rotate. And then these other people, they have a consensus that it rotates, even though there's no real fucking proof of it at all. And so then I'm going to assume that where I'm at must be exactly like that thing I'm looking at in the sky. Do you realize what flawed logic that actually is? I mean, think about that. Just watch
what you're saying about.
Let me just give you 2 minutes.
Proven science, we can say about what you're spewing too.
All right, cool.
It's a two-way street.
I'm going to show you a demonstration as to why things can appear different than they actually are. It's less than 2 minutes. I'm going to use it to take the opportunity to go to the bathroom. So just check this out. And I'm serious, man. I'm not trying to change your mind. I love addressing these arguments. I really do, because it really, people are going to watch and they listen and they go, wow, okay, I see. But what you got to be careful of, Artie, and so many of us have been, we do an appeal to authority where we're going, hey, man, those guys have really important names and really important jobs. And here's some guy that lived back 400 years ago that I'm told about that I don't really know if he existed or not, but he said this shit and everybody believes it. So I'm going to go ahead and say it. And it's basically intelligence through proxy. And if you do that, you got to be careful, because you start spouting you're parroting the same thing as dumb people do.
That's what
intelligence by osmosis.
That's exactly what you found. I mean, flat earthers do.
All right, just watch.
Spout stuff. You watch some YouTube videos,
okay.
and
all right,
oh my God, there it is. I mean, that's pretty much what you're doing.
That's your standard response, okay? Which is absolutely no different than you listening to some guy that you perceive as important or smart, telling you that some guy from long ago said some other bullshit, and you go, oh, wow, that smart guy said that this guy said that, so I'm going to repeat it, and therefore I'll be smart. You got to be
That's exactly what you're doing, too.
Dude, no, we go by what we can show, what we see. I'm sorry.
They
You
can
go
show
by
it
what
too.
somebody said. All right. Now just watch this video and let me know how this goes. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put us over like this so that everybody at home is not obstructed. I'm going to go take a leak. Watch, enjoy. Is there any
Looks
volume?
like a sphere to me.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Oh, is it though? Is it? You see what's going on there?
Yes, it is. Not you playing around with it. You can do the same thing with the basketball, a soccer ball, tennis ball, racquetball. Mm. Yuck, 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 yuck. I've already proven mine, so.
I'm not sure why there's no audio to that. All right. So before, yeah, you're looking at him right now. I don't know why there's no audio on this. So we can see easily how your eyes can be fooled. Okay, where'd Artie go? What did he take off about? So you can see how easily your eyes can be fooled and you're seeing something that's not as it appears. Real simple, man. And so you look through a spyglass and see a thing and it appears to be a sphere to you. And so that must be a sphere. That means that I must be on a sphere. I saw a bird fly over. That must mean I'm a bird. What a ridiculous way to think. There you go. Look. Flat as a fucking pancake, man. So now it's from Karen B. I'm not exactly sure why there was no audio on that.
Hey, beautiful.
Anyway, it starts playing over. All right. So where did our buddy go? I don't know.
Artie?
Yeah.
He said he made his point. So I think his
point that he.
Yeah, I think his point was the only thing that I can think of maybe to just like get back on the track of what he was thinking about is those rings of Saturn, proven gravity.
I know, right?
That if there was no gravity, those rings of Saturn wouldn't be there because I don't think he proved the point of light bouncing off gas and doing that distance. So, in the gas giants and Saturn.
His internet died. Well, hopefully you got a spot up here if you want to come back. John Thomas has joined us, and then I'm going to get back over to the video because show where I finally threw that stupid son of a bitch off my show. How are you doing tonight there? Well, let's see. I got a couple have joined me. Moon Bounce, and I got John Thomas. John Thomas, you got audio, brother?
I think so.
There you go. Yeah, you sound good. 5x5, brother. 5x5. So how's it going with you tonight?
I didn't catch that full deal with McToon. I just seen the that little deal you did just a minute ago, the little recap, and it's just insane how while they're joking and we're trying to make actual points, it's rock on from Uncle Artie. Wolfman's in the house. How do you tell me how you can do it? Rock on. I mean, guys, we're talking about real life here.
Right.
You know what it is, Dave? You know what it is? It's their religion. Okay? They're into Gnosticism. They're into calling the God into the God of Moses is an Anunnaki. He's Inky Ea. He's this, he's that. They found it on Sumerian tablets.
Well, regardless of what it is, I mean, these guys are fucking bad people, and I'm showing them for what they are. So Lisa said, I wouldn't be showing that again. Why? Does it make your idol look bad? Sorry, babe.
it. They need it to sell the rest of this story.
Yeah.
That's what
Right.
this is about. See, if we're on a flat plane and it's clear that, hey, maybe we live inside of God's head or something, well, then all the aliens and all that stuff, that's irrelevant, what you found in Samaria on your tablets.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And they're desperate because they hate the law of God to turn him into an alien from planet X. That's all this is about. So everybody who needs the God of Moses to be a lizard has to believe in the ball. That's all this is about, planet X.
Look, we're in
That's
space.
all this
We're
is
going
about.
into hyperspace,
So
bro.
everybody,
I grabbed the wrong tab.
I mean, that's Scientology. I mean, that's that religion. It's really weird how close those go because, like Xenu for the Scientology religion, and then it's like, this religion is just scientism, as in the religion of scientism. They say it's science, but it's really scientism because just that thinking thing. It's like,
Right.
hey, if you're going, for somebody to say this is like, it's almost like there's a catch because it's really like paying attention, but then it's almost like who's ingenuous or something, or intellectually being dishonest.
Oh my God.
Like you claiming, yeah, man, for us to be going, it's that same thing about revolutions, to go around the sun at 66,600 and somebody to go, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, to say that you're wrong when you're repeating their model
Exactly.
and their stuff, to say you're wrong, to get rid of that speed because they know there's something to it, or they wouldn't want to get rid of it. When you go, so how fast are we going again? And they go, once per year. So what would that speed be again? I just told you, it's once per year. And it's like, that's so intellectually dishonest to try to slow it down to nothing, that they're trying to slow that speed down to zero. Like if you're turning around, see, you turn around in your bathtub once per day and see if you sling the water off of you. It's like, it's not the
I
same.
know. It's sad. Lisa, I don't care. Did you miss the part about where I explained that I'm not driven by the opinions or the ridicules of others? I don't care. I don't care. I'm right. Okay? I'm right. They're trying to say that me kicking this fucking asshole off my show was me rage quitting. I'm like, hold on a second. It was my goddamn show. How do you rage quit your own fucking show? Secondly, he had already failed to make his point and he was acting like a ridiculous child. Now it's done with him now. That's it.
secondly, Dave, what does secondly mean? You know what I mean? Everything you said was, what does this mean? What does that mean? What is this?
I know.
If he's got all these questions, why even get on the panel?
Right.
You don't know what I mean.
Right.
Everything you said, it was okay. What's containment mean? What's I mean, don't you see? He does. I mean, he came in here not knowing a damn thing.
No, Lisa, I just fucking explained it to you, Lisa. Okay. And I'm sorry that you're one of those people that requires the acceptance of the herd. I'm not. Okay. I'm not. That kind of shit might affect you. It doesn't affect me. I don't fucking care. You dig? So they can use, that's their tactic, man.
It was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting.
She's one right along with them.
I know.
I mean,
You just
I don't
have
know.
to learn to ignore her.
I don't know who that Branson person was, because it's almost like the mannerisms of why you go, hey, is this McToon? And that Branson guy was like, no. But it's like just in the mannerisms of that guy trying to claim that, that we're rotating around the sun once per year. And it's that same thing, because it's like I was thinking to myself, that dude I would have put in the back right then, because that's just intellectually dishonest to try to change that speed and claim it's wrong when you're repeating exactly what they claim all the scientists say. It's almost like that curve calculation for the curve of the earth. It's like every time a person that doesn't believe in the globe, or I'll say a flat earther, brings that up, they go, yeah, that's what you flirts love to go to. That's you all's calculation. It's like, that's not their calculation. That's y'all's calculation. You don't like hearing it back. So they get an offense to it. It's almost like they get offense to that curve calculation that's supposed to be a drop for every mile at something squared. And they don't like
it's not even their information. They've just borrowed it from somebody else who claimed it. They didn't use their own mind. They didn't look at it with their own eyes. They've taken the deception and they've just spread it like it's gospel of some sort, and it's not.
But they don't like hearing it back. They try to now shove that calculation on flat earthers, going, yeah, that's what you guys just love to go to. It's like, that's what was shoved on everybody and down their throat for so long. Don't try to now say it's the flat earthers came up with that calculation.
Well, I mean, NASA can't even get their shit straight on who first claimed this information. I mean, one saying it was Pegasaurus or whatever his name is, and
I'm looking at the chat over here.
And then the other one's Aristotle, around 350 BC, and that's on NASA's own website. And you want to know the truth? Go look at you go to the
you know that's unheard of. All right, I just want to say one thing. I'm going to rage quit. All right, with the retrograde, to prove the retrograde, even the Mayans and the Egyptians were able to prove it. It was simple observation, and that's pretty much it. So, hold on, let me find one more thing, and I'll go.
None of those people thought they were on a ball. Dreamy, let me answer. Dreamy, let me answer. None of those people thought they were on a ball, dude. All right, so that was it. That was his thing.
See, that tells you how much intellectual honesty right there, Dave.
Well, absolutely, of course not. Do you think he looked to see what the patterns look like on an AE map? No, he didn't. You know why? Because he came in with a predisposed notion. That's it, right there. The closed mind.
I'd like Uncle Artie to tell me how come he's never seen any other side of the moon.
Well, they've got it. Listen, they've got their goddamn excuses for all this shit. But these people that are sitting there going, oh, I rage quit him. No. I didn't have any intention of being nice to that deceitful piece of shit when I accepted. I had no intention. He's not even a human being. He's scum off of the bottom of my shoe as far as I'm concerned. Okay? And not just because of the globe shit, because of his own character. This is what makes him such a fucking creep. So I don't like this guy, right, to begin with. So he's goddamn lucky I even gave him an opportunity to talk to me. And when I did, he acted like a little asshole, right, with his little condescending bullshit that he wanted to do, right? No, homie, don't play that bullshit. You dig? So I put up with about as much of it, and I sat here and I thought, okay, here he goes with his more of his fucking bullshit. He failed the challenge. He failed to meet the obligations of the discussion, which was to provide a volume of fluid without containment. And you can't walk into a swimming pool and put your hands in a cup underwater and say, see, I did it. Not acceptable. The terms are known. The reasons are known. And if you can't follow that, fuck off. Okay, I'm not going to deal with little goddamn children. And in my opinion, he acted like a 13-year-old girl on her period, man. For real. How you doing? No longer on the ball. And Peter W. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good.
Great. Being entertained.
Oh, no, I say a mouthful, don't I? Jesus.
One between powers activate.
No shit. You looked at things in the sky and saw them move around, and that told you what? That told you that you saw things in the sky move around. What in the fuck are you talking about? Jesus. Come on, man. I thought you smarter than that, brother. Anyway, I think this is right about where I threw his dumb ass off the fucking panel.
You were challenged with creating a volume of fluid without a containment.
I did, yeah.
And just a second, and you said, "Hey, I did." Hold on, wait, shut up. You did, right? That's you claim that you did by holding up your hands like this, that you contained a volume of fluid, and that was the best you can do, and that was it. Then, right? You're done.
I totally did. I nailed it.
Cool.
Home run.
Thanks for
Nailed
coming.
what? You never answered the question.
We'll see you next time, brother.
I just took it right there. So that was the challenge. That was the best you can do. Good for you. Goodbye. I'm tired of your face.
That was a dumpster fire.
God damn. And can you actually believe there are people out there that think that guy is some kind of fucking authority on this shit? All because he's got somebody telling him something in his ear, or he's playing with little fucking rocket ship, or whatever. When he gets nailed down, and I've got feedback from somebody. When you know these people are just duped. I'm still hearing it. I don't know who it is. One of the new people, I think. So anyway, I can't believe that's people go to that, and they're all turds like that. Simon Dan, who's the other clown? Professor, not a Professor Dave, and they're all just condescending fucking prick jobs. That's all they are, and that's the only thing they have. And you want to know why? Because that's where they operate from. Whatever the crowd is thinking, and if somebody's not with the crowd, you have to beat them into line so that they'll go with the crowd, because this whole thing scares the shit out of them. These people, they realize it scares them because they realize that this means there is a creator. This means that, hey, I might have to be accountable for my bullshit. It scares the fucking dog. I don't know, man. What do y'all think?
Yeah, man.
We'll bring it back up to where I had this other fella come
I
on.
just say if someone contradicts themselves, they're a known liar. Plain and simple.
Well, after they're let known that, because some people contradict themselves and they don't realize it.
Yeah.
But if they're shown it and then they continue to do
Well,
it.
that's you.
100%, bro. 100%. Yep. Let's see. We had Mr. B come on. Mr. B is always respectful and shit. I like him. I'm going to take it up. I'm zooming it up to, I think we had, this guy with a pi symbol. He got really upset. He was very emotionally attached to the globe, man. I forget what was his name.
They're going to be the
Brenda Debates or something. I think he's talked to Flatzoid or some shit. I don't know. You guys know who he is?
Yep. Brenda is all over Jaren's channel.
Okay.
I think also Trouble in Tribune's channel. Yeah. Just obtuse as all can be, super annoying.
Look, and then right to this. I know you are, but what am I? Right? I know you are, but what am I? That's where they go to with this. I know you are, but what am I? I'm rubber, you're glue. It's like, no, dude.
Where do you see that?
Oh, I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Oh.
See, because my thing was, and based on what Artie said, he said they have done this and they have proven, and you can go and see these things that I assume are spheres, and I assume that they're rotating, and I see them move in the sky. And so therefore, I have concluded that what these fucking retards say is absolutely right. You get where that is, right? So I'm sorry, that's really a flawed logic. I mean, I hope you never have to seriously investigate something, man. Because if that's all you need for proof, you'd be easy. I also wouldn't want somebody that's that easily swayed to be on a jury.
Following geocentrism.
What is it?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Who is? I am?
Something.
Somebody's
like an echo.
feeding back. I don't know who that is. Somebody's got this open in something else or something. I don't know.
I'm on mute too, so probably not me.
So
Pause.
Me either.
if you have your YouTube on, mute it so it doesn't come through StreamYards.
Anyway, this is where that guy came on. Pie guy. Brenda. I'm like, come on, man. You guys are lame as shit, man. I really thought these guys were big deal and shit. And I'm finding out that they're not at all.
And right now, the point of the matter is that the pressure comes in from all directions, not just down.
Right.
But it's the most is from the top, and that's what causes it.
No, it's not most from the top.
Yeah, it actually
Hold on,
is.
wait a second. Will a diver that's standing vertical, would you think that he'll collapse in on himself from the head down? No, it'll come from all sides.
Yeah, he
Just
would
like-
if he's at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Yes, he
Well,
would.
if there's no, yeah, he would just crush in all the way around. But it's not. It doesn't work that way. The pressure is equal
It's
around.
literally
the
how it
object.
works. It's literally how things work, right?
But,
What-
right.
It's called gravity. It's called gravity.
Well, yeah, gravity is weight.
Think about this. These Mensas are actually thinking that if you okay, so that must have meant that that submarine that collapsed, that imploded with the rich people on it, right? That must have gone from the top down inward, right? What the oh, it's all coming from above. No, it's not. It's coming from all around, and it's a result of the volume of fluid being contained. That's all, man. I don't know what's wrong with people.
No, gravity is weight.
David.
No, gravity is not weight. Gravity
Yes,
is not
it is.
weight. Gravity,
Yes.
no, gravity is not weight.
What
Gravity
is it?
causes. Gravity causes.
Okay,
you to
what is gravity?
experience weight.
Then? What is gravity then?
Gravity, it's a pseudo inertial force.
Okay, where's it come from?
Pseudo. Interesting.
We don't know.
Where does it come from? It's a property of mass.
So you see things. Hold on, wait a second. You see things fall, and therefore assume that it's a property of mass. Wait a second.
No, it's a property of mass tells space-time how to bend, and
Oh, wait,
space-time tells mass how to move.
wait. Can you got a picture of this fucking space time you're talking about?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. This is some kind of Santa Claus crap, then, right?
Do you have a picture? Do you have a picture of air? Could you show me
Yeah.
a picture of air?
Yeah.
No, you can't show me a
You're
picture of
looking
air.
at- You're looking at.
No, there's
something.
no air. I
No,
don't see
you're-
anything.
Wait a second.
I don't see anything.
Wait a second. You're trying to claim.
Show me a picture of air.
Wait a second. You're trying to claim that a concept of the mind that we call time
This is so crazy.
and
Is blue
something
is
called
blue a
space-
concept?
What are we defining? Hold on. Wait a second. What are we defining as space?
Space is the distance between things.
Okay. So how is this bending that in time? I mean, are there Lucky Charms involved?
Time,
with this,
time
or-
is a period between events.
Okay. So what's causing this bending, and how do we prove this?
Oh, mass causes space-time to quote unquote bend.
Okay. So do we have a demonstration of this?
Yeah.
An
Einstein
actual oh my god, for real. Wait a second. I just saw something. Melodome. Are you for real? It's that really? I thought it was a dude, man. I'm serious. Now it makes sense because I saw somebody named Brenda on camera on Jaronism. Or yeah. And it was some really ugly woman. I'm sorry. I mean, she was kind of manly, but now that tells me what's going on there. Oh man, not assuming a gender, whatever, pride and all that.
We can
Yeah.
see some
Yes,
actual. hold on.
Einstein
We can-
rings. Einstein rings.
Oh, wait a second. So we can actually see space and time bending.
We can see the cause.
Oh,
We can
wait
see
a
it
second.
being
I didn't
caused.
ask you about that. No, the cause. We haven't established that space and time bends.
Yeah, you have, because you can
No, we
see
haven't.
what happens when space and time are bent. Just like you can see what happens when light gets bent.
Oh my
right?
God.
When light gets bent, you don't see the light bend. You don't see the light
Wait,
bending.
what's
You
so
see
you're
the
saying,
consequence.
so what's causing the light to bend? What is it? What's doing that?
Refraction is like in a
Refraction
lens.
from what?
It goes from
Refraction from what?
refraction is when light travels from one medium
What-
to a denser
I
medium.
understand
or
what it
lighter
is.
one.
I know what refraction is. So what's the
No, you don't.
refraction?
You don't understand any of this.
Well,
Wait a second. Oh my god, this is giving me a headache, dude. That's a lot. We'll go back. Holy cow. Bending of space-time. I thought the gravity, Newtonian gravity, was stupid, right? Bending of space-time. Think about that, right? And he said it's
I've been following geocentrism.
refract.
I've been following geocentrism since '08 with Malcolm Bowden, and he taught us about the Michelson and Morley experiment that they've never never. So for all these people that want to say, "Hey, I'm listening to a scientist. I trust science," He's already proved we're not moving through the
No,
ether.
you guys got to be fucking kidding me, man. Stop. You guys are being naughty over here in the bad section. The bad kids are losing the fucking. You guys are probably smoking cigarettes and all kinds of shit, skipping class. God damn. We got all the school skippers, all the bathroom smokers. They're all here. We've all come together again once for again.
Did you catch it when Brenda was talking about seeing back in time because you look at the sun and that's light from 8 minutes ago?
I know.
That drives me nuts.
He's the one that was trying to turn the shit into one rotation a day, right? Isn't that what he was saying when I said so? Because somebody brought up, I think it was him, said they can check the sun with radar.
That's right.
How does that work? Will light bounce off of light? I mean, radar is basically light. Can you bounce it off of light?
Yeah.
At
His radar
66,600 miles an hour. And he went, no, that's wrong.
plus the million miles an hour, it's chasing the sun around the galaxy as well. But even on top of that, don't they say radar like gets sucked by gravity around the curve of the ball? So how in the hell is gravity going to escape the sun's gravity, which is like what, 1 billion times stronger than the Earth's or something?
Well, it's got to go past all the Mercury and Venus's gravity too, I reckon, while fighting Earth's gravity.
I knew a girl named Venus, and she did not like me pronouncing her name with a P.
Oh, I would imagine not.
Mm-hmm. So I called her Wiener.
I knew a girl named Regina that I cleverly added a V to, but you know, we all have our things. You know,
that little capsule that crashed, Dave, with all the asteroid dust in it.
Yeah. Well, here's what I look at too, John. These things come through and they have to have heat shields on them, right? Because they're coming through the atmosphere. They're fucking cherry red hot, right? This thing, they're not baking inside because this thing's some kind of special Corningware bullshit that they've got on the outside of it. But it comes streaking through. It's glowing red hot and everything. It comes streaking down and parachutes open, and they've got parachutes with magic cords that don't snap. And then another set of parachutes opens up and it comes down and it lands in the ocean in the cold water, and there ain't a fucking lick of steam. What? Not a lick of steam from that just a minute ago was cherry red hot. And now it's gone in the ocean. There ain't a lick of steam come up around.
That's why, man. That's why the cherry red hot piece of metal, it hits that cold water and it just sort of sizzles, and then they arrive and pick the guys up.
Mm-hmm. Well, the steam, because of the gravity that they carried with them, caused the steam to stay underwater from the reaction of the heat in the water. Yeah, it all makes perfect sense. Gravity, once again, gravity. We can use gravity for everything.
The thing is, how do you train? How do you train for that procedure? That what's their explanation for how they even train for parachuting this thing out? I don't know.
Oh, I have on the other system I've got, and you can find it. There's video, man, of them pushing these things out of a cargo plane, right? They open the back hatch of this plane up at high altitude, and the chute opens up and pulls it out with a pallet, and the pallet falls to the earth, and this thing comes out, and a drogue chute opens and slows it down, and then a regular parachute opens. But this is happening up above an area where you can't see, man.
Yeah, I didn't see no parachutes on this thing. They just let it hit the ground.
Oh, yeah, it had some parachutes, but it hit hard. I know. Those guys
it's not too difficult, because all they do is wait for a really cloudy day or where the weather's perfect, and then they'll just use that cloud cover so you can't see what's going on anyway. That thing will just drop through the cloud cover away from people, and then they'll just arrive.
Yep.
And did you hear that they were worried that could it bring in some sort of virus? You know what I mean? That's been on the asteroid, and the guy says no. It's been sterilized by space. He says no worries. So if space is sterilizing things, how did things get down here for us to evolve in the first place?
Yeah, but look, if a virus isn't alive, then how do you really sterilize against it? What are you doing?
No, because we came from the Nibiru, which has got its own atmosphere and like, so, you know, all that business, isn't it? There's always an explanation. There's always like a story you can add on to explain the last like craziness, and then it just keeps building up, you know, like the space stuff. It's once they started doing the gravity orb thing, it was like they couldn't stop, and before you know it, it's just ridiculous. They're all spinning around each other. They have to, because it's the only thing they have. It's the only force they have to explain all this stuff is gravity.
Well, if you're going to have your ball and all that bullshit, yeah, I guess. But, you know, that's like saying, well, how's it do that? Magic. Oh, okay. That works for me. That's a good enough explanation. I mean, if that's what they throw it around like using the word magic. And it's like, no, it's not magic. Here's what's actually occurring, man. But what about in 0G? There's no such thing as that. Okay, when you see people in this plane that is in free fall and they're inside of it, they're in free fall. They're not 0G. And just because the airplane that they're inside of is also in free fall, still doesn't make it 0G. You're in a process of equalizing. You're in a process of equalizing. You're falling. That's all. There's no state of 0G anywhere. There's no state of a vacuum anywhere unless it has containment. There's no instance of a fluid volume without a container. These are immutable facts.
Yeah, man.
And they're not claims. They're not claims. And like I said before, an immutable fact is something that we know is impossible. Like, for instance, it's impossible for you to live after drinking a gallon of molten lead. That's not a claim. That's going to be a fact, right? That's immutable. Everybody knows that that's what's going to happen. We know that human beings, in order to live, require the nitrogen-oxygen blend that we breathe all the time, right? We know this. This is an immutable fact. We don't have to experiment to find out that it is, because it is. So them to try to turn it around and say, well, you're making a claim, you must prove. No, I'm not. I'm stating an immutable fact. You're the one with the ridiculous claim that contradicts this immutable fact. Therefore, you need the proof, bro, not me. Real simple. And this idea, I was thinking about that, like molten glass, like it says in the water or in the Bible. I was just contemplating that, right? What else is like molten glass? We have a tendency to think of molten meaning hot. But what acts like molten glass? Liquid. Water. Heavy, dense water. All act like a molten or liquefied gas or a gelatinous gas. They all act that way. So I got to wondering about that, man. And Austin from Mellow Dome, he brought up a really good effect or a really good idea about that too. Or it wasn't, I think it was somebody just on his panel. I'm trying to remember who it was. That perhaps this bubble, that the actual containment is like a heavy water or a heavy fluid. And we're like a bubble within that heavy fluid.
Yeah, man. And if you look at like some like illustrations of like the cosmos, of like ancient sort of ideas of it, it's often depicted as like an ocean, a big ocean with bubbles of like what they call planets or whatever, and each one's different.
Yes.
And you do find those connections there. So that's interesting.
I don't know. It opens a whole new possibility if we stop assuming what they've told us is true of an infinite vacuum, which is kind of stupid as shit, you know? We know that a vacuum can't exist without some kind of containment to cause the vacuum. And a vacuum with things in it is not a vacuum, is it? A vacuum with things in it is not a vacuum because it has things in it. What do we got here? Kevin's got something going on, he says. I'm trying to find out what that is. Let me look real quick. You guys Go ahead. Let me go
It was
ahead.
really disgusting how McToon was everything you said, define this, define that, interrupting, just to see if he could see you were ignorant about anything you were saying. You see what I mean? He was just trying to try to pick apart some of your argument. If he could find somewhere, well, Dave doesn't actually know what he's talking about. He's just parroting this stuff. So it was just constant. What is this? What is that? Are you sure you even know what you're talking about? That's not, you know what I mean? That was such disrespect. I mean,
Well,
anybody
think about this. John, did you see my demonstration on the contained atmos where I used that bowl? I used water and a lid. Okay. And I'm sure it's like about 1,000 other demonstrations on the subject exactly like it, right? No, that was mine. Okay, that was my demonstration. I came up with that in my head. I didn't get that from someone. As I had contemplated this entire thing and thought, what would be the best way to explain this to people? And I think it explains it really well. I mean, I've had people comment that they should show this to children in school. You know, it's really an easy way for anybody to be able to understand the gradient and why we have such a thing, you know, and realize that not such a thing could not even exist without being contained in the first damn place. You're right. So there again, they're trying to confuse your mind. Is to assume that because you look through a telescope and you see shit, that first off, you're assuming what they are. You're going by what somebody else told you they are, and that further reinforces your assumption of what they are. You're not taking into account the vast distances that are involved with this. As I said, that's almost 1 billion miles the light travels going from the sun to Jupiter, then back to the Earth in order for you to see it. 1 billion miles, yet you can see Jupiter with the naked eye in some nights, right? So that doesn't make any damn sense at all. And how does that thing have any reflective properties about it to begin with? Now, I want to have a little talk right just for a second. The moderators, somebody don't delete unindoctrinated. Don't delete people's comments. Okay, he just said he was going to go put out the dog. All right. The fact that Artie's here means that he's at least interested in the topic. We're not going to do that. I don't care. Let the people, let the little trolls come in here and do whatever the fuck it is they do. Unless they say something that would get us in trouble on YouTube, or they say something extreme, you know, if it's over the top. If it's over the top, you know what to do. Do not abuse your badge. It's the best way to get your badge taken away. And I don't want to have to do that to people. So,
Question about that. So if me as a random chatter in your channel, what if I started talking some horse shit that was banned or censored on YouTube? Would that actually get you in trouble because I'm in there talking about certain bad words?
Yes.
Or certain protected subjects?
Yeah, it can.
No kidding.
Yeah. The censorship is strong with these people. You have to understand most of the people that are in the executive positions at Google have been tutored under the Communist Manifesto. See, there's a damn thing listening to me. Oh, cool. So Google comes up. It heard me talking about her, and it came up and showed me where I can buy copies of the Communist Manifesto. How appropriate.
But you have one of those freaking things actually plugged in and running in your house?
No, it's my phone.
Oh, okay.
No, I wouldn't have those fucking things in there. But I'm also like this. Listen, I know everything's watching you. Okay. This signal right here we're on is actually going through Langley as we speak. Okay. Shout out to my agent. So I don't care. Watch me all you want to. What the fuck are you going to do about it? You understand? That's where I'm at. I don't care. You having to watch me tells me that you're the one that's scared of me. I ain't scared of you. Okay, you're scared of me. And there's a reason you're scared of me. There's a reason that you think I'm dangerous. And I like it.
So if I started bringing up, those 3 or 4 letter words that are censored, your moderators could then boot me and delete my comments, and that would kind of protect you.
I would say that they would should delete the comment.
Yeah.
Put you in a limited timeout, explain the reason, and give you a warning that if you do it again, you're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But most people would hopefully have enough for. Well, I don't know, man. This is what we're noticing. I'm noticing that these globe people, along with this ridiculous belief that they have, also carry with them a very, very immature maturity level. Where they're very childish, they're very petty. They're like children. They really are.
Yeah, even McToon.
Oh,
unfortunately, God. I could not believe that. He was somebody that usually keeps his head level. He was acting, like you said, like a little girl on her period. But one thing was different about McToon in your show versus other shows is you didn't let McToon take away the conversation and stomp on you. All the other guys get stomped on, it seems like, by him. He'll just blah, 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 and just talk over him and make the flat earther, kind of be quiet and be respectful.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes him kind of alpha, if you will, if you know what I mean. And it's just ridiculous.
Well, so that's what happens. That's what happens when an alpha meets a sigma.
Yeah, I was glad to see this. That he wasn't going to get away with stomping on you.
And he's not an alpha. He's more like a gamma, trying to bluster as an alpha.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as a sigma, I can recognize that right off the bat. Okay. I'm not intimidated by anybody. No one intimidates me. I'm not. I could walk right up to Donald Trump and just as easily tell him what a fuckface I think he is with a straight face as I could shake his hand. He's no one special to me. No one is above anyone else in my world. That's all there is to it, man. And I won't tolerate. I like to pop an ego. I really do, especially when it's a false ego. I had a female officer one time that was booking me into jail. She was extremely stupid. And I told her as I was teaching her how to book me in, I told her, I says, you realize you're only here to fill a quota, right? And she looked at me and I says, well, let's look at it for realistically. Right? You're not particularly bright. You're a female. You don't know how to do your job. And they have to have a certain amount of females. I said, you're only here by volition of your tits, and that's it. And they're not going to last forever, sweetheart. And she started fucking crying. I was like, there you go. Now you understand. Now you can grow. You got to do that.
The Space Force people are the ones that brought us warp speed. and I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
And for everybody who's protecting Space Force, that means they've gone along with warp speed.
Mm-hmm.
So they trust the plan.
If I go down, if I go down to the recruiter center, right? Usually recruitment offices, they have a guy from each branch, right? So now that we've had this, what is this, a 6th branch of the armed forces or a 5th one? Let's see. We had Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. Okay. Well, Coast Guard is part of the Navy, right? So I would say that this is like actually a 4th branch. So we got Army, Navy, Marines, and Space Force. Oh, we got Air Force. So yeah, we got 5. All right. So we got 5. How many people do you reckon? What's the ratio of people going over to talk to the Space Force recruiter as opposed to the Marine Corps recruiter or whatnot? I mean, if I go there, will there even be a Space Force recruiter in that office? I don't think that's real. I really don't. I think the whole thing is just a big fucking made up bunch of shit. Because you would figure if that's what they really got. I'm going to go check. Next time I go to Harrisonburg, I'm going to drop by the recruiter's office, probably discourage a few men from going inside, and then check for myself. And see and ask them, maybe, where can I go sign up for the fucking Space Force at, bro? You know, I'm down for it. Let's go. I want to fight Martians. Let's get it. Right? Try to be all serious about it. The smart guy getting booked in. Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, M-Ball, I'm not saying that why I was there was smart. And that's even a testament to show you how stupid this woman is. Because if I, who was in there for not being very smart in my actions, had to teach her how to do her fucking job, well, you know, what's that say about anything? And when you going to get that videotape of you out in the yard with your globe and shit for us, man? I've been waiting on that goddamn thing now for months, and you still haven't done it. And I've been waiting on it, and it's getting cold. And then you're going to come up with the excuses it's too cold to go sit in the yard with your globe and look at the sun with it. So I'm waiting on that. Hurry up. Lisa, she did. She broke down in tears. I'm sorry, sweetheart. In fact, I could reduce you to tears in a matter of moments. Okay? Trust me.
Well, right after you said that those things could get you deleted, she made a comment about it.
Of course. She's a troublemaker.
Using exactly what you said not
I
to.
saw her picture.
Penny
Press put a picture up of her on Facebook. I saw her picture, and I'm telling you right now, she looks exactly like I thought she did. Exactly. I swear to God. She could go. I'm not kidding. And I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying it was so funny. I was like, that is exactly what I thought she looked like. No way. You can look on Facebook, go to look for Penny Press, or it might be on YouTube too. Penny Press.
I mean, it's just mind-blowing how people can be so stupid. Especially when you just say something. And it's like they don't care. They don't respect anybody. You know, it's just nuts. And then they want everybody to kiss their butt.
Oh, I know.
I was going to say it's weird because it's almost like what we were talking about earlier about being like hypocritical or something like that. And and them, if they even recognize it, because they'll be like calling these people out, or they'll call you out on something and then be like, well, I owned up to calling you out. That wasn't right for me to do, basically. But then they still want special treatment even after they've done the same thing and said they admitted to it, which they didn't do nothing. They just went, yeah, that wasn't right for me to do. But then want special treatment from somebody else that did the same thing. They want more than just, yeah, that wasn't right for me to do.
Exactly.
It's like, you didn't learn nothing. It's like, they know they're doing that on purpose. Is
that a challenge, Lisa? Are you wanting me to make you cry?
She wants you to make her cry.
Are you really doing that? Really? Why don't
you got to go to
the game? Why don't you get your head in the game? Why don't you and M-Ball get your fucking brain cells together and see if you can come up with something? In fact, hit that link. You're always, and I know you don't still have a fucking cold. And if you do, then your goddamn protection didn't work. Fucking joke.
You remember that even after all them bong hits.
Oh, I
That's
remember
good.
a lot of shit. Man.
I know it. You remember that. I'm not feeling too good. Congested up.
It's like, yeah, you've been talking, and M-Ball been talking about wanting people to go out and buy a globe and sit out in their yard and look at the sun, some kind of thing, about 15 paragraphs of bullshit. And I'm like, why don't you just do it and show it on video, and you can come on up and we'll show it or something. You know, I don't understand why there's a problem. Yeah, sinus infection. You don't have a sinus infection anymore.
I've seen
flat. All right, cool. Lisa, hit the fucking link. Come on up. Is that heard?
I've seen flat earthers walk through glass, pins and needles to try not to, bottle earth people. And it doesn't matter. You get insulted, you get treated rudely, you get laughed at, you get trolled just like McToon. And so when Space Force tells them what their new threat is and what they must do, see, and we didn't even do anything to hurt or bruise their ego.
Right.
We try to be respectful. We even, turn the other cheek a lot of times. But
I can tell you somebody who is like I said with Mr. B, Ruhif, I've never had any reason to throw him out or anything else like that. We have vastly different opinions on all kinds of shit and everything, but he's able to not that condescending bullshit. That right there, I've smacked my own kids for pulling that fucking bullshit. I won't take that for a minute from anybody, man. And it's like I have to fight myself from just smacking the fucking taste out of their mouth when they started. And in my younger days, I did often. And now I'm a little more tempered. And I just realized, no, they're just a product of their self, man. That's all.
You ever see if you ever watch debates between round and flat earthers, the flat earthers are biting their tongues while they're getting insulted the entire time. The others don't hold back. And then they walk away pretending they're the ones that got mistreated. So whenever Warp Speak people tell us what the new deal is, they're going to perceive it as, they're still in a war with us for some reason. So doing what they're told for them is, yeah, exactly, Dreaming. And we didn't do nothing but try to be polite to these people while they pretended to listen.
Sometimes you can't be polite. There comes a time when you actually have to stand your ground. And it's sad that it has to be that way. But some people just want to run over you, whether they, no matter what you try to do.
Well, I've seen the deal with McToon.
See what I've done there no longer on the ball? See what I've done there, buddy? You feel very, he has powers. No longer on the ball has received a badge. Man.
Thank you.
So, Ruhif, how you doing tonight?
Lovely. And I sent you an email about 2 hours ago, I think.
Did you? I haven't really done a whole lot on my computer other than getting things kind of set up on here. As I said, you might know of my recent troubles. My computer is off to Never Never Land to be repaired, and I'm using a stand-in right now for the next couple of weeks until that's taken care of. And so, yeah, I'll get into my email. I haven't had a whole lot of time on my hands here today or yesterday.
Yep.
And Anson Howard, how are you tonight?
Yeah, good, man. Very well, thank you.
How are we doing over? I heard you talking earlier on a thing about the different restrictions and stuff you guys had to go through. That was pretty tough, man. That was on Brian's, wasn't it? Whose stream was that on? I'm trying to remember.
Not on Brian's, because he does. It must have been Melodome.
Melodome, that's right. Yeah. Only, but it was over on Rockfin. So y'all go over and check out Rockfin. Check out Melodome over there. Brian Stavely, a bunch of the cool kids there over there, and the stuff that you're not allowed to talk about over here on the YouTube, which everybody knows is a U, is a female sheep. So over here on YouTube, we only have a certain amount of things we can talk about, you see. So you want to go over and check out the cool kids, go over to Rockfin, check out Brian Stavely, check out Melodome. There's a bunch of creators over there that people seem to be migrating. I'll probably be setting up a thing over there myself here pretty soon. But I want to get all this preparation and everything before Flattoberfest out of the way before I embark on any of those types of missions. So there we go with that. Yes, sir. Melodome is on fire. Absolutely. I agree 100%. 100%. So anyway, that guy, he was tripping about the space-time and shit. And it's like, wait a minute. You're just throw it out there like, oh, space-time. And I'm like, that doesn't even, what are you talking about? Bending space-time. I mean, to me, that's like, see if you can bend your thought. What? How do you bend a thought? How do you get anything cohesive out of space and time to actually bend? I mean, that's just, there's no cohesiveness of it to bend. What the fuck is that? It's just more mind trickery is all, man.
Yeah, I had people say that too. I told them their mind was bent.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's crazy. Water bends, air bends, you know, I mean.
You can wrap your mind around something.
Oh, nice one.
It's like that.
Our brother Uncle Artie saying that he sees that exactly with us. He's laughing his ass off. He says, that's exactly what he sees us doing, being mean to them.
It's just this. I know you are, but what am I? That's what's going on.
Yeah, as soon as we try to mention that they're not living on a sphere, you're immediately in a position of them ridiculing you in their hearts, in their mind. Uncle Artie knows that. And then you've got to sit there and be patient while you're having I don't know what the word I'm looking for here is, but you know the perception that you're already getting off of them. You're ridiculous. You're a clown, and you've got
projection.
Yeah, I mean, Uncle Artie's saying that's exactly what he sees that we do to them.
Well, yeah, it's I know you are, but I know you are, but what am I? That's all it is. I'm rubber, you're glue. That's all it is. When in reality, I'm not assuming that, again, in their assumptive world, they're assuming that my conclusions are derived from YouTube video, not from 58 years of life in this world, having physical experiences 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in all sorts of environments over a half a century of existence. Okay. That in conjunction with other material that I've viewed, read, and spoken about with other individuals, with peers, these peers and myself reviewing this information, therefore making it peer reviewed information. Okay. So, yes, we can hold the water. The globe cannot. And I mean that when I'm talking about the higher ground with this. Okay. The ridiculous claim obviously is, from every standpoint, physically, every standpoint mentally, of this goddamn thing being a ball, is one of the most ridiculous things that anybody could ever imagine that they could believe. I mean, once you come out of it, and hopefully you will, you are going to wonder, how in the fuck did I ever believe that crazy shit, man? And first it'll enrage you, and then it'll enlighten you, and then you become peaceful. That's how it works, man. And it should enrage you. And it should enrage you when you see people like McToon and fucking Professor Dave and the rest of these. Who's that other guy? Simon Dan. That dude looks like, what's with the little point on his hair? It always reminds me, whenever a dude, Chili DeCastro, has that little point of hair up at the top of his head, reminds me of that little pinched off point on the end of a fucking dog turd. Every time I'm like, there's the taper. You know, and it's like they're little condescending assholes and shit. They can't just have a conversation. And like that dickhead McToon, who's just a reprehensible human being, Glober or not. Okay, he's just a reprehensible human being. I hesitate to use the term human being, but he's a reprehensible creature.
Well, human being means monster. A human, the word human means monster. There is a reason they use it now.
When I see someone like that or something like that that's out there trying to propagate this fucking bullshit on weak-minded people, and mark my words, his audience are weak-minded people. Because what you'll find is most of them are all in. And we know what we mean by all in on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. You buy the whole fucking cake. You buy the whole cake.
Is that a Jibby Jab reference?
It includes it. It includes it, man. They believe the moon landing. They believe everything about 9/11 that the government told them about. They believe all that bullshit, man. and it's unreal because you know that's like a Jenga tower of bullshit, you know. And I'm thinking, why can't you break your mind free of that? How could somebody hypnotize you to a point that you would believe the most nonsensical shit in the world? But they do, and all I got to do to convince you in the future of nonsensical shit is convince you that you're a monkey on a spinning water ball hurling at unfathomable speeds through some infinite cosmos. Wow.
They
Yeah.
have to now, or else we win. It's all their ego. They have to believe whatever they say, or they'll be losers like
Well,
us.
see, that's how you know they're playing a game. They use the word win. We win, you lose. You see, they're playing a game. It's obvious.
That's it.
Sorry I interrupted you.
I've seen that before. Somebody's like, oh, we win. And then collapse happens.
Exactly.
Every
Like,
time.
what did you win? I mean, let's see the prize, you know.
That's exactly the way McToon was acting. Like
Exactly.
he's going along, so he was winning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. He's like a little girl. I mean, I swear to God, I had a teenage daughter. Okay, and any of you men out there that have had a teenage daughter, you know exactly what I'm fucking talking about. You could see it in that character. You could see it. You know, that's about the time they're testing their goddamn limits too, right there, about 13. They're testing their limits right out because they're starting to be a grow up, see, and they're gonna fucking challenge you like that, see, but they still have that childish mentality, and that's exactly where he's at, and he knows he's doing it. That's why he's got that stupid shit-eating grin on his face. I'm telling you guys, he's got such tells. I would love to sit down at a fucking poker table with this guy. I would clean him out. I'm not kidding you. He has so many tells, and he doesn't even fucking realize it. He doesn't realize I've spent the majority of my life as a hobby studying people, their body language, what their eyes do, plus really studied into it. You know, like how can you tell when somebody's lying? It only takes me 2 seconds. Just by judging their body mannerisms, the way their eyes move, their micro expressions. And this guy can't conceal his duper's delight for the fucking life of him. And he's getting a double dose of it because he thinks he's duping over the guy he's talking to with his bullshit. And he also knows that he's duping the whatever 100 morons that watch his show. See, and that kind of thing just pisses me off because I know he's not stupid. He knows better. I mean, that other channel he has. Are you shitting me? Y'all aware of that, right? McFlatty Flat or some shit like that. And he said last night, oh, that's my evil twin. And I'm like,
how many
what?
subs does he have?
On his regular channel, I'm not sure how many he's got. I don't even go over there. I'm serious. I have never even really been to his channel or his show or anything. I had no interest.
No, me neither. No, I wouldn't bother.
I mean, I already knew he was a piece of shit, you know. And then when he did that shit with posting people's records and shit like that on a website about how flat earthers are awful people and all that shit, that just really, boy, does that make his character shine. So you mean to tell me that because these other people make valid points against your stupidity, that your only course of action is that tells me you don't have anything. That's just like censorship to me. I mean, it doesn't say that the person you're censoring is wrong. It says that you're afraid of what they might say.
It's an ad hom. That's all it is, man. It's just an ad hom.
Yeah.
And when you haven't got anything left, literally all you can do is go away from the subject completely and attack the person and discredit the human being who's even making the claim.
Okay,
so the people themselves should never come into an intellectual discussion. They shouldn't even exist. It should be just about the words and the facts. You know,
exactly.
That's the thing. He wants to deviate away from the facts.
Hello, Tina Slay. How are you doing, hon? I hope that there's more progress on your situation. I really do, man. I was thinking about you earlier. I was washing clothes and folding shirts, and I came across the T-shirt. I'm having a brain fart. In case you guys don't know, her son was it Lisa. Just know karma is coming for her. Who's that? Who's coming for her? What karma? Oh, we got drama, you guys. Anyway, Tina's husband or Tina's son was murdered by the DEA, and there was a huge cover up, and she's been digging into the cover up. Caleb, hashtag justice for Caleb. If you have Twitter, put that in, hashtag justice for Caleb. I'm sure it'll still bring up the information. Also go over to Tina Slay's webpage, over to her Facebook, over to her YouTube page. She's got some videos up about that. It was really some dirty shit. And she's been fighting like a mama bear, getting this shit uncovered. And last I had heard, she had said something about she had some lawyers looking into it and uncovering some shit, and she was filing suit. So I don't know where she stands on that yet. Let's see. So we got Sav for Beth wrist. What? Attempting to dox me with someone else's picture. Oh, okay. So that wasn't you. Okay. I'd still think you probably look something like that. I'm serious. You know, it's not bad or anything. It's just I see people within an archetype. You know, like it's almost like I would be able to take 100 people and break them up into tribes and make them look like they were a family. I just have this ability to be able to. I don't know why. It's weird. Anyway, lawsuit is coming. Good. And that is a tragic story. That is just fucking phenomenally tragic. And how I came to know about Tina was through making fun of this dipshit guy, Chili DeCastro. And this guy had just showed up and went to help her, or supposedly, because he says he's a constitutional law professor or some dumb shit, and he's like a retard. And he was just totally horrible. He just left a mess in the house. They couldn't get him to leave their house, and he was just walking around in front of their daughter with just a towel on and shit. It's like, what? So anyway, that's how I came to know her and what her case was and everything like that. So like I say, everybody go over to Tina Slay's YouTube, and if one of my peeps in here, one of my moderators would be good enough to look up her web or YouTube page and put it up in the chat for people, that'd be great. And I'm glad you got something going on with that.
Is there body cam footage of this? No body cams, right?
I don't believe so. No, I don't know. Was there any body cam? I don't think there was.
She just said no in the chat.
Yeah. There was. They were undercover DEA. Shot him like point blank, man. He wasn't even armed, man. I mean, you know, he was no threat. They just fucking diced him right there for not for nothing. But Caleb had security cams. Aha, very good. Bet they tried to get their hands on that real quick, didn't they?
Yeah.
Listen,
the
that's more
cops claim that he did have a gun. That's their claim.
What's that? Yeah, I guess it is, man. It was like this. Look, there's so much cover up in this whole thing that it just reeks. And of course, it's in a notoriously corrupt area, you know, the United States. Actually, I would say probably it's been speculated is the heart of the Dixie Mafia. So I don't know. Go with that. If you've ever seen Ozark. Okay, they got involved with that outfit. All right. St. Louis, Kansas City, that type of shit going on. There's some corrupt shit there. So what do we got going on? Yeah, so okay, so there's no longer on the ball, I believe you put that up there. Good, thank you, sir. Yeah, they buried it. Yeah, okay, he was legally carrying, but he hadn't drawn or anything either. He hadn't drawn. He was still, I think it was in his waistband still. They just fucking executed his ass. But go to get the whole story, go over to Tina's channel, check that out. It'll infuriate you. I guarantee you that this goes on, and this is by no means the only case of this kind of thing. This thing from the micro to the macro, we have the same thing going on all over the place. And still people saying, but without laws, really? We got laws and people are still doing the same shit, right? So don't look like they're doing a whole hell of a lot of good, are they?
I believe it. San Jacinto County shot a guy in the back of the head while he was handcuffed on his knees. San Jacinto County. This is like in the 90s. Outside of Sundance, it's like a big dance hall where everybody gets in fights and stuff here in Texas.
Oh, okay.
And, it's an old case, but he got shot in the back of the head and he was handcuffed.
So I saw a video that came out of Texas that there was an argument, and it was from inside of the drive up. Some fast food place, I'm not sure which one. Jack in the Box. Yeah, that's what it was. And because the thing said the former Jack in the Box employee. Anyway, her and the guy that was driving in the car that came up to the drive up were arguing, and she left, and he threw his food back at her and everything, right? He threw his food and his shit on the ground and everything like that. And she leaves out of camera. You see her come toward the camera, out of camera range, and then come back. She's got a gun, and she started shooting at that motherfucker, even while hanging out the window while he was driving away. You can see the brass flying out of the gun and everything. I was like, what? Customer service, baby. Hello, Tina Slay. How are you tonight, babe?
Hey, Sav. I'm doing fine. I just wanted to let you know that there has been a reporter that has been working on a case from NBC Investigates, which is the national NBC. She's been doing an 8-month investigation into the overreach and lack of accountability in federal agencies, specifically the DEA. And she reached out to me about 2.5 months ago. This is how long she's been working on this story.
Right. Oh, man.
That's awesome.
And she was going to just feature Caleb along with a couple of other families, one that was by the FBI, murdered by the FBI at his own father's funeral, and I forgot the other one. But in her fact checking, the only one that apparently came back factual was Caleb's.
Wow.
So it's going to be the only focus of her story.
Great. Listen, we need to get that exposure out, and then, like plaster it to people, out there. I wish it was covered by more media, more of the what they call authoritative media for the normie people.
Well, and this particular reporter also produces for the NBC Nightly News, the Today Show, and Dateline. And she said, although she can't promise that it'll make those,
right?
If there's enough interest in it, it will make it. But my attorneys, about the time that this will come out, should be about the same time that the lawsuit has been filed.
Well, let me ask you something, Tina. When it does come out, right? Are you going to be able to? Are you going to receive a copy of it?
Of which one? It'll be in print. It'll be in print first.
Okay. Oh,
it will be in print.
Okay, I got you. Because I want you to be sure and send me the information when it does come out like that. Because even if you know how the media has a tendency to want to protect the cops, okay, and this whole thing, that's where the media is at, because that's where the propaganda machine wants everybody's minds at. So they're liable to push it back to where it doesn't get any interest, but they can do that. But it's people like us out here. Let me tell you something. Word of mouth is doing good. Look at us. We're almost up to 1,000 subscribers on the Sovereign Soul channel, man.
Nice. Well, I will privately send you the information, because Coded Dipshit is still trolling me.
Fuck him.
Oh
He's
yeah, well we'll
another
talk.
loser. He's another loser. I'm telling you, man.
I know. We'll talk about him. We'll talk about him off app. But anyway, I don't want to dox the reporter just yet because I want her to finish her story. However, she is a social justice warrior, so to speak, and has gotten innocent people out of jail by her reporting. That's how great she is at what she does. She's won an Emmy she was one of the first reporters to break the story in Michigan, in Flint, Michigan, about the water.
Oh, wow.
So I did my research on her before I spoke to her. For those who don't know, because a lot of you are new to me, the law firm that I've hired is Burris, Nussbaum, Curry, and Lacey. And John Burris is famously known for representing Rodney King. So it is one of the top 5 law firms in the United States for civil rights. They actually just recently are representing, I want to say 13 clients, and I will butcher this, please excuse me, Anatoc, California, where they went in and fired almost the entire police department. My law firm got the Justice Department involved in the corruption in Anatoc, California.
Wow.
So that's who's representing me. And they don't just take any case. And they had the case file. They reviewed it. They looked it all over before they decided to take me on as a client.
Holy cow, man.
Yeah.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Yeah. So.
Space cherry turnovers.
Yep. And.
Do you,
dropped her
real quick. She left? Where'd she go? Tina?
She tripped. The earth did a rotation, knocked it right off balance.
Fell into a gravity pocket. I was just thinking.
I was thinking that too. It's like she brought up Rodney King, and it makes me want to say, why can't we all just get along?
Mm-hmm. Look at here. I'll bring Tina up in just a second. See this? This is a cherry turnover. Not just a regular cherry turnover. It's a space cherry turnover because I'm up in space, right? You know what's keeping that cherry inside that turnover? Containment, baby. The dough acts like a container for the cherry. It wouldn't be in there if it didn't, right? That's just another example. Tina, you scared us. You fell into a gravity pocket, dear.
Oh, I hit the wrong button on my phone. Sorry. Then you need to talk to Ironton Auditor.
Mm-hmm.
Karma's coming for Beth. And I'll let him fill you in on that.
All right.
But the picture that Writes On and all of them posted is not Lisa.
Okay.
Confirmed it with Terry. It's not Lisa.
Yes. I heard, I think it was Psychic Soul Sense had a video where they were out and I guess the cops were chasing after some guy. And I heard old Beth go, wish I could go out there and chase after. I'd like to chase after him. And I thought to myself, right in my head, I visualized that bull moose trying to chase after somebody.
Well, you know that bull
busted myself up laughing. I mean, because that image just popped into my head when she said that, and I just pictured her trying to run after somebody, and I just fucking laughed. Like, no.
Well, you know that bull moose it shouldn't be throwing stones, and talking about the corruption in the Ironton Police Department when they were the epitome of corruption while they were an Ironton police officer.
Yep. 100.
And there's documentation to back that up.
Yep. I know. We went over that stuff, man, before.
Oh, no. No. You don't understand. Again, talk to Terry tomorrow. Give him a call. Right. Let him explain it to you because you haven't heard this before.
Now, I know that she'd accused, what was it, Mike?
Yeah, Michael Lutz.
Yeah, Michael Lutz of some stuff, and it's, you know, she claims it's absolutely true, but it was never proven. And she really tried to smear the shit out of him with that. I'm surprised he didn't go after her ass, you know?
He slapped her with a cease and desist. But my big question is this new it's not new. It's something that happened while she was on the force. And there was actually an investigation. So there's documentation. It's a matter of, can they find it? Because as you all know, in small towns, reports tend to not get in the right file.
Nope.
So trying to find it is going to be challenging, but it exists.
Especially when you're related to judges and shit like that.
And that's why what she should have been charged for didn't get charged, because her uncle was the sitting judge, and the prosecutor said we'll never be able to charge her. And if you or I had done what she did, we'd be serving about 10 to 20 right now.
Terry said it was getting about time to make another Beth Wrist video. And I said, okay, if you need me to read her part, I will.
Well, wait until you hear it. And so for all the Beth people in here looking, just remember, she is the epitome of what she's accusing everyone else of doing. And you may not know about this, but fortunately, a little birdie told me.
Uh-oh. I hate those.
Oh, and don't say the little birdie's name out loud, Sav.
Oh.
Don't. You know the little birdie.
Sure enough. Yep. So, yeah, you're not going to run into too many of Beth's listeners in here. I doubt that there's one at all. We usually talk about things that would be extremely well beyond her limited mental capacity, I'm sure.
Yep.
Maybe if we were talking about, no, I don't think there'd be anything here. I can't dumb myself down that low.
and then the other drama that's going on some of the channels you used to go to is there's a dude by the name of Fraud at Wrangler. And Fraud at Wrangler has stolen valor, and he used it to raise funds that he said was going to be donated to the Wounded Warrior Project. He said he was a Purple Heart recipient and disabled vet, and turns out doesn't seem to be the case.
Damn.
And I don't know about everybody else. I know how I feel, and I'm pretty sure I know how Sav feels about stolen valor.
Yeah, you got a lot of people all the time trying to do that dumb shit and everything. And I don't think that's really anything to brag about, really. I got a Purple Heart. I mean, I contemplated that when I was in, I thought, what does that really mean? I got a medal for being not as good at my job as the other guy was at his. Really?
Yeah.
I got a medal for being a target. That's not really a good trade, I'm saying. I mean, that's how I looked at it. But there again, I think different. I do. I think way different than a lot of people do.
So Thrash, to answer your question, there is a dipshit auditor here, JC News Now or something. I mean, this guy is a total and complete moron. I wouldn't trust him to audit a freaking McDonald's. And he's very much on the shit list of Greene County's Sheriff's Department. He's been arrested twice that I know of. And you need to familiarize yourself with the Missouri Police Bill of Rights. It was just on the news tonight, as a matter of fact, because the city of St. Louis is trying to challenge it. Anyone interfering in a traffic stop, which means filming, can be arrested.
Well, I don't understand how filming is interfering with a traffic stop. I think that's ridiculous.
You have to understand, this came from the police union.
Doesn't matter. The police union,
I know.
They're not on law.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
I'm aware, but they got a guy by the name of Bill Eigel, who is running for governor in the state of Missouri, to sponsor this bill, and they threw it in under a bunch of stuff, And under pesticide safety and control, they threw in, because it was the last day of session, called the Police Bill of Rights. And it's
that's going to get struck down the first time it's challenged.
yeah, well, they've tried to challenge it because the city of St. Louis, even the sheriff of St. Louis County, tried to challenge it in the lower court. It's currently at the Missouri Supreme Court right now.
It shouldn't even have to. There's already precedence on it.
Yeah.
In Arizona. There's already precedence on it in Arizona.
Yeah.
Interference is a physical act. If you can't handle things around you moving or people being near or not even near, observing you, then you are in the wrong job. Okay, you are in the wrong job. If you're that fearful of your safety, that's not a job you should be doing. Not at all.
And yes, Peter, that's exactly who that is. Him. Yes.
So I think those types of things are horse shit. That'd be like saying, if you look at somebody a certain way, you can be arrested. Why? Because the way you looked at me was interfering with what I was doing. You see, it's the same.
Yeah. Well, this Police Bill of Rights in Missouri has taken it one step further, even though they've not utilized it yet. But if you film a police officer, you have to give him 24 hours notice before you publish it online to let him look at said video. Now, they've not enforced it yet, but they're calling it that the doxing law. And I had it clarified because
I'd go out of my way. I'd go out of my way to break that fucking law right off the bat.
I understand. I totally understand. And I completely think that that's 100% unconstitutional. However, I can understand that a police officer's family and his home should not be doxxed because the police officer's most likely married and has children. And I can understand that part of it.
Okay,
but I don't.
The cops out there all day long dealing with the random public with his face in clear view, wearing a tag on his shirt that says his name. Also another indication of his actual occupation and where that occupation actually is at. Right? So how would capturing that on a video recorder, how would capturing on that possibly dox that person outside of what they've already done themselves? See how it doesn't work?
So to put it in perspective, Turtle Boy Sports has gone to the home of a prosecuting attorney and sat out there and brought a protest group and doxed this prosecutor's wife on film and children. And that I highly disagree with because she's not part of the problem. She might be married to the problem, but that's their safety and privacy of their home. If she were in public, if she were at the mall or a gas station or something like that, I can understand that. But physically going to her home.
Well, did they go in her house and film her?
They stepped on her property stepped off her property, and I have a problem with that.
Why? So what if they just stumbled and stepped on it just a little bit and said, "Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry." You already know they're going to say, "Oh, look, you touched my property." So they're not being physically harmed. People across the street see them go in and out of their house all day long. The people next door see them go in and out of their house all day long. The neighbors and people driving down the street see the kids get in school buses and go to school. They see them go outside and play. They go to the park, the whole family together. Here's the whole outfit. They go out to dinner at places. Do they cover their heads with a bag because of all the security cameras that are everywhere?
I'm just talking about at their home. And to do a flip side of that, let's look at Mark McCloskey, who was at his home when protesters came in through the gated community of his home, and he and his wife come out brandishing guns because they were in fear of their life. And guess who gets charged?
They did.
The McCloskeys.
Yeah, I saw that. That was bullshit.
Yeah, the McCloskeys did. And not only that, they had to surrender their guns to the state of Missouri. So, I mean, you can push it both ways, and it really kind of sucks. But I'll tell you what, Missouri is probably one of the most back-assward places because dark money from both parties. No party is innocent here, folks. Dark money comes into the state and goes back out from this state. And that's why they leave us alone. For I'm just here to tell you, it comes in for both the Democrats and the Republicans. They do not discriminate.
Hold on a second. This guy says an officer should be safe from some idiot standing behind him in the night. Well, that's subjective. How do you know that it's an idiot that's standing behind him? How is he already judged this person who just happens to be in his vicinity? Because he's paranoid about what anybody being behind him? Why is he so paranoid about people being behind him? Is he doing shit that he knows somebody would fuck him up for? Probably.
I mean, plus he's got.
He cannot see. Dude, the whole area is a place he cannot see. What does he think? There's a whole bunch of people lurking around? This doesn't make any sense. It's not about your feelings. If your feelings are so weak and you're such a pussy that you're afraid of a cricket fart in the dark, then don't be a cop. Okay, just don't. And maybe you probably wouldn't have so many fucking people hating you if you didn't screw with everybody all the time, man. I mean, where do they not get it? Oh, people don't like the police. Jesus Christ, I wonder why. Caleb, I wonder why we don't like the police. All the people that have been fucking beat up, murdered, and shit by them. Geez, I wonder why we don't like them. Me especially. I've told you already how I am with that shit. I won't stand for a motherfucker picking on somebody that didn't deserve it. Not 1 minute will I. Man, I don't give a shit if everybody in the chat and everybody else out there in the world says, "Oh, Sav, you're a fuckhead for doing it." I don't give a shit, man. They don't drive me. Truth and light drive me, baby. That's it.
Oh, yeah. The other thing in Missouri is, and again, they've not charged anybody with this yet. So I want you guys to remember what country we live in. Do you know if you accuse the police officer of corruption, you can be charged with a misdemeanor? Yep, buried in the Police Bill of Rights.
Oh,
and it took the mayor and the sheriff in St. Louis to try to challenge this, and they're trying so very hard. And the lower courts upheld that it was constitutional, so now it's sitting in the Missouri Supreme Court. I just saw something on the news on it tonight. And people want to argue with me that I'm not reading it right. Well, guess what? I talked to 3 different senators and asked for clarification. Only reason why this got passed is because they put in, and you're going to love this, that chokeholds were illegal unless the officer feared for their life.
Oh, for fuck, they're always in fear for their life.
Listen, that's the first thing they tell them from the first day of the academy. Say these 5 words: I fear for my life. Say it like it rolls off your tongue. Say it every day. Say it 20,000 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
I feared for my life.
And then follow it up with, and I should be.
It's Antichrist. Christ told us not to be afraid to lose our life.
I'm not. I'm at peace. I could meet my maker right now. I'm good. I'm good.
Easy.
Also says, if you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. If you live by the law, you will be judged by the law.
Yeah, man.
Listen, everybody wants to know why officers are getting out of control. They've always been this way. It's just there's more cameras available. However, it does not help we the people that there's a gentleman by the name of David Grossman who is the #1 trainer in law enforcement for federal, state, you name it. He's actually the guy that goes around and gives conferences for their hours that they have to renew every year. Yep. This man wrote a book called Killology. He came from the military. He is a psychologist.
He's a psychopath.
What he does is he goes into these conventions, these classrooms, and he says, that is your prey. He's talking about us. You are the hunter. Do not be afraid to hunt the prey. Seek the prey. Hunt the prey. Kill the prey. And when you do, go home and have sex with your spouse, and it will be the best sex you've ever had in your life.
I've heard that creep.
That's a psychopath, man.
Yes, it is.
That's what he's teaching. He's required reading at Quantico. Required for your federal agents.
Is he the same one that was
really
said?
called Grossman?
What's
Is
that?
his real name? Grossman.
Grossman, yeah.
Wow. Well, there you go
And-
then.
And you have to, and if you Google him, there is another David Grossman. So you have to make sure you write author of Killology. You should see his videos. He was scheduled to be in the same hometown of George Floyd the weekend George Floyd was murdered, and they ushered him the hell out of there. I mean, I kid you not. And I like Chad Gu as a person, but he like swears by this book. And I'm here to tell you, what they're doing is they are dehumanizing the public to law enforcement. That's what it is. That's what this book is about. It's dehumanizing us. Yet we get shows like On Patrol, Live PD, and cops that say, but humanize the badge. We're people too. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll humanize you when you humanize me back. Let's start there first.
You get back what you give. You dig?
Yep.
And I told somebody this in the chat or in the comments today. And it was this simple, man. I will give what I get. So the basic rule is this. See, I like the Gadsden flag. I like that. But I think you should change it to a porcupine because I'm like a porcupine, right? I just go through the forest and I do porcupine shit. I don't fuck with nobody. I don't screw nothing up. I just go along and be a porcupine. But when you come and fuck with me, you're going to have a rough time to go. So I want to put the porcupine on a yellow flag, and I want it to say, don't start no shit, won't be no shit. That's my form of don't tread on me. Don't start no shit, won't be no shit. Because I guarantee you, I'm going to finish shit or die trying. That's always been my go-to. That's how I am.
So, Saab, the other thing that I'm working on is I'm actually writing 2 pieces of legislation. And I'll have to find sponsors for it. One of them is called Caleb's Law.
Good.
And for all of you that don't know, I was on scene probably 5 to 10 minutes after my son was shot. My son laid on the ground, handcuffed, shot in the head twice, bleeding, heart beating for 15 minutes. And no one, not one paramedic, not one police officer provided him any medical attention. And let me tell you how far away his front yard to the emergency room, a level 1 trauma center. 49 seconds without lights and siren. 49 seconds.
And I hear that, and it fucking rips me up. And that's why I say, you guys go over to Tina's thing, over to her YouTube channel. Check this shit out over there, man. It's reprehensible. It really is. And there again, as Renee puts out on here, that we've all been enslaved, man. And this is the kind of shit that people are putting up with. People are saying, oh, damn, we have to go along with that because some guy in a marble building wrote that shit down on a piece of paper and his friends agreed with it. Yeah. Well, then they sprinkled it with some magic pixie dust and now everybody has to listen to it. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to fucking listen to it. Why would I listen to a piece of paper that violates my fundamental goddamn rights? I'm not going to do that. That's insane, man. Why would anybody do that? Why would anybody let some other man tell them what to do? How does that man get authority? Only through your
sorry, dude. Because we've always, like, from an early age, we've always had that voice telling us that they know better and we're just a kid, and then it was the teachers. And we've always been in that position, man. Like, we've always had that someone, authority figure.
Yeah.
A lot of us rebelled early in life, but if you don't rebel, it'll always be there.
Well, I mean, there was a point in my life when I looked at my dad and I was like, dude, I got hair on my face like you. I stand as tall as you. I'm a man and I don't really have to do what you tell me. Okay. I will out of respect, but I don't have to. Okay. And I look at it like this with anybody, you know, and when I see another man, just because he has a costume on or he's wearing a suit or he's behind a podium or he has special accolades after his name, none of that matters to me at all. I don't fucking care. I don't care. None of that is factored into the equation. When it comes down to it, you're either a dick or you're not, man. And that's all it really is. You're either a dick or you're not a dick. And I don't know. Tina, I wanted to ask you, did you happen to catch the thing with McToon on my show?
I caught parts of it. Like I said, I've been kind of busy and we'll have to catch up off app because lots is going on. But no, about Caleb's Law, Sav, while I'm on scene, so I want to set this up for everybody because I'm on scene. They took almost 2.5 to 3 hours before they notified us that Caleb was deceased. And I asked them to please not release his name for 24 hours because he has a little sister, 8 years old, who's at home. And I did not need her to hear this on the 9 o'clock news. Not while all of the rest of her family is on scene. We wanted to be able to tell her. They looked me dead in the eye and said, we won't release his name for 24 hours. The chief of police, Paul Williams, released Caleb's name 4.5 minutes later, and it made the 9 o'clock news. So his 8-year-old sister heard that on the 9 o'clock news. So Caleb's Law is the right for a family to grieve, that a minimum of 96 hours before releasing the name of a victim of an officer-involved shooting, and that includes an officer if they're shot. But there is a little catch to that. That at the same time they release the victim's name, they must also release the involved officers, because we all know that's not going to happen until after an investigation. So, in full transparency, if you're not going to release the officers' names at that time, then you shouldn't release the victim's name until the investigation is complete.
And what are the consequences for someone that does?
That's what I'm working on. I'm working with my attorneys because they're going over it now. So they will put all of that in, but that's the first part of it. It's called the family's right to grieve in privacy.
Right.
The second law that
I was just thinking without a consequence, then the law itself is worthless, like most of them are.
Exactly. So that brings me to my next point. So the Brady Act of 1963, which is supposed to, any officer who lies under oath or is caught lying in an investigation which negatively impacts a defendant is supposed to be placed on a Brady list. You see, this would have cleaned up a lot of our law enforcements over these years. The problem is there's no enforcement to this law, and states like mine laugh at it.
You got foxes guarding the hen house, sweetheart. That's all.
So my next bill that I'm working on, it's called the Brady Accountability Act. And this is where the accountability comes in. Any agency failing to comply with Brady loses federal funding for a minimum of 2 years.
That's fucking great, man.
If you hit them in the pocketbook, suddenly they will comply.
Well, I hope it goes through, Tina. I really do. I mean, that's great. Like I said, we'll talk about that offline, but sort of still online, but offline, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah.
Gray Eagle is here. He's joined us. We've had a couple other people push button 62 since I made my last check-in with everybody. I'm going to go over here and take a look at the top thing here. Who's in my participations? Anybody new?
But I didn't mean to take over your stream, Sav. I just wanted to tell you those few little updates because we haven't talked in a while.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. And you got my number, so get a hold of me, babe. All right.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to jump down. Thank you all. If anybody has any questions, my attorney's name. They also have a YouTube, Facebook, official DeWitt Lacey. If you go to Instagram, there's a video of when they flew to Springfield, and it's got in the video that Caleb was alive for 15 minutes. And by the way, all law enforcement officers have national training standards. The first thing they are supposed to do is to provide medical aid. One of these officers was a trained paramedic.
Holy shit.
And you know what he did? He walked the fuck away.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even check for a pulse. When he called 911, 911 wanted him to go over and try life-saving measures. Do you want to know what he said? Transfer me to my supervisor. I don't have time for that.
Oh my
They
God.
asked him, is he alive? And he says, well, he's not dead yet.
Oh my God.
That's on the 911 call.
Man. So yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, I remember you telling about that, man. Like I say, everybody go over and check out Tina's channel. Anybody watching rebroadcast later, if we have anybody, I've gone ahead and put the link to her channel down in the description of this. And I think we have not heard anything from
And Saab, give Naughty Hippo a big hug from me.
Will do, sweetheart. Absolutely. I will do that.
And I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you, darling.
Bye-bye.
So what do you think of that shit in America, Ruhif?
Yeah, I don't really want to comment. Like I've read the first report that came out, and you know I've seen a lot of donut operator videos, body cam footage, and by and large, I'm not going to say all, but most shootings are justified.
What do you think about the Daniel Shaver shooting? Did you ever see that?
Where he's crawling on the floor.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah, was that justified?
No, shit, no.
No, it wasn't. There's a whole bunch more just like that, you know. Happens every day. Every day. They're not all justified. These people just as soon as one guy.
Hang on, Dave.
They had a guy.
What did I just say?
They let off. I couldn't believe it right here in this little town right here. They shot this guy. They shot over what was it? 89 rounds. The first two hit him. They were still shooting at him when he was on the ground. And 13 of the rounds hit their own fucking vehicles. That's how careless these idiots are.
Right.
So in other words, they shot at a vehicle that was going down the road in a neighborhood with houses.
You understand? I didn't say that all were justified.
I'm like, God damn, man.
Did I say all were justified?
No, I'm just saying I don't
okay.
think that a great majority of them are justified at all. In a lot of cases, we find out that they're not. They'll make it look like it is. Of course they will. They got this little cool thing called qualified immunity. They don't really have to say anything because they promised to tell the truth once, said a little poem, and then they got their paycheck. And now it's all said and done. It's over. They don't have to worry about that no more. They don't even know what the little oath that they swore even said. It's disgusting, man. This is worldwide. It's happening in the UK. It's happening all over the world, man. It's nothing more than these system robots and us. I mean, how could somebody take a job that they have to do the kind of shit that cops do to their fellow man? Think about that. I mean, outside of catching murderers and thieves and rapists and stuff, what does the 90% of their job consist of? Harassing people, man. Giving them tickets and generating revenue and fucking with them about stickers and plates and little pieces of paper with a picture on it and other such nonsense.
Don't forget those license plate lights, man, that go out.
No, bro, man, that's some funky shit, man. They pull that dumb shit. And it's like, motherfucker, don't you have a light on the front of your car? Why you need me to light the tag up? You can see it. What's wrong with you? Besides that, you got a little scanner on your goddamn car now that'll tell you. You don't even have to call it in. It'll do it for you. They just pull that bullshit. I've had them pull me over for dumbest ass goddamn shit. And the first thing they do, they want to ask you questions right off the bat. You know why I pulled you over? I just say, do you know why you pulled me over? I just throw it right back at them. Where are you going? That way, obviously. That's the direction my vehicle's pointed in. Where are you coming from? Obviously that way, because that's the opposite direction I was pointed in. And then about after that, they ask a question. I'm like, dude, are you lonely or something? Are you trying to make friends with me or what the fuck, man? Are you going to do this or what are you doing? I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to chit chat with you, but I'm being nice. I don't care. I don't like you. You sell out your fellow man for a paycheck. You're a piece of dirt. Go away from me. I just ain't got no tolerance for that shit, man. I ain't got no tolerance for motherfuckers trying to snag people's minds and make them think dumb shit. I ain't got no tolerance for bullies. I ain't got no tolerance for people that think they better than somebody else. Man, those are the things that I just rage against, man. And it's not anger, it's righteous indignation, man. And it fuels me. It fuels me, man. I don't know.
I wish people like Mick Toon would finally explain to us why I see the same set of constellations year round when I'm living on the side of the ball and I can only see the stars from the sun. That means from summer to winter, I should see a whole different set of constellations that is never explained by these people.
Do you like me to
Instead, they just.
No, Lordy, let me see here.
Hang on.
Always catch
Hang on,
me.
I've got to see if we do have a name for
You
it.
always catch me when I'm right or when you don't have nothing yet, do you? I got like 9.
No.
How many do I got? 6, 7, 8. I got 8 windows at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 down here. There's no extra. I don't have anything displayed yet, but when you do,
No, I don't. I drew something for Troubling Tribune a few months ago about Orion being visible, but I don't have it as a meme.
Yeah.
Anyway,
stars are quite curious things, man. They really are quite curious.
I did find it. Sorry. All right, where are we? I do have a meme. Can we see Orion year round?
You know what I can't see in the wintertime a lot of times?
What?
My lawn.
Because it's snowing?
That's right. But that can only mean, see, you guys, I already know where you're going to go with this, but go ahead. I think it's funny.
Where are you? You're in Virginia, aren't you?
Yeah. We ain't been getting this much snow. I think the last time we got really big snow was probably, oh shit, let's see. We were living over on Baltimore Hill. That was probably, 15 years ago or more. That was the last time we had a really big snow. Other than that, we get a skift here and there, and that's about it, man. Up in the mountain, we get a little bit, but ain't much like it used to be.
Just the same here, man. Exactly the same situation. 15, 20 years ago, the winters, we were sledding and it was thick, and we haven't had real snow for about 7 years.
Look at here, Ruhef got his fucking dome shined up for us now. Would you go get it shaved down again? Looks good, man.
Oh, I've given up. So you can kind of see. Oh, you can't see now. But you can kind of see it's most hair here, and I'm losing.
Well, that's because you're worried about damn rocks from space gonna smash into your shit and space aliens.
Really not worried about that.
It looks like
you ain't worried about it. Did you not see the Mexican alien, Ruhif? Come on, bro.
I saw that, but they won't give any samples to anyone.
It totally was not paper mache. Okay.
Yeah, they won't give samples to anyone. So,
Oh my word. Okay, so what
is that the North Star?
No, this is Orion. So, there is a period where you cannot see Orion, but it does depend on your latitude as to whether you can see it year round. It was just in response to Troubling Tribune a couple of months ago. So there's that.
Yeah, I remember you guys going over that, and I was sitting there the whole time thinking, yeah, that's interesting. We need to figure out what kind of a medium these things are in. We really do. Because I think that we're seeing some I think we're seeing some eyeball tricks. I really do.
Yeah. So this is us standing where our head is facing north and our feet are facing south. Cool. So if we're on the
our heads are pointed up and our feet are pointed down. If my head was pointed north, my feet would be pointed south, and I'd be laying on the ground.
Yes.
Okay,
yes, that's
so
what
I'm not
I mean.
laying
Yes.
on the ground though. I'm not. Am I lying? I'm in this. I'm lying on the ground then.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that me standing on the North Pole, or what is that?
Well, you could be standing on the North Pole.
Well, no, you'd have to be laying down. You'd have to be laying down.
Yes, on the equator. Yes, you'd be laying down.
No,
if your head is north,
if I was where that N is at, and my feet were pointed south, then that means my head would have to be laying. I don't know what's that round thing. What's that big yellow round thing?
Is that tilting? Oh, that's the sun.
Yeah. So the big yellow thing's the sun, and then Orion's the star.
Okay.
Right. So that's all I'm trying to establish here is
All
the
right. I
orientation.
was thinking that ball. I thought you meant we were standing on that ball right there. I was like,
no, this is just the orientation. So if you are on the equator, then yes, you'd be laying down on the globe. If you're on the North Pole, you'd be standing up. If you're on the South Pole, you'd be standing on your head. All right. That's just the orientation. All right. Second meme.
Wait a second. What?
Yeah.
But let me ask you this, brother.
There's no South Pole. What are you talking about?
On a globe.
Okay. We're talking about Narnia stuff. Go ahead.
Okay. Someone asked how this is possible on a globe. So this is what
I get it now. I get it now. I thought we were talking about real things, but go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. It's all I'm saying is this is a rebuttal to an argument some people make about Orion.
But Brother Ansel, I should be able to see not any one of the constellations that I see in winter that I do in summer.
Which one? Why is
any of them? None of them. Because look, if that's the sun, okay, and let's just say that north is the Earth is in between that big star, and I guess that star is Orion, right?
Yep.
Well, and then the Earth is in between that star, so that you put that dash in between. If you say that's Earth, that's that. Right?
The blue
I can
is
only
Earth.
face Orion at nighttime. The blue is Earth?
Yeah, in this second slide, the blue is Earth. All right, so this one on the left, that's someone on the equator, right? So because they're standing up and they're kind of sideways to that north-south orientation, then Orion and the sun will always have the same altitude in the sky. That's why you'll never see it. Right, but if you go to the poles, right, you have the possibility there of Orion being above the horizon and the sun being below. Right, it's just simply to explain how the latitude affects what you can see.
But we're circling the sun in a heliocentric model, right?
Yep.
So in winter, I'm on the opposite side of the sun as I am in summer.
Right.
So how can I see the winter stars at night unless I'm facing away from the sun? I should be facing away from every last one of those constellations.
Let me draw it.
What I'm saying?
I do, and let me draw it.
I can't see through the sun because it's going to blind me. I wouldn't be able to see Orion at all.
Yeah, hold on.
Well, the Earth spins, and so do the stars, just as fast as the Earth spins. So
They don't say
because
the
they would have to
heliocentric
keep up.
doesn't say that they don't say that the stars spin. They say the stars are fixed.
I can't see Orion in the sunshine anyway.
I'm just saying that you're right. We see the Big Dipper and the Small Dipper. Doesn't matter what time of year.
That means that we haven't moved anywhere.
That's
because
right.
if I've gone all the way around the sun, the only way I can see the stars that I did in the summertime, the only way I could face the stars that I've seen at the night sky in the summertime would be to face the sun in the daytime.
Well, if we're spinning, they have to be spinning to be staying in the same place, right? That would only be common sense. I'm putting it out there because that's how stupid some people think. That we're moving, but these stars just happen to not be moving when we see the same ones, like you're
There
saying.
we go,
every
Brother
damn
Ansel.
night.
If you exactly okay, if that blue ball is Earth in the let's say the winter time, and those stars are stars that I could have seen in summertime, because I have to face away from the sun to see the stars, right?
Right.
No. This is what I'm drawing for you.
If you'd put another blue ball on the other side of that sun to represent the Earth in the opposite season, it would make so much more sense.
All right. This is the Earth. That's the sun.
Okay.
All right. For this observer here, he is in darkness. All right. He can see the stars over here. He can't see these ones. Can't see those. But he can see these ones. Right?
Okay. He can look. He can only. I mean, what are the stars that he's looking at when he's facing the opposite direction?
Yeah, the other ones.
Those are the Those are the stars he should be able to see.
Right.
Now,
he can see those.
How can he see those stars in the others in the other season?
Yeah, those are these stars. That's these ones. Just reverse the image that I drew. He can see those ones, right?
Okay, even if you can say he could see those seasons, okay, if you reversed it, then those stars you just now showed me in those lines, I can't see those no more.
Yes, you can.
I'm on the opposite
You
side
can't
of the
see
sun.
these ones. You can't see these ones directly opposite the sun, but you can see these ones.
I've never seen a drastic change in any constellations, is my point. I should be able to
That's
see.
an entirely different question.
It is not.
You're talking about constellations change, like moving?
I'm talking about whole different sets of constellations that are now visible because I'm on the other side of the sun. I've never seen that.
Yeah, there's only a small part of the sky that you can't see at nighttime.
And don't tell me this is the part you can't see.
No,
You can see all of this. All
How
the
can I
stars in
see
those
that?
directions.
How can I see those stars if if I'm on the side of that ball in Texas?
Yeah,
I can't
you're
see
here.
the Earth.
You're here, right? You're dark here. You're in nighttime here.
I'm way on the side of the ball. I'm in Texas.
no.
I'm close to the equator.
You're here. It's either just before
that's
sunrise
not where he's
or
at,
just
though.
after
That's
sunset.
not where he's at. Move your arrow to about 2:30 p.m. on that circle.
Here?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's more close.
Why
to
is he
that.
there?
Because he's not right up at the north.
No. We're looking down. We're looking down on this. North Pole. This is the North Pole.
What is the North Pole? The top of that blue ball?
Yes, that's the North Pole.
He's not at the North Pole.
That's the North Pole.
Yeah,
looking
but
down.
you don't live at the North Pole. Nobody lives at the North Pole except Santa
That's the North
Claus.
Pole. North Pole of the
You have
sun,
to
North
believe
Pole
that
of
because I can
Earth.
make a formula.
I'm still at
Pole
about
here.
3 o'clock.
No, depends on
still
what time
gonna
of
be
night
at
it
about
is. We're looking down on the North Pole. Okay, so at sunset, you're here. At sunrise, you're over here. Oh, sorry, other way around. Sunset over here, sunrise over here. We're looking down on the North Pole, not side on to things.
No, bro, he's way down.
Yeah, we're looking up from Texas.
You're gonna have to
But
take
it
him.
being dark, it's
Gosh, guys, you need to take him to a point where he is about where the Tropic of Cancer is at. Okay, because Tropic of Cancer is right at the southern tip of Florida, just right about where Miami's at.
Right.
And
Can we work in
Texas
2D
is
for now?
far from there, so that's going to give you your true angle. Okay.
Can we do 2D for the first bit?
Right on, man. But you're going to have to give a more accurate rep. See, this is the thing. These diagrams are really crappy a lot of times because that's what they use. See, and I bust you guys on it all the time. You try to show me Eratosthenes is horse shit and your sun rays are parallel, right? But then you want to explain a fucking eclipse, and now all of a sudden these things are radiating. They're crepuscular. Now they're different. You know, and it's like what it knows to turn into that kind of light when it's an eclipse, but when some Greek guy's sticking shit in the ground and looking at shadows, then it knows to be parallel. I mean, you can't, none of your goddamn stuff is ever, not you personally, but none of you guys' stuff is consistent, man. It really isn't. Anyway, go ahead with your little thing there.
Yeah, so we're looking down on the North Pole. Let's say you're on the equator for now, right? Just to keep it two-dimensional. The sun, it's just before sunrise here, where I got my cursor. So you can see the stars here. The only stars you can't see are the ones pretty close to the sun. So you can see almost all the constellations throughout the year. And if you had a high enough latitude, you can probably see them.
Yeah, but you'd be able to do that. You'd be able to do that anyways, Ruhif. You'd be able to do that anyways, even on a flat model.
Okay. This is in response to someone saying that this is a flat Earth.
I'm just saying, see, a lot of times this is where this goes is people say, so this can only mean, and it's like, well, no, that's not the only thing it can mean.
No, I agree.
A lot of times when we see, a lot of times circumstantial evidence is used to try to and treat it as, oh, so this can only mean. I was reading about how they figured out the distance of the sun, right? And they said, so they noticed that the sun and the moon was the same size. But since the sun was so much brighter, this could only mean that it was far away and huge. And I'm like, why would that only mean that?
Yeah, it's a shit
right?
argument.
I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? Where did you get that from? So that was the basis you went from right there. Just this can only mean, when you know damned well that it's not all that it can mean. I mean, that's what's done all the time. This can only mean. No, that's not the only explanation for it. There are several factors that we don't take into account. And a lot of times when we're looking at bullshit in the sky, I'm going to tell you this, Ruhif, when we're looking at bullshit up in the sky, we still have some problems going on because we still don't know if what we're seeing is actually what we should be seeing, or if it's in some kind of a refracting medium. Okay. Now we also have to determine how is that refractive medium interfacing with whatever we're in. Okay. Is it curved? What shape is it? Is it a prism? What are we dealing with here? Even with a flat surface of a lake, if I go to spear a fish, and I used to go spearing carp and shit, right? If I go to spear a fish, I know you don't aim where the fish is at because you'll miss every time. And if you ever want to explain to somebody why, all you got to do is say, okay, take your spear, stick it into the water and look at it through the water. Look at that. Wow, somebody broke it and replaced it over on the other side. Now, when you curve a lens with a fluid medium like that, you get a severe amount of refraction. So we haven't determined any of this, what's out there. Yes, I agree that probably people in different areas can see that star. So what? We need to know where they're at, what they are, really how far away they are, because we know that these preposterous distances are not true. That's easy enough for a child to understand. That's ridiculous. Anybody that could actually think, like with Jupiter, I can look out outside at night on a clear night. I can see Jupiter with my naked eye. And I'm supposed to believe that there's a billion miles of fucking light travel, and half of it, or at least a quarter of it, is reflective off of something that would have absolutely no reflective properties. But I just take that because somebody says, yeah, we know that because we looked at it with a spectroscopy. Oh, really? And what did that tell you? Well, it gave off a certain spectrum of light. So this can only mean that it's this kind of gas. No, it can't. You know what else gives off that spectrum of light? Light gives off that spectrum of light. Okay? So this can only mean shit's got to go out the door, babe.
I'm just saying, as I travel around the sun, those stars at the top, those stars at the bottom, I should be traveling through whole sets of constellations. And I'm not. I'm seeing the same constellations as year round.
All right. But now you're back talking about stars moving as opposed to which stars you can see. So what is your argument?
My argument is that ball is going around that sun, right?
Yep.
And you just showed me I can't see those certain stars because the sun's blocking my view with the light.
Yep.
Whether I'm at the top or the bottom or the left or the right, and we've got all those stars around us, I should be traveling through whole different sets of constellations as the seasons change.
When you say,
and I'm not seeing that
Yes,
at all.
because
when you
he
say
was
traveling,
he would
We're
be on
traveling
the
around the sun.
yes,
west
but-
side of that yellow sun.
Eh?
If
So
Earth
yeah.
is circling, then we would see the different constellations all the way around, but we do not.
I know, man.
Yeah,
Because
some-
you would
some of
be
them are
on the
blocked by the
east
sun.
side of the sun one part of the year and the west side of the sun on another, right?
But you can see you're on the let's
So
say
we
the
would
right
see
of the sun.
different constellations, not the same ones.
Let's just say that star
All
by that
year
pink
round.
disc.
Who am I talking to? Am I talking to Dreamy or am I talking to
Yeah, you guys gotta keep it. You're doing what they do. You guys you are. You're doing what they do. You keep asking him different questions and shit. He's trying to get through the same questions. Now I understand what you're doing, what you're asking, and maybe I can put it into a language that Ruhif can understand because I know where you guys are coming from with this. All right.
Yeah,
even if as you go around the sun, right, your nighttime is going to be away from the sun, correct? Okay, we're going to do it like this. We're actually going to, I don't need a 2D model. I'll use a 3D model. Y'all can see this microphone, I hope. Okay, and I'm going to bring myself up. I'm going to bring myself up full screen. Okay, so you can see this microphone. Now, when this grinder, which is the earth, or I'll just use my hand. Okay, so when I'm over here, see, and we're going to denote this with where the button is. See the little button on here? I can make.
So which one's Earth? Which one's Earth? Which one's sun?
All right, this thing right here is Earth. This microphone is the sun.
Yep.
Okay, so now that button is in daylight, and behind this Earth, behind here, there are stars back here we can see because it's nighttime, right?
Yep.
So now, when the sun comes around to here, and it's daytime where the button is, this guy at nighttime is seeing a whole different part of the sky.
At midnight, yes.
Well, sure, but we don't ever witness that, do we?
Yes, you do.
No,
That's exactly what you said.
So here's the problem. No, it isn't. Here's the problem with that.
If you're the Big Dipper, you should
and
just
also, wait a second. I'm not done, man. Okay, look. Here's the other part. We're supposedly chasing the sun as we're orbiting it at some kind of phenomenal rate, 500,000 miles an hour or whatever. But just in the last 500 years, the rate of distance that we've traveled is phenomenal. And due to what everybody likes to point out, parallax, right? The constellations we see are merely points of light in the sky at a certain arrangement that we recognize. At that distance of change, unless these things are going exactly with us, would change over that 500-year period. However, they have not. All of our stellar calculations remain consistent like a clock. And there's no way with that random fucking bullshit going on. And this is why you guys have to make up these distances that are unfathomable and don't exist in any kind of reality whatsoever. And then expect people are going to be seeing a point of light that far the fuck away. And it's like, come on, man. How much are you people thinking we smoke? I mean, I smoke a lot of weed, but I ain't that fucking high. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Which do you want to address the midnight constellations?
Yeah, go for it, man.
You will absolutely see different constellations at midnight, 6 months apart.
Yeah,
I've never seen that.
No, I haven't either.
Always seen the same one.
What?
Who has ever seen that? I've never seen the Big Dipper not be in the sky. Never. Winter, summer.
Yeah, no. That wasn't the question. At midnight, 6 months apart, you will see different constellations.
When? Take pictures of them. I'd like you to send pictures of these different constellations.
We can do it in Stellarium now, or we can wait 6 months. What would you prefer?
how many times you go out at night and watch the stars for hours on
Well,
end?
I've got a telescope set up in my garage.
Look.
I'm
As
just
I
asking.
have said several hundred times, looking at shit in the sky when you don't know what the fuck they are, you don't know what they're in, and you don't know what you're looking through at them is almost goddamn retarded. And using that as any proof of anything other than there's this point of light and it changes from where I see it. That's all you get from that. Okay? If I want to know the condition of my floor, what do? I look at the cars that go by on the street out there and say, oh, well, that must mean that my house is fucking moving or whatever. I mean, that's some of the most assumptive, dumb shit that I've ever seen in my entire life, man. How do people even think that way?
You talk about looking at the sky to figure out where you are or the shape of what you're on.
Yeah. First off, let's look at how stupid this is. A guy looks through a fucking crappy telescope. This is back Galileo, whoever. Guy looks through this crappy telescope and he sees these objects in the sky. Okay, so he assumes that they must be spheres. And not only does he assume that they must be spheres, he assumes that they are spheres of terra firma. And therefore, because he sees these spheres, what he assumes to be spheres of terra firma in the sky, that can only mean that he is one of these things as well, right? This is where this comes from. So that's about as intelligent as me looking into the sky and seeing a bird fly by and determining that I too must be a bird.
No, several things I've got to address there. So someone played the four red circles thing, right?
Yeah.
No one looks at that, looks at a circle and goes, "Oh, that must be a sphere," right? That's not what happens.
No, they see a pattern. They see a pattern go across what they assume is the face of it, and they assume that it must be going around to the other side and coming back again. Like, do you actually think that when you see one of those scrolling little digital signs at a store, do you think that words is actually going around and wrapping to come back again? No, it's just starting over, bro.
No, but if I see a circle from two vastly different locations, long way away, what object always looks like a circle, no matter how far, no matter where you are?
Well, anything, a circle.
No.
Depending, hold on. A circle. Wait a second. A circle, depending on how far away it is.
Thank you.
Will appear as a sphere.
Yep.
There's a number of different things. To assume that it's a sphere is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
Yes. Wait a second. Until we can actually go to one of these things, if it's at all possible, will we ever really know for sure?
Well, we're getting off to the proof thing. I don't want to do that.
No, it's not down to the proof thing. If there was one time that people, science and everything, these were scientists, these were supposedly logical thinking people, believed that mice could spontaneously generate out of trash. Did you know that? That was a scientific fact. These people touted it as a fact. It had no basis in science whatsoever, merely an observation that there was some trash that didn't have rats in it. And then the next thing I know, there's rats in it. So it must mean that the trash caused the rats. This is the thinking that you people are doing with the objects you look at. And to concrete this as, oh no, it's not an assumption at all. It's because we've been there. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No one has been out of here. No one gets out of here alive. Okay? No one's been out of here. And if they have to explain to me now then what is the containment. And we know it's not gravity. That's horse shit.
Okay, so if the moon is close, it's a sphere then, right?
No.
No?
It appears to be a sphere. It doesn't have to be a sphere.
Okay.
It's a circle from our point of view.
Who's got that video? Who's got that video of the moon?
What is the most reasonable explanation?
Somebody's got that video with the moon. We showed it the other night on here. I could look back through my history. Dude, this thing is totally not a sphere, but in every instance when you look at it, it looks like a sphere. We showed one earlier. Here, look at this on Karen.
Sure, show it again.
This
Did
is
you show it from multiple angles, like we do with the moon?
All right, we're going to.
Okay.
Yes. Because you don't see any kind of angle where you're going to be able to do that with. Everybody,
You don't show no
you
have to agree.
The exact same image of the moon. I don't give a fuck where you are. You see the exact same image of the moon. It's only tilted or moved in a certain position, but you never see any spherosity to it.
You do. You see shadows.
You see shadows or what appear to be shadows. It doesn't mean it. You'll see shadows on this too. Watch.
Okay, let's do like a
Right,
what Bayes theorem is, right?
You wanted to see this.
All right.
All right.
This is about what is the most reasonable
All right,
explanation.
whatever. No, it's not. I'm talking about assuming shit, man.
Okay.
You're also assuming with the medium these things are in, bro.
Not an assumption either.
That is an assumption.
No, it's
You
not.
have no proof of what the medium is.
Show you demonstration.
You can't be. You have to have containment for a vacuum. You have to have containment for a vacuum, brother. Sorry.
It can be
any kind of pressure, negative or positive. You need a fucking.
Let's just watch
It can
this.
be a sphere. You just can't tell. Here are
Here's
four
the same
objects.
thing.
We've seen
They
this,
all look
right?
round, right?
Okay.
But are
Obviously,
they
you
all
understand
pause.
it, right?
Pause for a second.
How
They
do we
all
know?
look like spheres, don't they?
What if
They
I
do
told
look
you
like
that
it,
there's
but
only
they're
one
not
object
moving,
that
and
is
we're
not
not
there?
viewing them from different
You
angles.
don't
tell what it
ever,
is?
when do you ever get a
Can you tell me
different
how you knew it?
face of the moon than
How would we
anybody
even
else?
know the
When you
distance?
show me
tell
anybody
you that they
anywhere,
are
any
100 feet
picture
away
of the
and you will
moon
believe it.
from wherever they're at, and
They
you
can
can look
only
at
be a
hundreds
few
of them
inches
from
away.
around the
And I
goddamn
can
world,
tell you that they
and
are
they
10
are
meters
all
in
showing the
diameter,
exact
but they could
same
only
face and
be
features.
5
You don't
centimeters
see
in
any
diameter.
angular
You can
difference
never
to
know
it.
using
So
your
this
camera.
I'm
parallax
talking about
bullshit-
Jupiter.
Them
shut us-
carefully.
This parallaxical bullshit ain't gonna fly.
Here's the only
We
object
already
talking
know
about
that's not
Jupiter.
spherical here.
Can you pause for a sec so I can
Here it
comment on
is.
these ones first?
I bet you thought it would
Right.
be another one.
We don't see them
But it
move.
will blow your
We
mind.
don't
I
view
tell
them
you
from
that the
different
sec-
angles, and we
I
can't
just, what
see
did I
them
just
over
say?
time.
What did I just say? Even if you look at the moon from whatever
Jupiter.
fucking angle
Jupiter,
you
Dave.
want on Earth, you are not going to get a different angle to it other than where it appears. You are going to see the exact same image that every other fucking person everywhere in the world sees of the moon.
Jupiter.
He said
What about
moon, and
Jupiter?
now he's saying Jupiter. He can't make up his mind.
object is also
I'm
not
using
spherical,
rotation
and
for
it's
Jupiter.
flat.
How do you know that Jupiter's rotating? Do you,
Because
do
it
you
looks
think
like
that
it's
those
rotating.
words? Do you
And it
think
will
those
blow your
words
mind
on the
even
sign
more
at the
if I
store
tell
are
you
because
that
I
the
know
center
how
of
those
Earth is
work.
concave.
No, then how do you know it's not just a pattern?
Yeah, it could be, Dave, but what is the
Well,
most
it could be.
reasonable?
So then what is you?
What is the
what's your
most
point?
reasonable
Well, you don't-
explanation of
that's
something
not
that
a
looks like
reasonable
it's
This is
explanation.
the only
Why
spherical
would
object.
hold on? Why would that be a reasonable explanation?
Because we know what things look like when they rotate.
Yeah, but so what?
And that's what it looks like.
Oh, so you think that those words actually go behind the screen
No, I
and
don't.
show back up?
No.
Okay, so a pattern
know
can
what
appear like
rotating
that
balls
too,
look
right?
like.
So you see a repeating pattern. You don't actually see any rotation.
Yeah.
You
What
see
is
a
the
pattern,
most
you see
reasonable
a pattern.
explanation?
What?
What is the most reasonable explanation
Oh,
for
might
something that
be-
looks like
I
a
don't
rotating
know.
ball?
It could be that, but there are
Yeah.
other explanations, so we can't
Right.
rule anything out.
I
Secondly,
agree.
again,
Sorry.
we have not determined the medium in which these things reside. You know better.
Sorry, camera's got to go off. Yeah, like I don't know if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could tape feathers on myself. I can strut around like a chicken. I can
Good.
cackle like a chicken. I can actually even take some chicken feed and peck my face into it. Is
Yeah.
that going to make me an actual chicken?
No, but it's
All right,
not an
then. There you go.
unreasonable.
There you
not
go.
an
We
unreasonable
don't
conclusion.
fucking know, do we? Would it be a reasonable conclusion for you to think that I was a chicken? based
Without
on
evidence to the contrary, yes.
that? Wait a second. What evidence to the contrary? Did you take a
that, you know,
DNA
you might have a
sample?
bead or
No.
something.
I did. I took a DNA sample and it said I
Yeah.
was a chicken. Okay.
That would be evidence to the contrary.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
So you would not be a chicken. But if
So
you had
you're-
all
what I'm
evidence-
saying is that you're assuming things and treating
not
it
an
as
assumption.
fact. It is an
Please learn what
assumption.
the name
How
assumption
do you
means.
know? What proof do you have that they are rotating?
Oh, Jesus, please look up the
No,
word
no,
assumption.
I don't give a fuck. What proof do you have that that is the only explanation for the
Dave.
pattern differences you see on these objects?
No, we're going to
So
deal with
then
the
you
assumption
agree
first.
you agree then that rotation would not be the only explanation for the pattern changes on these objects. Is that correct?
We're going to deal with the word assumption first. All right.
Well, let's say so. Mine's just as valid of an assumption as yours.
Hang on. The word assumption to me, oh, I just Googled it as well. Something that you accept as true without question or proof. Right. So in that context, I assume evidence as well.
That's called faith, and it's part of your religion.
So I didn't make an assumption that it's a sphere rotating.
Yes,
it
you
looks
did.
like one. No, I didn't.
Okay. It looks like, okay, well, here's my evidence.
So it's not an assumption.
Listen, to me, it looks like a round object with a pattern changing on it.
Okay.
And the pattern seems to have a repeating pattern. Almost like something that rotates, but I can't be sure that that's exactly what's happening.
Right.
Because
you can't prove
after
it.
all,
I agree.
that sign at the store that keeps scrolling, it's just a pattern of light. There's not really any 3D looping of that actually occurring. So I don't know. And for me to assume that and then prescribe other theoretical nonsense to it is really unscientific and stupid, Rufy. Come on.
An assumption is something you hold without any reason. Right? So it's not an assumption.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It looks like it's rotating. It acts like something that is rotating would act.
How does it act?
Not an assumption.
How does it act like it something that rotates? How do you know how it acts? You're only seeing it.
Right.
Okay. So how do you know how it acts, though? What is it acting like?
It looks like it's.
So it's acting like what it looks like. You're saying it's acting like what it looks like.
Some other things that I have seen rotating spheres. It looks like one of those.
I know. I've seen a ribbon that went around like this with words on it one time, and it was just like the one at the store that didn't do the same thing.
Yep.
Right. So it looks like it's rotating to you, so therefore it is.
No. It cannot be proven. But are there some things that we can do to gather some more evidence to distinguish those two things?
Sure. One of those things would be to determine exactly what it is, what medium it's in, and what type of a lensing we're looking through while we view it.
All right. How can we do that?
Well, first thing would have to be is to figure out what's containing us.
And then we can
determine, listen to me, then we can determine that shape. And not only the shape, we can get maybe a better understanding of what might be beyond it. Okay. Then we might be able to go along with an assumption and play along with it there that these things are either beyond that medium or within it. So these are things that need to be answered. To assume this and then ascribe other assumptive things to it is not even close to scientific. We're putting this idea of gravity on them that's not been proven. Listen, I would be fucking embarrassed if I had something like the Cavendish experiment. You want to impress me? You want to show me gravity attracting air? Okay, here's what you do with your Cavendish experiment, right? On the one side, go ahead and put your lead ball. On the other side, put yourself a nice big gob of air. Okay. And then see if that air gets attracted and swings that fucking pendulum over. Because I'm telling you right now, gravity don't give a shit, right? It's not going to give a shit today. It don't give a shit tomorrow. It never has.
Okay. Cavendish is empirical evidence that mass attracts mass.
Cavendish is an inbred fucking elite crackpot.
Okay.
They didn't even publish his dumb shit till after he was dead, man.
It doesn't matter who he is. Troubling Tribune did some things that I can't say right now because my daughter's in the room. Right? It doesn't affect the shape of the Earth.
No, what I'm saying here, I'm saying that is a crackpot, ludicrous fucking experiment, and I would be embarrassed to use something from the 18th century, for crying out loud. We're in the 21st century, for God's sake.
And they still do it today.
Then why is it a fucking theory still?
Oh,
don't give me that, because if you put scientific in front of the word theory, then it can be treated like it's a fact. It's still just a goddamn theory.
No,
I don't play your fucking word game bullshit, man.
Well, you are playing a word game by calling it a theory. In that what's the word? What's the word, chicken? Don't know. Not the scientific sense, but the
pseudoscience. Yeah, it's full of that shit. It's full of that shit.
What's the word when you're using it in layman's terms? Yeah, the word theory in science has a much different meaning to the
Yeah, it means that I can say whatever crackpot shit I want, and then if I put scientific in front of it, then people have to listen to it. Fuck you.
If you put scientific in front of it, it changes the context of the word by a lot.
What is scientific about some guy with balls hanging in a shed, watching them from a goddamn shed, watching them from a window, not taking into account the shed itself, wind, rain, humidity, temperature, atmospheric electricity potential? Nothing. None of that was taken into. There was no controls done. It wasn't. It's like, oh, look, they pulled together. They look like they came together. Therefore, it proves that mass attracts mass. Get out of here with that.
BioJoule, friend of mine, BioJoule, did a Cavendish.
Have you ever done a fucking Cavendish?
No.
Well, then don't even. I don't want to hear about what
You
your
don't want to
friend
hear
did.
about what other people do.
I don't give a fuck what other people did. I have been in a class.
great-
Listen to me. I've been in a class where they tried to do that nonsense.
Right. You give me
And
some
they
great
ended up
sound bites
having
today,
to
Dave.
call somebody from the university in to set the fucking thing up. And you know what? It still didn't goddamn work. So all
So
these
you
people
don't
that
care what
claim-
anyone else does.
Listen to me. I'm not done. All these people that claim Cavendish are all people that have never even fucking tried it.
All
So
right,
I
my
think
friend BioJoule.
Cavendish is bullshit, and everybody knows it. Get your goddamn lead ball to attract a gob of gas. Then I can see something, man.
Okay, if you show me the calculations as to what you would expect to see if that happened,
I wouldn't
then
expect
take
to
it
see it
seriously.
happen. I would expect to see you standing there like a
No.
fool waiting for it to happen.
Show me your calculations, Dave, as to what you think
Calculations
should
of
happen.
what?
Of what you think should happen.
You know what I think should happen? Here's what will happen. 0 plus 0 equals 0. Okay. Nothing will happen.
Okay, and if nothing happens, then what's the conclusion of that
The
experiment?
fucking lead ball, the mass won't attract the mass of air.
Okay. Anyway, my friend BioJoule did a Cavendish where a frozen turkey attracted a chicken tender, and it was in a sealed container.
Cool. I had a friend of mine one time that he was able to fly in a hang glider from Detroit to Ann Arbor, and it only took him a quarter of a tank of gas. I mean, like a quarter of a gallon of gas.
Sorry, in a hang glider.
Yeah.
What?
You know, like a
no longer on the ball had
ultralight,
something
like
to
an
tell us, Dave.
ultralight, you know?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Ultralight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that cool?
All right.
Why
Hang gliders
would
are
I
not
give
powered.
it? Why would I give a fuck what your friend said he did?
Well, do you want evidence or not?
That's not evidence to me. That's you
Okay,
telling
so
me somebody else
anything,
said to
anything
you.
that anyone ever else
No,
does
that's
is
you.
not evidence here.
I know, because this is my thing, man. I'll tell you what, all these dickheads that say about the goddamn Cavendish, and I'm not saying you're a dickhead, I'm just saying stop using it. It's useless.
Why? No,
Because
it
you don't have
shows
any,
mass
you don't have
attracting
any,
mass.
no, it doesn't show anything. All it shows is two balls appearing to attract together. It's
Right.
You can't draw the conclusion that that means mass attracts mass. You can't just draw that conclusion because you didn't do any other testing. You didn't use any
what?
controls. You
Yes,
have
That means your
They don't
refrigerator
have-
would attract your stove, right? So it would
They-
never sit in the spot where you plug it in at, would it?
It's
Say
nothing.
that again,
It's
Dreamy.
nothing scientific
Mass
about it.
attracting mass.
There's nothing
Say it again, Dreamy.
scientific about it, Rupee. There's
Hang on,
nothing
what did Dreamy say?
scientific about Cavendish. Okay, there's nothing scientific about it at all. Okay, there's no control measures. There's no
Yes, there were.
conclusivity. No, there
You haven't
isn't.
seen it, Dave. You haven't seen it.
I have seen the goddamn thing. That's why I laugh at it.
BioJoules
Jesus.
or Blue Marble
Christ, help me.
Sciences.
So anyway,
Can I ask
can
Brother
you
Ruby something?
prove? Can you use your gravity, your fictitious bullshit gravity? Can you use that now? And don't pull McToon's bullshit. Where I got it right here in a column of air. Did you see that ridiculous ass? Holy
I saw
cow!
it
I couldn't
15
believe
minutes
he
ago.
was even going there with that. That was the dumbest shit I ever saw in my life. I owe Bubblegum Boy an apology. His shit wasn't nearly as stupid as that. I mean, for real. So he's here now. Good to see you, Zerzus. I'll bring you up in just one hot minute. But that whole goddamn thing, man, I remember that we did that in high school. And the physics teacher, he started getting frustrated as all shit. And I remember I was helping him. I was a helper in that class. And I was trying to help him. And this thing was a bitch, man. It kept fucking up. We stayed after school. Finally, he called a friend of his who was a physics teacher at a university. That guy came out. And he about got ready to fucking throw the whole thing through the window. He got so mad. We couldn't ever get it to be consistent. It didn't pass the gold standard of a fucking test at all. It really didn't. It was really a shoddy thing passed off and used as fact for all these years. How you doing, Zerzuz? Am I saying that right? What's the correct pronunciation of your weird name? We can't hear you.
Zequin.
Is that what it is?
Maybe.
There's an L in there though, or is that two I's?
Yes, I believe you're saying it right, but at the moment I'm having some technical issues. I'm going to jump out and jump back in.
All right, he's having technical difficulties. We run into that up here in the International Fake Station all the time, man, all the time. But the thing is, here's all we. I don't even. People always want to go off into this. Let's look at these fucking things up in the sky, and let's do this and let's do that. Hold on, let's figure out what the fuck, how this thing is even holding us here. We couldn't even breathe and talk and try to think about this shit if we were not under the pressure that we're under right now. Okay, we would not be able to. Without this pressure, we wouldn't even have liquid water. So how are we achieving that? And this idea of gravity is ridiculous. I mean, yes, you can use the weight as what is causing the volume to increase in pressure. That's all well and good. But still, you have to have containment. You can't have a one-sided container. That's ridiculous as all get out, man. And there again, if we're going to have gravity pulling on shit, then we should have a hell of a fucking atmospheric tide, because air is so much less dense than water.
I don't really have any opinions tonight, but as far as what you just said, I can go on semantics about that. As far as a bowl really technically is a one-sided container.
I reckon,
but that's just semantics.
That is kind of semantics, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. You can't have you can't have a one-sided box. You can't just have a bottom of a bowl. You can't just have a lid of a Tupperware bowl. You know, you have to have sides, some way to keep that volume of medium in a volume of medium. Otherwise, there's nothing to make it be a volume. And to say that you're doing that, look, I'm doing it right here. I have a bowl. That's why I said, oh, look, Toon, I got a fucking cookie jar full of air right here. You know, I mean, it's like, that's dumb. It's like being in a pool and saying, look, I'm holding a ball of water and you're underwater. And it's like, no, you're not. You're just making the shape of a fucking ball with your hands underwater. Stop.
Well, I believe what he was trying to do there was a frame of reference, not necessarily a container.
Well, he was trying to claim that
he was just going for frame of reference. Contained. Within this frame of reference, I have a column of.
Well, no, I asked him to specify that. Are you literally saying that there's a column right there? And he says, yes. And I says, and it only exists in your mind. Does it have dimensions? What are they? How tall is it? You know, no, it was just him being a dick. That's all it was. And that's how he is. He's intellectually dishonest. I don't think he's worth a shit. The kind of stuff that he's done where, oh, this guy's a bad person because of look at here in his life or whatever else like that. And because I don't have an argument, I'm going to besmirch the fucking guy. You know, now it's one thing if a motherfucker's dead. I don't mind making fun of Einstein. I think that dude is a bozo clown. I laugh, and I used to laugh as a kid when I thought Einstein was something. That one where he's got his tongue sticking out. I used to think that was a funny ass picture, man.
Is that a real picture?
But yeah, it is, man. It's been around for a long time. I think it was in Life magazine. It was like part of the article on Einstein, and they were showing that he had a fun side to him or something, I guess.
Well, I know he was kind of a weirdo, but
he was. He wore. I mean,
you kind of have to be if your brain's.
Well, there's this kind of sticky thing with me where he paid off his wife with his Nobel money, and then he married his cousin and her two daughters. Now I know that was kind of like people did that in different circles, like back in the day. Roosevelt was married to his own cousin. Her name was Eleanor Roosevelt before she ever married him, and you know it's like. But when you refer to your new wife, who's your cousin, and her daughters from another marriage as your own little harem, that's kind of creepy shit, man. You know, and wearing the women's shoes, and you know, I'm kind of like putting little pieces of it together, and I'm like, really, what's up with this guy? You know, but nevertheless, you got to go to the information, and there again, almost everything of his was theoretical nonsense. And like I said, I could make some kind of a mathematical formula to prove that, you know, to show how Santa Claus can go around the world in one night and give all the little children toys. You know, does that make it true? No, it doesn't. It's only a description of an idea or a hypothesis that I have. And this is why I go, wait a second. We have to know if everything in the mathematical formula is actually legit before we go to calculating it out. I mean, if you don't do that with your checkbook, you're going to end up with a problem. If you don't verify that the components in your equations in a checkbook or in your mortgage or anything else like that, if you don't verify that all of your variables in those equations are accurate, then you're going to have a problem. You're either going to not pay enough money, pay too much money, go broke, whatever. So I don't know how we can treat things in science like that. If we're looking for truth, how we can do that and still be unwilling to do it with our own finances and our checkbooks. I don't know. It just seems kind of no good, man. No bueno.
I got to run, Dave, but I think we all figured out tonight what our homework is. We need to take those pictures of those different constellations throughout the seasons. I know M-Ball said I'm full of BS. I see different constellations 6 months apart. And all we got to do right now to prove it to one side or the other is get them pictures. I know the pyramids.
I want to ask this of the globe people, and Ruhif, this is to you too. And you don't seem to exhibit it so much. More your thing is incredulousness on, oh, I can't believe that these people actually think this shit or whatever, right? Believe me, I know. I'm like that too. So why do you think it is that so many of these globe supporters exhibit such childish behavior, anger, this need to want to ridicule instead of discuss, you know, that kind of thing, you know? And so, of course, they're going to get that back. But why do you think that they have such a high level of an emotional response to something that, if it's absolutely true, why would you give a shit that somebody doesn't believe it? Right? That's the way I am, you know? I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Ruhif? I mean, you talk to these people. Why do they get so fucking mad? What's up with that?
I think we're going to have different opinions here, Dave. I think on the whole, flat earthers get more triggered than globers. I think flat earthers have much more emotional attachment to their beliefs than globers.
I'm going to correct you where it comes to me. Okay. I have a low tolerance for dishonesty, intellectual dishonesty, and I have a low tolerance for people that want to play me for a fucking idiot. Okay. I don't put up with that shit. And it seems to be the tactic of these people that's what they want to do. You see? And like with McToon, that fucking jackass, right? What the fuck was the point of drawing those eyes on there for? What was that about? Oh, we're just going to make this fun so you can do something you understand, like Cookie Monster. Yeah, fuck you, McToon. Fuck you. I think he's a closet tranny myself. I mean, fuck you. We're going to make assumptions about people? I don't have to lie to people. You do. I don't have to trick people. Yesterday? You do.
What do you think the lie was yesterday?
The whole lie with that motherfucker is even just as intellectual dishonesty with that dumb shit. Come in there with this column of air. Kiss my dick.
You're saying you can't draw, like you can't use your fingers to draw a volume in the
Yeah, you can draw a kitty cat. You can do anything. Do you understand the goddamn requirement of what we were asking?
I didn't watch the whole thing, so
Okay, then don't defend his dumb fucking shit until you know what it was about.
Okay, I agree that you can draw a volume of something with your
Sure.
fingers in the air. It's still
Yes.
it's still a
Does
volume.
that mean that does that mean that you've now contained a volume of fluid?
Is it a container?
No. Yeah, is that a container? If I imagine a
have-
container, is that an actual container?
No, it doesn't have physical.
Well, of course
there's no
not.
barrier.
Right. That's what he was trying to pass off.
Are you sure?
I don't know, man. This guy is a fucking child. I can't believe that grown adults actually watch him. I really can't. I'm flabbergasted at that. And judging by the way that his people act, the way his audience and his followers are, oh, they're all just a bunch of fucking really mean atheists, man. A lot of them just mean ass atheists. They get all fucking upset, pissed off, venomous. They want to twist shit around. Well, that means that you said this. They want to ask you stupid questions on minutia. And I'm sitting there going, motherfucker, you're supposed to be the one that's educated, not me. What are you asking me for?
All right.
You're the one that's educated. Jesus Christ, man. You go look through the comment section. Some of these dumb fucking people that come in there. You wouldn't believe it, man. I sit here and laugh at my morning coffee. I sit here with my morning coffee reading goddamn comments, and I laugh my dick off. I'm not kidding you, man.
My question. So we all agree that there's a pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Right? Is there a reason that gradient will stop? Or will it
because
get to zero?
you've gotten to the limit of its capacity. You know, like how much ever a volume. For instance, like I showed in my video, that bowl, even though it was only 3/4 full of water, the bowl still was not empty, was it?
Hang on, I'll bring up the screen share.
Okay, so the bowl still wasn't empty.
Hang on.
There was 1/4 full of air, and the rest of it was full of water. But you do realize that this gradient could not exist without a buildup of fluid, right? And the only way that you can have a volume of fluid is to have it contained.
Well, that's the assertion that it requires containment, our atmosphere. What is the reason that it needs containment, right? Is there a barrier?
Because there has to be a barrier.
Well, that's the assertion.
Gas doesn't collect together, bro. Gas will not collect together on its own.
Right. So this is a flat earther's weather balloon thing. So it's 14.7 or 30 inches of mercury at the surface, and he's got 0.15 inches of mercury at 120,000 feet.
Cool.
Right. Will it, if the balloon could go further up, would that get to zero?
No.
Why not?
Because you can't have a perfect vacuum.
Okay, get to very, very, very close to zero then.
No, it would get very, 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 very low pressure, but there's still pressure.
Okay. Yep.
So when you're down at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, okay, and the pressure is extremely great, right? And as you rise up in the Marianas Trench, right, is there going to come a point where it's going to be like almost zero pressure compared to the water you're in? Yes. And that would be when you come up above the surface. Okay.
What do you mean?
Why?
Zero
Because
pressure?
there's a limit. Why? No, it's not zero pressure. It's just very, very low pressure compared to what it is in the water. That's all.
Yeah, relative, right? But we're talking about actually zero.
All right. No, it doesn't go to actual zero.
Well, very, very close to zero.
No, it doesn't matter if it's close to zero. It's not zero. And if it's not zero, that means there's something there, doesn't it?
Right.
Okay.
But what would we consider
what
a
are you
vacuum?
saying?
What would we consider a vacuum?
There's really no such thing as a vacuum.
There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
There's no such thing as an actual vacuum. No.
As a perfect vacuum, I agree.
There's no such thing as an actual perfect vacuum. Now, I could call a straw a vacuum if I wanted to, right?
You could.
So what is that?
Yeah, but what value for pressure would you consider a vacuum that, like, the ISS would be in?
Oh, I don't even think the ISS is even real, so that's a moot point.
Can I throw something in fast? A vacuum would be an anti-pressure. It would be considered a black hole, and I don't think black holes exist in this dimensional plane.
No, can someone correct him? That's not a
So,
glober.
One thing I was wondering is you were talking about the immense pressure down at the bottom of the sea level, and then as you get up to the surface, there's, I guess, a major pressure difference. It's a pretty sharp pressure difference. And my question is what causes that type of containment? Now I know the answer to that is pressure, but wouldn't that just make sense that the same thing is happening up above?
The containment is actually the the basin that the water's in, which is the floor and sides and shoreline of our oceans. That's
I was
talking about the area in between the surface of the water and the air above. There's most certainly the only thing containing it there
There's
would
no
be
need for it.
pressure.
Well, no, it's sort of, kind of, because actually you have to look. The only reason that there is liquid water in the first place is because of at least 14.7 psi above it. Okay,
Right, it's the pressure.
It has to be pressurized. But also, liquid water is much denser than the air that it's displacing, so it's going to naturally set beneath it. And because it has a higher density factor compared to the air, there's no need for containment on the upside of it. And if we had that, then we couldn't go through evaporation anyways and have the evaporation and the condensation process that's necessary for life on this terrarium, man.
Right, but then the question would be is why wouldn't these denser pressures that are within our atmosphere also do the same effect with it up above the atmosphere as they do in the water with the pressure differential there?
They do exactly like they do in the water.
So it just
does
goes
exactly
off into
like it does in the water. It's nothing more than the weight due to the buildup of the volume of fluid, whether it be the air.
Then there is a layer there that kind of like the water.
Yeah, look,
the atmosphere stops and something else starts.
You have to put it into scales. You got to put it into scale. All right, so like I said last night, maybe you might have seen it, you might not. Way down deep, and I'm sure you've seen it. You have an inquiring mind. These fish that live down in the blackness, right? Extreme pressure that would kill a diver. They have to go down in these really crazy fucking bathyspheres and special submarines and all this crazy shit just to get down there. But anyway, there's these fish and shit down there that it's so dark they have their own light. Yeah, it's terrible. It's monumental pressure. But there's critters that live there that they have to have that pressure in order to live. And if you try to take them up to a shallower depth, it'll kill them the same as it will a person. To them, relatively, you're taking them up. If you took them to the surface, you took them up to a near vacuum as far as they're concerned, as far as that pressure differential is. You see, if you break that surface of that water, we're out of that medium. There it is. It's just like right there on top of the surface is the least pressure of that water, and that fish will die. And not just from being exposed outside of the water, but because it's not have the pressure it needs to live. Same thing with us. We're geared for this, right? We're not geared for 15, 20,000 feet, really. We're not really geared for that shit, man. That's not what we do. So we use science to find ways around that. And that's why we're able to have airliners with pressurized cabins so we can travel, and use the jet streams and shit like that, to assist in it. We can fly at high altitudes. We can go deep underwater because we understand these fundamentals of pressure.
So basically what you're suggesting is that if there was some sort of thing as a space station with people in it and they stepped out of it, they wouldn't be able to survive, under natural conditions. That's not.
No, and I think they would
not necessarily saying that what I was trying to say was if the water pressure goes from a heavy water pressure down below and there's no containment above to make it turn from water to air except for pressure, then why wouldn't the same thing happen up above where there is air that we can breathe and then a layer or whatever you want to call of
just like the
something
water,
up
though.
above it. And then the question is, what's above it?
That, my friend, I do not know, right? But I
Now,
do
if we
know
say
that. Hold on,
dome,
wait.
then we would have to assume that
Did
the
you
multiple
watch the thing, right? You watched the thing with and how I explain that, right? Because our leftover air in the water was representing our air, and there's like a limited volume of air within the containment, and just like in the water, as you go up toward the surface, right, it's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner pressure as you get toward up to the top.
Until what?
But until it's very low pressure. Until it's very low pressure. Okay. So in order to have that gradient of pressures, just like with the body of water, it requires containment to build up that volume. And without the containment, no volume of it can be built up. It will equalize all evenly out. It's not going to, and this, I know. Oh, there's a mysterious force pulling in from no, there's not. It's just really, really
I didn't
simple.
say that at all. I
No,
was
know
just
you're
saying
not.
that the water has the
I
same
saying that-
effect,
Right, I'm
and there's
saying
no
that as,
containment above it to keep it from spilling, from
right, there's-
changing,
so what the
evaporating
containment
into air.
What the containment is, I have no idea. I've never been up to it.
Okay.
Sob, I'd like to ask a question in your opinion.
Wait 1 second. All I know is that some kind of containment has to exist, and this magical force called gravity does not fit the bill, because I know what gravity actually is. Gravity is the weight of an object in a given medium. It's it. You put it in a different medium, you have a different fucking weight. That's
right. In correlation to frequency is pressure. But Sob, I'd like to ask you a question, and everybody here is, what is everybody's understanding of knowledge of what a vacuum is in this dimensional plane? I'm just curious to see different analogies here from my own perspective.
Who wants that
so,
first? I say that they'd classify what is a vacuum isn't really truly a vacuum, because a true vacuum would be a total absence of any matter.
Okay, but what pressure would
I
you
don't-
consider a vacuum?
What's that? I don't
Can you
really.
give a
I
number?
only consider them as low pressure. That's it.
Okay.
Or very
let's
low
say
pressure.
Let's say 0.001 inches of mercury. Is that enough to be like the vacuum of space? Would you consider that the vacuum of space?
No, because the vacuum of space couldn't exist without containment either.
Dave, the question.
I know.
If I showed you a pressure, right? If I claim there's space, right, and it's a
No,
very,
I
very,
would not
very low
accept
pressure.
that. I would not accept that as that. No.
Okay, what number would you accept?
I wouldn't accept any number, because there's no such thing.
No.
Why
You're not
are
getting
we
the question.
dealing in hypotheticals? We're not dealing in hypotheticals. We're
You're
dealing
not getting
in
the
reality.
question, right? What number? If I say there's space out there and it has this pressure,
Why
right,
would?
and I
Right. Okay.
and I send a balloon up and I
Okay.
reach that threshold pressure that you set,
Mhm.
right? Is that pressure enough for you to say yes, that is a vacuum?
I would call it very low pressure. Yeah, if you want to classify it as a vacuum, I guess, but it's not the absence of everything at all.
I agree. No
Right.
one's claiming a perfect vacuum, which is
So why
I'm
would that
asking
just go out
the-
infinitum? What's containing the whole thing? Something has to.
That's your assertion that there's containment. What number in
Oh
pressure
no, it's not
terms-
an assertion. That's an immutable fact. You can't have
it's
this.
an
We need to.
assertion that
No,
it's
no,
an
no, no,
immutable
no, no,
fact.
no, no, no. It's an immutable fact, dude. I'm
It's your
sorry. You're
assertion
not
that it's an
gonna-
immutable
you are
fact.
not going to put. You are not going to place the burden of proof on an immutable fact. I'm sorry. You're just not going to do that.
Okay.
I'm not
The
gonna-
Earth is a globe. It's an immutable fact.
No,
The
it
end.
isn't, because otherwise we wouldn't be having this argument. Because you come with evidence that it is,
No, no,
albeit,
the Earth's a
albeit
Wait a
globe.
minute,
flimsy,
but
no, albeit flimsy
No,
and
it's immutable.
often bad.
It's a globe.
It's okay. Well, that's your assertion, but we
Yes!
also okay.
Yes.
All right,
Dave,
that's not
thank
a
you.
win, Roofy. That's not
Right,
not a
so
win.
it's your
because
assertion.
that's not an immutable truth.
Okay, it's your
What
assertion that it requires
evidence? What credible evidence do you have that would suggest that this impossibility could be possible?
You're making a claim that
No,
it's
I'm
impossible.
not making a claim. It's an
Yes, you
immutable
are.
truth.
Okay. Is it
If
possible?
I said if I drained the blood from a human body, they will
Please don't say
die.
chicken. Please
No,
don't say
yeah, it
chicken.
is. God damn it. It's an immutable goddamn fact, and you're not going to turn it around on me. I'm sorry. I won't accept it.
Okay, is it possible
Sovereign
that our
soul.
atmosphere is uncontained?
No.
No. Okay, that's a claim.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
There is no possible way that it couldn't be.
How is that not a claim?
Because there's
it's impossible
because
that
you're
Earth is
claiming
not a globe.
You're claiming a fucking impossibility, Ruhif.
You are claiming that
No,
it's
I'm
impossible.
not. You're
I'm not making
you're
any
the
claim.
one with the no. You're the one with the ridiculous claim.
I don't.
No,
make a
no,
claim
no.
about
You're
it.
the one with
It's
the
a
ridiculous
possible
claim.
claim.
You're claiming that you can have a volume of fluid without a container.
Right.
That's
Is there a reason that it needs
No, that's
one?
impossible. And I
That's your
don't have to
claim.
prove a fucking negative. If you want to
How do
prove
you
it
not
to
get
yourself,
that's
go
not a
out and you want to
Sovereign
prove
soul.
it to yourself. Go out in your driveway and put a knife into your tire wall, okay? And then try to put air in it and see if that works for you. Okay.
I don't
See
make
if you
any
can get it up
claim
to
about a
45
container.
pounds. Come on, man.
You know, when you
that's
think
not-
about
I'm
ridiculous
gonna
claims,
tell you this right now. I'm not going to play that fucking shit. You're not going to take an immutable fact and say it's a claim. That's bullshit, man. The only reason you do that is because you know it destroys your entire fucking model.
Okay.
It does. It destroys
Sir,
your model.
when
I
we
don't
talk
need to
about
go any
ridiculous
further from
claims,
that.
okay,
ahead.
so
You're
when we
globalizing.
talk about ridiculous claims, you know, if we think about everybody here is on the flat earth, let's just pretend that every single person, even if they are a globetard, are all on the flat earth, right?
Hang on,
Now,
Zos,
the
is you a flat
government
earther
has
or
been
global?
lying to. I like to stick on the border where I don't answer that type of question. So
They
if
lie
we're all
about every
on the,
fucking
you'll get to it. If we're all on this flat earth and we all believe that by the government's deceivery that we live on a globe, most people on this flat earth absolutely believe that we live on a globe, then to be honest, the extraordinary claim would be that of a flat earth.
Well, what if everybody's been hypnotized?
Because everybody believes we're on a globe, then the claim of flat Earth would be unreal to even the people of flat Earth who have been deceived by the government.
Okay, well, wait a second then. I'm going to go with that, right? And I'm going to go back to my my whole thing of being a chicken. All right. Now let's also throw into the mix that I've hypnotized a whole bunch of fucking people. And in this hypnotic spell, I've told them that I can turn into a chicken, and you know this, all right?
But you're not a chicken.
Wait a second. Wait a second. How do you know?
You'd have
I
to prove that you
evidence,
are.
though. Yeah, but I have evidence.
Then prove it.
Well, I
then show
have
it.
evidence. Okay, well,
show
I
that
can-
you're a chicken.
all right.
Show me that you're a chicken. If you cannot show me that you're a chicken, then you have no evidence
Sir dudes, I do have evidence. Okay, I can.
that you're a chicken.
I have evidence that I'm a chicken. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I can cluck like a
Clucking
chicken.
isn't evidence it's a chicken.
Well,
That's
wait
a
a
human
second.
sound.
It's
I guarantee
not.
if I hook it
It's
up to a
not.
sound meter to find out
Oh,
exactly what a
really?
chicken's cluck sounds like,
Oh,
your
wait
cluck
a
sounds
second
nothing
now.
like a
Wait
chicken's
second,
cluck.
Wait a second. Not only can I cluck like a chicken, I can walk like a chicken and flap my arms like this, like a chicken. Now that's evidence,
That
man.
doesn't make you a chicken. That makes you
Well,
a
wait a
weird
second.
guy
You're
posing
gonna-
like a chicken and
irrefutable
making
evidence.
weird
Hold
sounds.
on.
That doesn't make you a
Irrefutable-
chicken.
Wait a second now. Irrefutable proof.
Irrefutable would have to be, the whole feathers and the whole.
Well, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second.
9
wait a
yards.
second.
Like the laying of the egg would be
I-
a good one.
Listen, I have had feathers on my body before. I have a coat that has some feathers.
Yeah, there
on
you
it.
go. Lisa says, "Push an egg out your butt."
All right. Okay. Well, no, I'm a male chicken. Okay. So
That's not a chicken, dude. That's a rooster, sir.
Well,
That's a
you know, I'm
rooster.
just
Do you
saying,
understand
either way,
science?
either
That
way,
is not a chicken. That is a
A
rooster.
hen, a
Dude,
chicken,
really?
a
Really?
chicken.
You said
is
you were a
whole
chicken, which
flock.
means you can lay an egg.
So okay,
Chickens
well,
are the whole
can,
flock.
but
Hens
I
are
can.
the females. Roosters are the
God
males.
damn it! I
But
didn't
the
want to get on to goddamn pharmacology and shit. Goddamn fucking farm animals. It's a goddamn example, you pedantic fucking people. Jesus Christ! Stay on topic for God's sake. Does it
Well, you was
fucking
on the
matter for the point? Does it fucking matter for the point? My point
she said you could prove you're
is
a chicken.
all of my circumstantial fucking evidence that I'm pushing forth is still not proof that I am a chicken. Thank you, Zerzus. So you realize that my ridiculous claim of an impossibility has the burden of proof. And so when we know that
It
it's
kind
an
of fell apart
immutable
there at the
goddamn
end.
fact that you cannot have a fluid volume without a fucking container, then we know that someone says that they can't is full of shit. Even if
Well, I
they've got
technically
the
showed one on
feathers,
my
even if
video
they've got
today,
the
a fluid
goddamn,
volume
listen,
without
even
any
if they've
container
got the
whatsoever.
feather, even if they've got the feathers, even if they've got the chicken feed, even if they fucking squeeze an egg out their goddamn ass, we still know that that's impossible, don't we? So do you have
I
to
don't know,
prove?
man. They squeeze the egg out. I might have to start believing they're a chicken.
I mean,
Can I represent something, Sovereign, when I have a moment? When
that's
there's
the
a
kind
moment.
of fucking dumb shit I've been talking about. Hang on a second, Sing. That's the kind of dumb fucking shit I was talking about right there. Well, no, we're going to talk
didn't
about
bring
whether
up
or
the
not
chicken.
male chickens and female chickens and
Wait,
shit.
I didn't bring up the chicken. You did.
Oh my god. So you're just like Toon. You're just like McToon.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Good. I'm going to do.
But I
with you
didn't
like
bring
I
up the
did with
chicken.
McToon. Okay.
Okay,
You're out of
man.
here.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Get the fuck out of here and don't come back. I'm not going to tolerate that fucking dumb shit right there. Get off on a goddamn thing about who can lay a fucking egg and who can't. The point of the matter is I can put a goddamn bunch of circumstantial shit evidence on some shit that we know is an impossibility, an immutable fact that I cannot actually be a goddamn chicken. Right? So who's the burden of proof on? It's on the guy that says that he can do some shit that's fucking impossible.
Hang on. There's some advice in the chat, Dave. It says from Mr. B, Dave, spark it and relax. There you go. Yes.
Listen, I ain't got no tolerance for fucking grown adults acting like little goddamn kids. You're going to come up and talk about something like this, be fucking serious for real. And don't go sidetracking off on some shit like McToon or that other little dickhead just did. That's one of your goddamn tactics, and that's what the fucking McToon asshole does all the time. I don't tolerate it. I don't have to tolerate it.
Hang on.
So anyway, back to what we were talking about.
ZXL Master, I understand that there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. All right.
Right.
But there is a point, there is a pressure that we would consider a vacuum and call it space.
All right, okay.
We're in violent agreement in the chat.
Sure, sounds good.
Yeah.
Now, what's holding it on the sides?
On the sides? What do you mean?
Well, you can't have a one-sided container.
Say the other air.
No. What are you suggesting that your magical force holds gas? Holds air?
You're asking what holds it on the sides, and I'd say the other air. Like just a.
Well, I don't know. It can't. It would equalize. It would just.
It is equalized side to side.
What's
It
causing
is.
it? How is it building up in a volume on a ball?
It just goes down.
How is a fluid building up in a volume on the outside of a ball?
It accelerates down.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Well, so what? It
Well,
accelerates
you're
down.
down on the globe, so since you're in Australia, you would be way farther down than we are up here in the north,
Dreamy,
right?
please.
So what? So
sorry.
is your air thicker? Your gas? Your fluid? What's holding it together?
Can a flat earther please talk to Dreamy?
All right,
I'm asking you the question. You're the one that's claiming this,
No,
so
but-
I'm asking, and that's what Saul's asking. You're saying it would be down?
Right. You
Well,
understand. Do you understand that on a globe, down is not south?
What,
do you understand that?
What makes what's people's understanding?
Do you understand that down is not south and south is not down? They're not the same thing. Do you understand that?
We know. North is north.
Please correct Dreamy.
Up is up.
Please correct one of your own.
All right. So here's the directions, everybody.
My question is, what makes it go down? What's people's understanding of it?
Do you want the explanation that you're just going to hand wave away? That's fine. I will tell you that it's the curvature of space-time, which you can wave away. That's fine. But we have to find points of agreement, right?
Would. My God.
That's fine. That's fine. You can call it electrostatics. I don't give a shit. We all agree there's an acceleration down.
Well, no, because we see an acceleration upward as well.
You don't have a good night. I've had enough
buoyancy,
stupidity for the day.
What?
You mean buoyancy, right?
We have an acceleration upward. For
so
every
we can define a vacuum would be what would be perceived as anti-gravity machines working as. They would be working in a vacuum field, since it would be going
a
different direction.
Holy shit. It's Narnia shit. Look, up is up, down is down, east is east, west is west, north is north, south is south.
Right. But Dreamy was saying I'm
I
in
don't
the
care
south.
what Dreamy was saying.
I know.
Here's what
I'm just making
saying.
a point that you guys don't correct each other.
We'll take
Please
care
correct
of it.
each other.
We'll take care of it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Just don't worry about it. Here's the thing. Can you prove gravity will contain
already
on its
answers
own?
no,
Hold
because you used the word
on.
prove.
Can you demonstrate outside of begging the question, which is what you're doing right here? Can you demonstrate a fluid contained in volume without a container? And if you're going to go like this with your hands like McToon, I want you to take that fucking imaginary container of air and put it up to goddamn 30 pounds per square inch.
Right.
Okay?
That's not my claim that we can get it to 30 pounds per square inch.
Well,
right? But you're asking.
Listen, no. You know what I'm asking. Don't play stupid. Don't.
You're asking, can I get
play
pressure?
Stupid?
Right. Can I show you gas pressure without a container? That's the question, right?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to point to the atmosphere, and then what are you going to do?
What do you mean? What am I going to do?
I'm going to point to the atmosphere as gas pressure without a container.
Okay.
And then what do you do?
I'm gonna point to a Volkswagen Beetle. Oh, I guess it's not one, is it? It's a fucking coffee cup. What are you talking about?
Well, you're going to say something like you can't use that as your example because that's what we're trying to prove, something like that, right?
Of course.
Okay. So then the question becomes, right? You're saying show gas pressure without a container, right?
Right.
There are two logical things I can do. I can show you a container, or I can show you not a container, right? Under your worldview, you show me anything that is not contained.
Anything that is not contained?
Yeah.
Everything's contained.
Right. That's the point.
That's
so
right.
It's logically impossible.
So, all right.
With your assertion to show you something.
Then how do you get out of the container to see what these fucking planets and shit are?
No, you didn't get the point.
Yeah, I did.
Under your okay. What's my point?
I did get it.
What's my
okay,
point?
The thing. Look, I'm not even gonna. Here's what we're gonna do. Right. I'm not gonna play semantical games with you. Here's what you can either do. You can either break this immutable law and show me a pressurized ball of gas, show me gravity, the actual force. I don't want the effect. I want to see the force because it's all whether or not it's dense or not. But you can't have a volume of fluid without a container. If you want to have a fish tank, what do you need? You need a fucking fish tank, don't you? You need a container. If you want to have punch in a bowl, it has to be in a bowl. Otherwise, it's running off all off the table and onto the floor, right? Everything needs to be, every bit of fluid needs to be in a container or you cannot have a volume of it. Gases have never been proven to be attracted to mass. Air has never been proven to be attracted to mass. This is all assumed bullshit that goes completely against this, that you have to have containment for a fluid, any volume of it. Okay, if you're going to have a volume of it, you have to have something to collect that volume. There is no way out of that. And gravity won't fucking do it, because anytime I've ever tried to have a gravity gob of fucking Kool-Aid without a container, it goes all over the floor, man. I mean, for Christ's sake.
Anyway,
this is
back to
no
my
easy.
point.
A child can understand it, and it blows the whole fucking paradigm away, because I've never seen any evidence of gravity holding gas or
Anyway.
keeping it from doing stuff at all, ever. It just
My
does.
point a minute ago, my point was that if you have this assertion that gas pressure requires a container, and I can't point to the atmosphere as an example, right? There is literally, it is logically impossible for me to provide that example to you because of your assertion.
Why?
Because you've already ruled out the possibility that the atmosphere is uncontained.
No, because that's the very thing in question.
Right. So what logically possible example could I give you?
No. If this immutable physical law, I know you guys hate it. I know you guys hate it, but I'm sorry, it is.
You keep claiming it.
I don't, it's not a claim. It's a fact.
Okay. The Earth's a globe. It's immutable.
Okay. Well, that's what you say.
All right.
We'll let people decide. We'll let people decide.
Right.
Because I'm sure
gas pressure requiring container is your claim. It's just what you say.
Hold on, wait a second. I'm sure that everybody's going to run that question through their head and try to think of it any kind of instance where they could have that what we're saying exists, what you're saying exists, and they're never going to be able to come up with it ever, because we know that
if you rule out the atmosphere,
it's a fucking
100%.
impossibility, Roofy. It's an impossibility. Okay, you can't just go.
So don't ask me the question.
Oh, look, it's too big. Oh,
no. Don't ask me the question when you've ruled out all logical possible answers.
No. Well, what logical possible answer would you have? Other
the
than
atmosphere is,
this
but
thing we're
because of your
in has to
assertion,
be,
you've ruled it out.
otherwise it means it's enclosed.
No. Because of your assertion, you've ruled out the example of the atmosphere.
Well,
so there is no logically possible
you
answer to the
can't
question.
use what's in question as the example, dumbass.
So I could either show
Come
you
on,
a
man.
container, right? I can show you a container, or I can show you something uncontained. Please give me an example of anything according to your worldview that is uncontained.
Well, it's all contained. There's
Right. You're making my point, Dave.
Well,
You're
there you
making
go.
my point.
There you go. So why are you trying to claim an impossibility?
It's not an impossibility.
Yes,
It's
it is.
because of your
Obviously it is.
assertion.
If it wasn't, can you show an example outside of your fantasy?
The atmosphere.
That's your fantasy.
No, you've
Yes.
just ruled it
So-
out.
Yes,
You've just
it
ruled
is.
out the
Yes, it
only
is. No,
logically
you haven't
possible
ruled out
answer to the
shit.
question.
You haven't ruled out shit. You're
No,
going.
you have ruled it
anything's-
out.
No, you're Doug Henning this thing, man. You're like, oh, anything's possible in the world of magic. Bullshit. No, that's not how this works, bro. You can't. It doesn't how it works.
Because of your assertion, you have ruled out.
It's not my assertion.
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is.
No, it is not.
Yes,
No, it is not. So you mean to tell me that this is the only thing that will do that? This magical thing that you're talking about? That's the only thing that's the example of that. And everywhere else in nature, we find it to not be present, not to be possible, except for this one thing. That's what you're saying, right?
Do you want to see an example of a pressure gradient
I
not
don't
due to
know.
gravity?
I want you to answer what I just said.
Yeah, I'm asking, would you accept a pressure gradient not due to gravity?
Well, of course, that's what I'm doing already.
So you would accept a pressure gradient not due to gravity?
Well, I didn't ever say there wasn't a pressure gradient, Roofy. I said, actually, did you watch my video at all?
I didn't quite understand the video, to be honest.
You didn't understand the video. My 9-year-old grandson understood the video.
Yeah, maybe I'll watch it again. I didn't get the point.
Yeah,
of it.
you probably should, because it already goes over all this. You're arguing things that I've already put out, man.
Right, but what you want a gas pressure? You want gas pressure without containment. Okay, so if I show you like a centrifuge where the gas is on the outside and there's much less gas on the middle, is that gas pressure without containment?
Then of course it's contained.
Okay, so what possible, in your worldview, what is logically possible for me to give an example of something uncontained?
Well, there isn't one. That's why
Okay,
I said.
so why are
Well,
you
then
asking?
you just proved my point.
No, I've proved
Yes,
that your
you did.
question. I've
No,
proved
no,
that your
you
question
just
with
proved
your
my point.
assertion
Look,
has
look.
no
Hold-
logically possible
No,
answer.
no, listen, you're not turning it around, Rufy.
You've proved Sovereign's argument. I can see this, but if you can't see this,
listen.
then
Under his assertion, there is no logically
Not my
possible
assertion.
answer.
It's a physical fucking fact.
Okay,
could I add something?
Physical fact.
I'd like to add something. Molecules.
I can make assertions too.
Hold on a moment, okay?
It's not an assertion. It's a fact.
Molecules.
Okay, the Earth's a globe, it's a fact.
Molecules create elements. Every element is contained. What goes behind the veil? The containment field is a program. Okay, everything has a containment field, or else it wouldn't be a molecule in this dimension. It could not be an element without a containment field. So in actual fact, all things that perceived as the sky or atmosphere are actually molecules in containment to exist.
I have no idea what you're talking about, by the way.
Well, I'm even skeptical about molecules, man. It's like, what the fuck are they really? You know, they'd say that there's these little things and they show you in school and they're hooked together and there's a couple of these and that and oh, look, this is a such and such molecule and shit. And it's like, oh, okay. You know, I'm like, it's the same thing with the atoms and shit. It's just bullshit that they brainwash your ass with. But
My
anyway,
my perception
what I
is
was saying is that look, that's even the most unscientific shit thing I've ever heard right there. Out of all the examples in nature of this thing being possible, the only one that there is the one that's in question. And the reason the reason that it's in question is because it would be a fucking impossibility. I mean, good God, man, are you people's heads really there? For real?
I personally know pressure, vacuum, gravity, and anti-gravity are errors in the teachings of what they are. They are errors.
There. Can we hear you? Where'd he go? We're losing shit.
What's his name?
AJ, you froze up.
Ananuka, whatever his name is.
That's AJ, Permanent Van
AJ,
Allen.
that's right. Yeah.
How's it going, brother? How's it going? I just muted my mic. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
He's
say
referencing the Van Halen radiation belt, man. And that's an area when the astronauts go flying through the Van Halen radiation belt, they get to hear like Van Halen 1, 2, but then they have to listen to 1984. So anyway.
When I say that the Earth is a globe, it's an immutable fact, and you say that's your assertion, turn that around when you say that gas pressure requires a container, and I say that's your assertion.
No, because there's multiple hundreds of arguments against the globe. You have only one example of the impossibility that you claim, and that example is the very impossibility that we claim, or that you claim.
You are claiming it's impossible.
Well, of course it is. If this is the only instance, if this is only your hypothesis, okay.
So it is a claim.
Wait. This is only your hypothesis, and if this is the only example that you have, and this is what we're determining in the first place, it's not even an example, dude. You're saying this is the only instance that this ever occurs anywhere else in nature, right? Just this one thing, and it just happens to be the very thing that's in question. Do you realize how fucking unscientific that is?
So what happens when a bubble pops? Is it not in a containment field no more?
No, it's dispersed, man.
It's no longer has a container. And then the gas goes everywhere, right? Yes.
So the everywhere would be perceived by you, Roof. How would the everywhere? I'm gonna have a question to Roof. So how would the everywhere be perceived from your point of view?
Say that again.
So a bubble gets popped, and then Sovereign said it goes everywhere, and you said you agree to that. So in your perception, what would the everywhere of what was in the bubble go?
that doesn't make it clearer. I'll say that the molecules of gas that are in there will have velocities in all different directions.
So is that a containment field?
I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Okay, the bubble obviously has something inside of it.
Right.
Okay. Whatever it be.
Yep.
So when the bubble gets popped, whatever was inside of it disperses. It's going to go where it's going to go. Maybe some evaporates, maybe some falls. So from your perception, has it lost its containment field with what it was holding?
The bubble burst, it lost its container, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by containment field? I don't, yeah.
The sphere of the perimeter of the bubble. That was like a bubble. Say we got some soap, we blew a bubble.
Yeah, the container burst. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And then what was ever inside of it disperses. Whatever the molecules were constructed of are still in containment fields.
I don't know what a containment field is.
Well, like the bubble, this is what we've been talking about, containment fields, like container, a containment.
Container, yeah. Yeah, the container, the bubble, which is the container, that burst.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the other molecules that got dispersed from I just want your opinion on your perception are they still in a type of their own containers?
No,
containment fields.
Burst. The container burst. The bubble burst.
Okay, but inside the container it had whatever it had, which would be maybe a gas, maybe different types of gases, which would make different elements. So within those elements, when they are dispersed, from your perception, do they still have containment fields?
Please stop using the term containment fields when I've said 4 times I have no idea what you mean by containment field.
Sovereign, maybe you can expand on my question.
That's why I just say containment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Containment. Use field. I guess that confuses him. I don't know why. The containment within itself is a field of physical restraint. M. Ball said that gas pressure requires a force. I'm sorry, dear. Gas pressure is a force.
Yes. Hang on.
Is a force. This is why we use it in hydraulics and pneumatics.
Pressure is not a force.
The fuck, it's not.
It's a frequency.
It's not.
It's a formula for pressure.
Bullshit. Listen to me, brother. What do you think? Listen to me. I worked in automation, man, designing that shit. Okay. Do you know what pneumatic pumps are?
Yeah.
Do you know what pneumatic cylinders can do? Do you know the kind of shit? Do you know the kind of power you can get from a pressurized fluid or a gas? All right.
Pressure is not a
force.
force.
What are you talking about? The pressure itself is the force.
No. What is
it's not. It's the contained volume of an extreme amount of a fucking fluid. That is that is what causes pressure in a cylinder, brother.
Who can tell me the formula for pressure?
I don't give a fuck about the formula. How do you think the cylinder? How do you think the goddamn cylinders in your engine work, man? How do you think the cylinders in your engine work, space boy?
Yeah, I understand engines. Yep.
I'll give you the formula is
going on there, right? What happens when a fire happens in the cylinder? What's that do? It causes what?
Expands the gas.
Expansion. What's that expansion of gas? That gas expanding inside of that constriction causes pressure, and it pushes the fucking valves in the cylinders and shit, right? Okay.
Right.
So
someone had the formula for pressure. Who was it?
Well, great, wonderful. Somebody did. Is it not a fact that that's what was going on? With or without the formula, with or without the formula, Ruhif, was the fucking pressure moving the parts of the engine or not?
Yes, it was.
All right, then. God damn it.
Sorry, is pressure force?
Yes, obviously it is, or the goddamn motor wouldn't work. Try Listen, try putting a leak in those fucking valves and see how much horsepower you get.
Right.
Go ahead.
What the definition of pressure is?
Oh, I was just gonna, because I'm like on a stupid level compared to you guys with this stuff, but I was just gonna say it kind of reminds me of that cylindrical glass like cube experiment in school. You know, when they would have a candle and a bowl of water, and you put the cylinder down, like the glass cup down, and the candle stayed lit underwater because of the pressure of the. You know what I'm talking about? I sound like an idiot right now.
In the jar, yeah.
Who knows what pressure is? How do you measure it? What units is it in?
Why would that matter?
You said pressure's a force. Tell me what
Yes,
units
it
pressure
is.
is in.
Okay, so what is moving the fucking piston?
No, what? I've
No,
asked the
shut
question.
up, Roof.
I've
What's
answered your
moving the
question.
piston? What's moving the piston?
Yeah, force.
What is that force? What's causing it?
Yeah, the expansion of the gas.
Uh-huh. Why does the
Right.
expansion of the gas cause a force?
Yeah, because there's more pressure.
Aha. There you
Right.
go.
Is
There
pressure
you go.
force?
You
Oh,
just,
hang on. That
you
yellow
just-
spider guy?
You just said exactly what I did.
Right.
Exactly
That yellow
what I
spider
said.
guy has posted it in the chat.
The pressure of the expanding gas is the force to move the piston.
Right. So that yellow spider guy has posted it in the chat. Pressure equals force divided by area.
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Now, that being said, it is still a force.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
It's
is. Why
force
do you?
divided
Yes,
by
it
area.
is. Yes,
it's
it is.
not.
Oh,
Okay,
it's not.
let's do another
It's
one,
not.
Dave.
It's not. It's not. What
Okay,
crushed
let's
that?
do another
What?
one.
No, Roof. What crushed that submarine with the
No,
rich
no.
people in it? No, what
Speed.
crushed it? What crushed it?
Speed equals distance
What
divided by
crushed?
time.
What?
Is speed distance?
I don't. Great. What crushed the fucking submarine,
No.
Ruhef?
I'm asking the question.
What
Speed
crushed?
is
No,
distance
you're not
over
asking the
time.
questions because I'm asking the questions.
Speed is distance over time. Is speed distance?
Great. Now,
Is speed distance?
what
Is
cracked?
speed distance?
What smashed?
Oh, Dave,
Is
we've answered
speed
that question
distance?
before. Is speed distance?
No.
No. So pressure's not force.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's speed distance.
Oh my god.
Speed is distance divided by time. Right?
Wait,
This guy.
what?
Look, Ruhef.
Dude, Rudolph, you're making my brain fuck. I'm
You know
so
why?
confused.
Because he's gaslighting
AJ, I'll
the
talk to
fuck
AJ.
out of you. He is
Right, AJ?
gaslighting the fuck out of you. Ruhef, you're intellectually dishonest. Knock it off.
Fuck off, Dave. Right. AJ, pressure is force
What did you
divided
just
by
say?
area.
What did you just say?
I said fuck off. You called me dishonest.
You are dishonest. You
I don't
know
think he's
full
di-
well.
divided
You
by
know
area.
Hold
full
on.
well. You know full well that if the seal,
Could I
if
throw in some?
I change the, God damn it! What the fuck if people not understand when I'm talking, man? So do you understand that if I was to reduce the size of the little piston inside the cylinder and leave a gap, do you know that I would lose all kinds of horsepower? Do you know why? Because the force, i.e., the pressure that should build up, is not there anymore. It leaked out around the fucking piston, right?
That is energy loss. Yes,
Dude,
you're bang on.
Pressure is the fucking force. And I'm that bullshit you're trying to go there. I don't give a fuck what you think. Take the goddamn pressure out and see what happens.
So AJ, pressure is force divided by area, right? That's what pressure is. Speed is distance divided by time.
So they have learned everybody in the books.
Right? Is
Going by
speed
the worldly
therefore
teaching,
distance?
going by the book teachings, one will not get a result. There is not all accurate information that is displayed to everybody, available to the perceived public.
Right. Pressure is force per area. Speed is distance per time.
Cool. You've defined what the fuck it is. It's
Right,
still
so
a force.
pressure's not force.
It's still a goddamn you fuck it isn't.
Then speed is distance. Then right?
You want to tell me what is it? What is it that if I let go of a fucking rubber balloon, it's full of air? You want to tell me what the fuck is causing that thing to fly across the room?
Yeah, pressure and force.
Pressure. The pressure is the force, you dumb shit.
No,
Don't even
then
try
speed
to
is the
gaslight.
distance.
Dude, knock it off. Nobody's fucking taking you serious with this shit. Knock it off.
I'll do it in chat then. Hold on.
You do whatever you need to in chat.
See, I think, and that's like another big thing for generic people like me, Dave, is we get caught up in that wordplay because we don't do the research, you know? So it's like I feel stupid, so I'm like, oh, well, hey, you know what? I don't know what I'm talking about here. I'm going to listen to the expert.
You know how
You
your
know, not-
car, do you know how your car works, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And you understand that there's a series of explosions that go off, right?
Yeah. In the
Inside
engine.
of these things called cylinders. And inside those cylinders is a thing called a piston. And when that piston moves, it helps drive a thing called a crankshaft, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, in order for those things to move, there is a very tight tolerance between the diameter of the cylinder and the diameter of the piston head. So
so that when the explosion of the gasoline mixed with air takes place, an expansion takes place in that chamber, which causes pressure. And because that pressure wants to equalize, it goes in whatever direction is the easiest. And the easiest direction is towards the cylinder, toward the piston. And so it pushes the piston.
Right.
And the next one does the same thing. And then the next one does the same thing. And they keep working in cycle like that, using the pressure of the gas expansion inside the cylinder to drive the pistons.
Right.
The pressure is the force. When I use a vacuum cleaner and it sucks things up off the floor, the pressure is the force, not the hose, not the electric cord, not the bag. The force is coming from the pressure differential taking place. Same thing if I use an air compressor to blow something off. I am using the force of pressure, even with a, what's that thing that people use on their sidewalks? A pressure washer. A pressure washer. It uses pressure water. The pressure provides force to the water to clean deep into your sidewalk or any other area.
You can fucking cut through your hand with that shit. It's so dangerous.
Sure you can. Sure you can. I almost fucked myself up one time, man. Don't ever do that shit in flip-flops.
Oh no.
Yeah, I learned pretty quick, man. But you know,
Sovereign, I don't even know why you bother arguing, because your information, from my perspective, is accurate. Okay, but everybody has their own perception. I don't know why you bother just trying to get the point across. It's across from the first time you make it.
Listen, I like seeing this though too, because that kind of shit right there. Oh, we're going to get caught up in the semantics of the fucking formula. Okay, that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're even talking about. What we're talking about is the actual fact that it is indeed the pressure that acts as a force.
Yes.
Okay?
And if we break down force,
pressure washer, vacuum cleaner, fucking duster for your computer, whatever. It's all using that pressure as a force. Your body is using the pressure of your blood as a force to push it through your body. It's not something in there scooting your blood along. Everything works on this shit, man.
yes, and everything is a type of mechanical system. Everything.
I do say though, I gotta say I respect the opposition. You know, it's like, you know, it's for me it helps my brain kind of think about things in a more common sense perspective. Always hearing from one side, you get caught up in the bias. You know, so I appreciate the interactions. You know, I just, you know, sometimes it gets heated and then I'm like, oh god, I better leave. It's too heated for me.
That's when you should stay. It gets exciting. The most gets learned in the heated of the moments for those willing.
Well, you know, it's not just that. Like I said, I'm not gonna deal with bullshit from people, man. And
there you have
semantics and bullshit like that, because that's where they lead you down. And you saw what McToon was doing the other night. Oh, well, what kind of container? Oh, you mean, was it a basket kind or was it this kind? Oh, look, it was, I'm going to ask a bunch of fucking questions about little pieces of some shit that I'm trying to talk about to get me off of what I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And they often do that because what I'm saying, common sense, blows their dumb shit away. Okay. What do I give a fuck? Okay. You got a formula so you can figure out how much pressure is exerted. Okay, we're deciding what's going on with that pressure. Is it being used as a force? Abso-fucking-lutely, man. And
so can we agree, Sovereign, that force is an energy, a frequency?
I mean, what do you think a blood pressure cuff is doing even? You know, you're using that pressure to restrict the blood flow so you can get an accurate reading on a little meter and shit, man. That pressure is being used as a force. I don't know, this dumb shit, man. It's like all turning stuff around like, oh, well, no, I claim an impossibility, but you're making the claim because you say it's an impossibility. And I'm like, well, what's your example? Well, it's the very thing that's in question. What? That's your only example? Well, here's some pictures of some shit out that I think I saw through a telescope that I assumed were a ball, and it's kind of fuzzy around it. So I also assume that that must be some kind of gas stuck to it. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty goddamn scientific. I'll tell you what. You got to be shitting me, man. Come on. You got to come with something better than that.
Yeah.
Shit. I mean, that just at a certain point, it just comes down to it's just fucking excuses, man.
Or it could be disinformation too, not excuses, right? Not everybody's
because they know better, dude. They know better. They know better. They're not stupid. My 9-year-old grandson understood this shit, man.
That's crazy. I saw a video today about rainbows. Like the guy was a construction worker, and he was showing corners of a glass and reflections. And then he said the way the rainbow curves, it reflects the firmament. I was just like, whoa, it was freaking me out, dude. You know?
Well, the thing is, it's gonna take the shape of its refractor.
Right.
It's really kind of it's really wild. You can't. Now, a lot of times I've heard that it's because of the shape of the droplets of the water, right? So I thought, oh, okay. And then one day I made a rainbow by accident. You know the sprayer on your dishwasher, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Hit that thing and it was up against a pan, and the water misted up into the fucking air all over the place. And it was really cool because there was a rainbow, but it wasn't a bow; it was straight.
Right.
So I started playing with that, trying to recreate a rainbow in the house to refract the light. And all I could get was a straight line. The only time I could ever get it to be a curve is if I was outside, or if I refracted water through a round glass, I could get a curve.
I got a question. Did you have lighting? Did you have lights on when this happened?
What's that? It was daylight. It was daylight.
Did you have any lights? I'm just wondering why it was straight.
Well, because it was the lens. I guess it was inside the house. Everything's straight.
Good point.
I can figure because it was the sunlight. It was the same sunlight that it was using outside.
Yeah, with the video I saw inside the house, the reflection rainbows were like straight lines at the corners of the glass. Yeah. But he said outside it's always a curve. And I was like, what the hell?
That's another thing too, is I found out about that, what stuff looks like, and that, like when I was a kid, I was really young, but somebody had convinced me that leprechauns were real. And that they had gold. And I says, okay, how do we? I thought, okay, you're bullshitting me. He says, if you don't believe me, he says, if you go to the end of that rainbow, you get a pot of gold. And I said, oh, bullshit. There ain't no pot of gold over there. So I went looking for the end of the rainbow, because I was going to prove there wasn't no pot of gold at the end of that rainbow. But you know what? The end of the rainbow kept changing. Every time I moved, man, every time I'd go a little ways, I'd look and that motherfucker would be a little different place again. And I'm like, God damn. I start zigzagging around trying to get to it. And then it occurred to me, I'm not looking at something physical. This is optical. See?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think we have to take a lot of that same consideration when we talk about things in the sky.
So what I want to bring back to what you just stated, Sovereign. So we can't agree to this with what you just stated with evidence. So inside, we define the house as the containment, the container that has straight lines reflecting. Basically, the structure would be in correlation to the container, the containment field that I call. So inside the house is straight lines. So outside would be perceived a different container, containment field.
I think it was more seeing because the glass that was coming through was flat.
Yeah, exactly.
And so therefore it just put out a straight one. And like I said, with a glass of water inside the house or anywhere, you can get that same bow shape, but it has to be like a round glass.
There
There's
it is.
another crazy shit.
There
If
it
you ever
is.
take a piece of paper sometime and just draw an arrow pointing like either right or left, and then take a round cylinder glass of water, right? Fill it up, and then take and look at your arrow through the glass. It'll point the other way.
Right.
It'll point 180 degrees from where you had it drawn.
So is that, my question would be, is that from the water or the glass, the effect, or both having the effect?
Kind of both, because the fluid's going to assume the shape of its container. Right? So we're kind of looking, in a way, that's why I say that's really interesting in the scripture where it says, like molten glass. So we got to think, wait a second, what else? What does molten mean? Like,
so my question is, if you had like a square glass container and you did the same thing with the arrow on a flat edge, would it be reversed? Have you tried that? I'm just curious.
I don't have any flat glasses, man. I've thought about that.
No, shit, they don't make them, do they?
I don't think it will, though. No, it's not a very sound glass structure, something like that, without a frame.
I always, the one thing that gets me is like, Ruhif is here, maybe he'll have a response, is I never get a good response for Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl. Like, how do you explain the government shooting a bunch of missiles into the atmosphere? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Was that testing? Was it, why were they trying to shoot a bunch of missiles into the sky? Like, that was a real thing,
Yeah, I thought it was a test. Were they testing?
Okay. What were they testing?
I can't remember.
Well, I read some articles. They're actually ignorant, trying to blast through the dome. But a lot of those rockets would curve, hit the dome. There were some explosions, apparently. Some did explode, detonations. But I read an article that they were trying to get through the dome.
What freaks me out about it is, through all my research, is, irregardless of the scientific approach to these things, I think it's a great distraction from the true essence, what we were talking about yesterday, to love each other, to be good people. And if there's aliens, you don't matter. If there's an infinite universe, you're just a speck on a rock, you're irrelevant. God's not real. And that's the thing that messes with me about it, is like, if we all just knew that we were the only thing created by a sole creator and he wants us to do good, would we wake up every day and do the things we have to do to pay our bills because we live in a society that requires it of us? That's the thing that inspires me to get interested in this stuff more than anything else, is the direction of the spiritual warfare. Like, why does that touch me so much? I don't know, but it's deep. To me, it's deep.
Can you expand a bit on the direction of the spiritual warfare? Because I do spiritual energy work and energy frequency tuning. I just like to get your point of view on the spiritual war that you're saying, that you sort of define.
Well, like a lot of times I might come off like I'm angry. I'm not angry. I am in a way, but it's righteous indignation. And this is coming from, I get more and more of a short tolerance for fucking bullshit. Okay, I really am. I'm at that point where I've just got no tolerance for it whatsoever. And don't play me. I will not be played with this bullshit of going down into fucking semantics and stopping in the middle of shit and talking about something that ain't got goddamn shit to do with what the point of what I'm trying to say is. Okay? That's just a fucking tactic. And it insults my intelligence to think that anybody would be stupid enough to think they could run that crap on me. Okay. Now, Ruhif, I understand your position and everything. However, that is the most unscientific shit in the world I've ever heard. The only example you have of an impossibility is the one thing that is in question of anywhere in fucking nature.
How many possible things can I show you that are uncontained?
Well, I don't know. According to you, it must be very common because we can have
One.
this and it's uncontained, right?
Yeah, I can show you one.
Well,
Everything else is
show me
contained.
another example of it. Where else in anywhere in nature does this occur?
You're not getting the point.
Yeah, I am getting your point. You're begging the question.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, you are. Because it's an impossibility.
No, it's a logical impossibility with your assertion.
You know that it's an impossibility.
No,
you can sit there and shake your head all you want to, but everybody that's here and anybody around, if they're honest, and for you to say that you don't know that that's an impossibility, you're lying, because you do know that. You do know that. You do know that.
Don't go to the whole you're lying shit.
Well, I'm just saying you do know that, and you have a part to play. So I understand. So don't think you're duping me. You might be duping other people, but I know better.
You've already been duped, Dave. You've already been duped.
Look at you. I haven't. You are trying to dupe people.
No.
And I don't really fully understand why, and I don't really care why. My job is to point out the nonsense that you're trying to make them believe. You understand? And if you only have the very thing in question as the only example of this physical impossibility, you are making a claim that such a condition against all possibility can actually exist.
Okay. In your worldview, how many things are uncontained?
That's not my worldview. That's reality. That's just immutable, bro.
The Earth is a globe. It's an immutable fact.
It's going to be real.
You keep claiming that it's immutable, right?
I'm not claiming that. I'm stating that. I'm not.
Then I go. The Earth is a globe. It's immutable.
The only example you have is your ridiculous example, which is what is exactly in question. That is not scientific. It's not logical. It doesn't pass the gold standard for a toddler's lie.
With your assertion that gas pressure requires a container, you are asking a question.
It's nature's assertion. Stop saying
you are asking a question which for you has no logically possible answer.
Well, that's because why?
Because of your assertion.
No, it's not my assertion.
Yes. Okay, then show me an example of anything that is uncontained.
Wait a second. It's not my assertion, Rufy. It's nature's assertion.
Okay, it's nature's assertion that the Earth's a globe. It's an immutable fact.
I don't know. Take it up with nature.
Okay.
Either way,
the Earth's a globe.
Either way, your claim has zero fucking scientific value whatsoever, man.
Okay. None. The Earth's a globe. It's an immutable fact.
It could be a globe if we put two flat halves together. It would be a globe.
I just gotta say, whatever it is, I still gotta pay my bills. So I don't know why it's become such a big thing lately. It's just taking over. More and more people are talking about it.
You want to know why?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here's why. Because if I can make you believe this preposterous nonsense, I can make you believe any fucking preposterous nonsense, because you've already proven to me that you're gullible beyond belief.
Right. I look at it like this. You know, this is just my 2 cents, and I know it probably doesn't mean much to people who've been researching these things for years on either side of the debate. When I read Genesis or when I read the Quran and they talk about the Dajjal, the one-eyed Antichrist and stuff, the craziest part about that mission I always tend to bring up, Operation Dominique, to me is when you read the religious manuscripts that most scientists will say are just mythical and, you know, based in mythology, they say that the devil, the adversary, is trying to wage war with the Lord, the Creator. And he can't get to the Lord to wage war because of the firmament. It's mentioned in the Bible, it's mentioned in the Quran, and these are 2 of the most influential religious books argumentatively, right? And that stuff gets to me. Like when I look at all the evil in the world and the corruption and the lies, like Sovereign says, if they can sell you this bullshit, they'll sell you all this other shit. Hell yeah, man. Most countries in Europe don't even allow corn fructose syrup. And in America, we're shoving it down our gullets and dying with diabetes faster than you can say hi. You know, so it's just, there's so much stuff that I look at and I go, this is deeper than just the surface level of, is it a ball or is it flat? The spirituality of it touches me. And it's fascinating to see you guys, you know, kind of debunk each other's theories. But I will say this, non-biased, Rufy, I have so much respect for you and the way you present your arguments. But Dave, just, you know, the way he talks, it connects to an idiot like me. And so maybe that's something that's disadvantageous for scientists, you know, maybe present the argument in layman's terms. I don't know. But when Dave mentions things, it's like, okay, this makes sense in my brain. And when I have that consistent experience with flat earthers, it's hard to stay away from them and not look into what they're talking about, you know?
M. Ball here says, how do you work it out in your mind that the vast majority of people, we've discussed the majority of people before, okay, and how that is not a measure of what is real. So how do you work it out in your mind that the vast majority of people understand that there is no dome? Well, first off, I would say that a vast majority of people don't really understand anything. And a vast majority of people are under a spell. A vast majority of people actually believe that politics is real. A vast majority of people believe that because somebody has some letters behind their name, there's somebody that they should have to listen to without question. Their majority of people believe that jet fuel can melt steel. There's a majority of people that believe everything they're fucking told. Okay? So that's how I work it out in my mind. By realizing that most people are either fucking stupid, crazy, or both.
Well, wasn't it Adolf Hitler that said, if you repeat the same lie enough times, people will believe it to be the truth?
Imagery,
and I have a feeling corporate America has really, kind of overused that.
It's imagery and repetition. Imagery and repetition. I say terrorist, 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 and I show you Middle Eastern people. Every time the word terrorist is brought up, you're going to think of Middle Eastern people, right? For real, that's where it's going to come from. And this is what they do. They'll keep saying, look at what they're doing right now. Trans women are women. Trans women are women. Trans women are women. Then they're blasting the imagery at you constantly, hoping that mantra will sink in and become a standard truth that everyone believes, despite the reality of it being completely wrong. Okay? So we have to be really careful about science, because right now science says that a man can be a woman. Yes.
AJ.
Listen, no. Science says that a man can be a woman, but in reality, we know that is not true. Even if you butcher yourself up, right? Cut your wiener off and get a bonus hole drilled in there, and get some boobies put on and shit, you're still not a woman, right? Because you don't have ovaries, you don't have a womb, which is the essential part of the word woman, right? You don't have any of those things. All you are now is a mutilated male. Now, if I was to take one of your cells, even though you're mutilated, and I clone you, you know what's going to happen? It's going to be a man. It's going to be a male, right? Because it's in the chromosomes. That is science. But we have people that claim science says this shit. So I don't think that when somebody says science says, who the fuck is science? Who is science? What's their email address? How do I talk to science? Can someone introduce me to this character, this entity named science?
Well, that's the irony of it, right? Up until Copernicus, it was science that said Earth was flat. Up until Galileo, before he was tossed into a jail cell for the rest of his life for saying the sun was the center of our galaxy and not us. Yeah, it's like, to me, the thing with science is I find ironic is the best scientists will tell you we never have the answer, but we all try to find the answer, the highest probability of what the answer is through our experiments. That's great. That's great. I love that. I love that. But at the same time, when you say that, you're also saying that you can be wrong at any given time. Like 100 years from now, you were wrong. 100. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so, that's what fascinates me about science is it's all up in the air. And I let the smarter people kind of do the talking when it comes to scientific things, because that's not I don't work in any scientific field, In school, I struggled with math and sciences. I was more of a social arts, literature-oriented individual. So it's like I've always admired people in the medical field, in the scientific field, and it's like my brain, it's like, you guys talk, and I'm just like, okay, all right, oh shit, where's my dictionary? What's it?
We're just trying to find the best explanation for the world. That's it. That's what science is.
There is a lot, though, that is not revealed. That is truth behind all facts and matters. That is, a lot of the information they give us is not accurate to what is the teachings of the books.
Okay.
Dave, do you remember that Netflix documentary that came out like I'd say maybe 4 years ago now? It was about the flat Earth movement when
Yeah.
that YouTuber Logan Paul showed up to the convention. You know, it was like a big thing. What
that
was that
different.
about?
Behind the Curve is the one you're talking about, right? The Netflix one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because at the end, their experiment failed, right? Didn't the flat earthers have a failed experiment?
They edited it out. It was
Oh.
highly edited. And I'm going to talk to these guys some more next month about that in person. But they edited a bunch of shit out.
Globers shouldn't use Jaren's experiment.
What's that?
Globers should not use Jaren's experiment from that documentary as any kind of evidence. Yeah.
They're not just talking about that one. There's another aspect of it too that was absolutely edited out. Listen, they butchered the fuck out of it, right?
Right.
They had to sign these agreements, so they didn't get to keep any of the footage, and all that went out was what Netflix did, right?
Mm.
And of course, we know they're going to be all in. They pushed people in, right?
They put out movies like Cuties, like 4 or 5 year olds in bikini wear shaking their ass, and that's fine. But you know,
I know. But either way, it's very skewed. A lot of times, you have to be very careful what you're watching because everybody knows video can be manipulated, photographs can be manipulated, and as I've often said, if space can be faked, how do you know that it's not? So there's that to go with as well. But I would have to say, though, Ruhif, that's probably not the best. You guys got to stop saying that something that is actually an immutable fact is not a claim. And the reason that you can only give the example of the very thing in question, that's the only example you have, is because you as well know it to be an impossibility. And the rest of all the Globers do the same thing. I kept getting hit with that shit today. That and, oh, you rage quit. No, I threw a fucking asshole off my show. Okay? Had nothing to do with his information. It had to do with him being a fucking dick. But his information was really pitifully lacking, I have to say. That was terrible. That was terrible. You know, I went to go get a cup of coffee and I tripped over that fucking column of air. I left it right there and I couldn't see it because, you know, well, it's just right here. Good God. I would be embarrassed as shit for that guy. All right. Then the other thing is they're going, oh, you make this claim. Dude, it's not a claim. If I say that if you inject fucking cyanide into your arteries, you're going to die, that's not a fucking claim. Okay, we know that's going to be a fact. So there's certain things that are not claims. These are just laws of nature. There is just cause and effect, and this is one of those things. And if the only example you have is the very thing in question, that's just not good enough. And please do not show me a picture of what you think is a ball of terra firma somewhere through a telescope and say, we know what this is because of spectroscopy. You know, like, you know what else gives off a spectrum of light? Fucking light does. So am I going to buy your story that shit's going 1 billion miles before it reaches my eye? The light that I'm seeing has traveled 1 billion miles and I can still see it on an object almost 500 million miles away with my naked eye. And what reflective properties would this thing have? I mean, the whole thing is just dumb. I mean, just from a common sense standpoint. And this is why they always have to make up all this fucking bullshit like Santa Claus. Where does he live, Mom and Dad? Oh, he lives at the North Pole, far away where you can't check. Oh, okay. Well, why can't we do this? Oh, well, because it's too big. That's what she said. Stop. Hey, just stop. The gig is up. We're not buying it.
The occult side of it is fascinating too.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to leave it with this too, man. Look,
we're not 5 hours, by the way.
We're not buying it.
Yeah,
And you can ridicule
and you can be fucking pedantic. You can go into the minutia. You can insult. You can do whatever the fuck you want, man. But we're not buying it. And it ain't going to change what I say. It ain't going to change what I do. I'm going to stand by this. This is a claim. Absolutely, this is a claim.
Hey, Sav, if I gave you enough money, would you buy it?
An immutable fact is not a claim. And I'm going to put that like that. There it is. What'd you say, Sing? If I won a bunch of money, what?
I said, if I gave you enough money, would you buy it?
Would I buy what? No. You mean like Joe Rogan? No way. I don't want to be like him. He's a dick, man.
All that being said, I want to thank everybody who participated. I shall be leaving the panel. Until the next time. See you all later. Be well, be safe, and do what you need to do.
Right on.
You too.
Well, of course it doesn't travel that distance, M-Ball. Jesus Christ, man. What do you think light is? I mean, for crying out loud, is it some kind of an object?
Depends what you call an object.
Well, something with tangible matter.
It's not matter.
Well, there you go. It's an energy. It's going to dissipate. It's going to thin out over distance. It's only going to be as strong as its source. And
This is what it is, man.
It's a gargantuan sun billions of miles away. I'm going to tell you shit because you don't have no way of fucking knowing that.
This is what it is, man. In my head, and you can criticize me for saying this, I see it like a coin. Two sides of the coin. One side, we're getting dumber and dumber, and all this technology in the age of information really turned us into cavemen.
Yep.
Or on the other side, there's this giant awakening taking place where the less than 1% of the population that has long controlled and influenced many of the significant events in this world.
They're worried.
It's all coming out, right? I don't know which one it is, but I'm here to see it, and I'm here to be on the right side of things. I'm here.
Look, man, I'm predicting a flat Earth tipping point next year. I've looked at so many different indications, checking different shit and data here and there and putting these patterns together. And I would say that we're going to be 50-50 on this by next year, if not more.
That would be so crazy. That would be so crazy. That would be so crazy. Could you imagine presidents coming out, freaking world leaders?
Really?
That would be insane, right?
Listen, you can laugh all you want, but I've seen the evidence of this going on daily, bro. I can walk out in public anywhere. I guarantee you, I can say the Earth is flat and space is gay, and I'll have people come over and start talking to me about it. I guarantee it. Not ridiculing me, talking about it.
I understand. I'm trying to say this nicely.
Hey, you don't have to be nicely about it. Whatever, man. Part of your whole gig is to discourage that whole idea. I know.
Okay, you can't put forward I'll say a model or a description of flat Earth that makes any predictions about reality. Right? I can use a model of a globe to make all sorts of predictions about reality. Go out and test them, and see that they are true.
Now you just made a false assertion too.
That you guys have a model or don't have a model?
You're saying that we can't make these predictions. You do realize these predictions, like you're talking about eclipses and shit, right?
Yeah, make a prediction.
Right. Those come from ancient Babylon. Those tables come from flat earthers, bro.
Okay, make a prediction.
I know you don't have to make a prediction, Ruhif, and you don't predict them either. Okay, here's the predictions are not predictions. It's a set cycle of shit going on. It's nothing to predict. It happens over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Right.
Okay.
And what description of reality?
It's a cycle.
Okay. What description of reality makes those? Is that consistent with? Like, what makes those? What explains those eclipses?
What do you mean? What explains them?
Yeah, what explains?
We know what it isn't. We know what it isn't.
I'm sure you think you know what it isn't.
No, we do know what it isn't. Dude, I watched a partial eclipse in California, and the moon wasn't even near the sun. It was over
claim
here.
that you have
No,
evidence
listen to
of
me.
this?
Listen to me. It was over here.
Do you have evidence of this?
Yes.
Can you show it?
Yeah, not right. Well, you know where my computer's at, right?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
But I'm.
So, anyways, you know what? I've already said this. I don't have any reason to lie because, as I stated before, if you have to lie, you don't have a point. So I don't bother. Okay, I don't bother.
What I'll say
Now,
in response.
That being said, I am not the only one who has seen or witnessed such a thing. You know that as well. So don't play like you don't. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because you've been in this game for a long time, Ruhif.
I've never heard anyone say they saw the moon in the sky during an eclipse.
You have heard the testimony and seen videos as well. I know you.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Okay.
So, literally, you're the only person that has said you've seen the moon.
You're the one professional globe troll that has not. Or do you all claim that you haven't? Because you've all been shown. I already know this.
You're the first person.
This ain't my first rodeo, cowboy. Just because I had this channel recently doesn't mean this is my first rodeo with this shit.
All right. You're the first person that has said to me that you can see the moon during a solar eclipse. The moon over there somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah. I've never heard that before apart from you.
You've never heard that. Well, maybe you ought to take and look at some of the, even from the Royal Observatory, have documented evidence of this happening, right?
You think
so selenial eclipses really bothered the shit out of that whole concept.
That's a lunar eclipse.
Now, these people that we got this fucking cycle from actually incorporated two dark bodies in this system that we don't see, perhaps because of polarization or something else. I don't know. But another interesting thing is when we see the moon coming in front of the sun, where the fuck is the rest of the moon, man? Where is it? Now, just given logic and the fact that the Earth's surface is 70% reflective water, right? And if we can get a full moon from the sun, we should be providing a full Earth to the moon and illuminating it in the same way as the moon does. But we don't see that at all. We don't. We don't even see the silhouette of the moon.
Why?
So,
why is that?
Yeah, because it's not the fucking moon, bro.
Oh, Jesus. Why is the sky blue, Soph? Why is the sky blue?
Because of nitrogen gases that are fluorescent in our atmosphere.
They're scattered, but okay. Well, they've had this conversation.
No, they're fluoresced. They're fluoresced.
Whatever. The atmosphere is blue.
Fluoresced.
Right? The atmosphere is blue.
By the electromagnetic power of the sun.
Okay. The atmosphere is blue.
You're also
That's
going
what's
along
in front of the moon.
Wait a second. You're also going along an assumption of this ridiculous cockamamie shit of 93 million miles sun and a moon that just happens to be 400 times smaller and 400 times closer. And that's ridiculous nonsense too.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because it's stupid. That's made up, man.
Why?
Why?
You can measure the distance to the moon. Do you want to do that?
Right now, no, I'm getting ready to shut this down. You can come on tomorrow night and you do that. I want you to measure the distance of the fucking moon because I don't want to see that shit.
We need two
because
people.
If you use that, and then I want you to employ that same method to check in the sun. And if you don't come up with the same fucking number, you're doing something wrong, brother.
If I explain the method, you'll realize you can't do it with the sun.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll give you a very quick overview of the method.
You're assuming this is on your ball, right? Of course. Yeah, right.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a ball or not. It doesn't matter if it's a ball, right? You have two observers, right? So you're on the East Coast or East-ish coast. Have someone on the West Coast, California. All right. Each of you at exactly the same time take a relatively long exposure of the moon at exactly the same time. All right. Such that you can see the moon and the surrounding stars. Okay. So you'll overexpose the bright side of the moon. That's fine. Using those images, you can parallax a distance to the moon.
Can you?
Yes.
So we have to have that base chord length, right? Between the two observers?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can
So you
assume
need to
that the globe.
flatten. So you need to flatten this imaginary curve so that you can triangulate that. Wouldn't it be easier to just go ahead and have somebody where it would zenith, like over one of the tropics or in between the tropics? And when that moon zeniths them, someone along that same parallel, right? Go ahead and measure that distance and until we get a 45-degree angle, right? So once we got that 45-degree angle, there it is, man. We have our distance, right?
Right, but you're
Because
assuming
the guy's
shape.
right underneath of it, right? The guy's right underneath of it. And so if we go back with the other observer to where he's seeing it at 45 degrees, that means that this leg here has to be the same as the leg down here.
No,
or
only if you assume that it's flat.
degrees, right? So
Only if you
what's it
assume
gonna
it's
give you?
flat.
So what's it going to give you? Well, you have
Only
to
if-
make it flat already because you had to
No.
have a baseline. You can't have an arc on a triangle, Ruhif.
With if you're doing it that way, right, you're making an assumption about the flatness of that base, right?
Well,
If you
then
do it
how
my
can
way-
how can you triangulate with an arc? You can't.
If you do it my way, you can assume either flat Earth or globe. There's not a
Okay.
huge difference between
And
the chord
you
length
really think
and
that
the
you're
arc
going
length.
to come up with what's wrong with doing it my way?
Because you're assuming that it's flat.
Well,
and that's
you
45
are
degrees.
too. You are too.
No, no,
How else are you
either
using
way.
a triangle?
Either way on my
Okay, so
method.
either way, why don't we just go ahead? What would be wrong with having somebody at the zenith between the tropics so that it's right straight dead nuts over them, and another guy over here that sees it at 45 degrees?
Because
Now,
you're assuming it's flat.
Wait a second. Aren't you flattening out the curve to make
No,
your triangle?
the
You're
chords
not.
are different. No,
Then where
the
are you
difference
getting your
between-
fucking chord length?
The difference between the chord length and the arc length is not very much.
Well, what then? So what the fuck difference does it make?
Yeah, well,
Whether I
let's do this.
assume
Let's
it's
do it.
flat or not, if your chord distance doesn't matter,
Because you're getting an elevation angle to it. That's what you want to do.
that's what we want to do.
Right. So you're assuming it's flat. That's going to be wrong.
Well, it is flat. I'm not assuming.
This is what I say is that what I was going to say. Flat earthers are terrible at geometry and mathematics.
No. That's a
Let's try
generalized
it.
position that you're at. That's a generalized statement, bro.
Would you
A
like
lot
to
of
say
us
you
know
are terrible at it?
geometry. For instance, I'm very well versed with geometry. However, some of the things within it is way back from high school, and I've never had to employ it. For instance, using a right triangle. I've only ever had to use that in order to square something. I never gave a fuck about the angle. There was no reason for me to ever give a shit about the angle. All I was concerned with was the length of the hypotenuse. So that when I worked out Pythagorean's theory, that hypotenuse should be that length between those two marks. And then I know that my wall is square. I can then secure it and sheet it. All right. So we do know geometry. I've felled trees before. And you know what we do? We step back from the tree and we measure a 45-degree angle. Now, of course, you're going to get some kind of a cockamamie measurement when you put an assumed curve into your equation. So now we already are starting out with an assumption when everyone on God's earth knows that water is level. That's all.
Can you share my screen? Pretty
Yeah,
please?
okay, hang on, I'm getting it. Right.
Yeah. This is your This is your measurement of
Right.
the moon height.
Right. Okay. Well,
You're
do it
assuming
the
this
same
is
way.
flat.
Hold on. Do it the same way, but add your curve to it.
Doing
Go
it
ahead,
my
do
way.
No, wait a second. Do it your same way. Get your 45, and then add your curve into it, like you're going to do anyways. Why do you
As
go on to
in-
make it? Why are you wanting to make an isosceles triangle? Why are you wanting to make the fucking thing more complicated than it has to be?
The chord length is not going to be hugely different to the arc length.
Well,
That
good.
is
Then we
why.
can use that. Then we can use
But
that.
this is not how we do it.
Why not?
Because you're assuming that it's flat. You can't do
Well,
this.
okay, you said
If
it
it's
doesn't. Hold
curved-
on, wait a second. You just got done saying it doesn't matter. It's negligible, the distance, when it's a chord length or an arc. Okay.
These are two entirely different methods.
Well, no, it isn't. This is,
Yes,
look,
it is.
if I want to know where the top of a tree is going to hit when I cut it down, then I find where 45 degrees is walking back from its base. All right.
Yes.
And then right there
Assuming
where
the
I'm
ground is
standing
flat.
at, that's going to be where the top of that tree is going to hit. Okay. So you just said that the chord length was negligible to the curvature. So why,
Yes.
instead of using an isosceles triangle, why don't we use a right triangle by putting
we're
one,
not doing-
listen to me, by putting one observer at the zenith of the object, another one at that time viewing it at 45 degrees, because as you said, the curvature aspect of it doesn't matter. So
Right,
it
we're not
doesn't
doing
matter.
elevation
Listen
angles.
to me, it doesn't matter in this instance either, does
Yes,
it?
it does.
Why?
We're not-
Why in
we're
this?
not doing-
Why, when you're using a right triangle, does it matter? But when you're using an isosceles, it doesn't.
Right, because we're not doing elevation angles. We're doing parallax.
Why are
This
we
is-
doing
this is an
parallax
elevation.
with what? Parallax with what?
With the background stars.
What back? You don't know anything about them. Stop.
We don't have to.
Stop. We're
We
measuring.
don't have to.
No, we're measuring the object. We don't give a shit
Right.
about what's behind it.
Yes, that's how you do parallax.
No, we don't need parallax. Why would we need parallax?
Because that's how we're measuring the distance to the
That's
moon.
why you come up with a ridiculous fucking distance.
No.
Yes.
You deny geometry?
I deny your method of geometry. Absolutely.
You deny parallax.
I don't know why you're using parallax.
Because
Why
it gives
would
us
you-
a distance.
Hold on, wait a second. No,
Oh.
it's not. If you don't know the distance of the objects behind the fucking object,
You don't need to.
it doesn't matter. So all you need is those three. All you need is those three factors right there. It's right in front of you.
No, on a globe.
Yes.
Let's
No,
do this
you
on a
just
globe.
told me the fucking chord length was irrelevant to the fucking curvature.
Right, in parallax. Yes, parallax.
Parallax to what?
To the moon.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, but to the moon based on what?
Based on how much the shift is against the background stars.
Well, how far away are the background stars?
You don't have to know.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No,
Why
you
are
don't.
you using those? Hold on. Why are you using those anyway? Let me ask you a question. When I went to fell a tree, did I have to worry about the other trees in the background or
No.
anything? No, I didn't. Did I? I didn't even take that into account, did I?
This
Why would
parallax
I?
is
Right?
not the same as an elevation angle.
Dude, you're full of shit and you know you're pulling one.
Oh, Jesus.
You know you're pulling one right now. You do.
Oh,
You
Dave.
can laugh all you want to. My audience can see
Thanks.
right through you.
Oh, hang on.
My audience can see right through you, bro.
Parallax.
You ain't slick.
Parallax. Let's stick the moon up here. All right, hold on. Oops, there we go. And background. Oh, should have moved that down. Hold on. Clearly not to scale, anyway. Oops. Where'd he go? He's gone.
Is that the Orion constellation?
Yes. All right. These two methods are completely different. This one uses this as a base length, right? And the difference between this chord length and the arc length is not very much. So your distance to the moon is not going to be different by much.
Then you should be able to use it with the right triangle, bro.
No, it's not. No.
Why not?
We're not doing an
Why?
elevation angle.
You tell me why the curvature wouldn't matter in the isosceles triangle, but it would matter in the fucking right triangle. Please
Right, because
explain
we're
the
not-
logic behind that.
We're not doing like a triangulation.
Why?
Because we're doing
found an
parallax.
we found an easy way to do it. You're assuming there's a
doesn't
curve.
work.
You just said the curvature is negligent. You just got done saying that. And the
Right.
easiest way to fucking do it and be accurate,
No.
you don't have to assume a curve. You just said that. So you use the right triangle the correct way instead of this cockamamie horse shit, looking at other stars that you don't know even how far away they are. How do you know when they should move? Ruhiv, stop. I haven't got patience for this tonight.
Okay.
Okay, just stop.
Okay, I'll
Just
stop. I'll go.
That's nonsense, bro.
I'll stop and go.
Fucking nonsense.
How good's that?
That is nonsense.
Hang on,
I ain't going with that. That you got to be shitting me. Who in the fuck would do that? You think that if I'm shooting at a target, do you think I give a shit about where the other fucking trees or something at in the background are? No, I don't. Do I use any of those to fucking measure it? No, I don't. Do I incorporate any other objects around when I use a rangefinder to find the distance of my target? Absolutely not. In fact, I hope I don't pick up any of those things and get a false reading. The idea of using objects that you know nothing about, that you don't know their distances to, dude, if they're close, they're going to appear to. I don't even understand why you don't understand scale. But anyway, I'm closing this thing down for the night. I got to go to bed. We'll be back tomorrow night. Go ahead. I want to continue this about this fucking parallax because that is the dumbest shit thing I've ever heard.
Geometry.
What in the fuck? Why would you be using stars?
It's geometry. Look,
I understand you're using geometry, but why are you using shit that's not necessary?
Because it doesn't.
They're not necessary. They're not necessary. You mean to tell me you couldn't tell the distance of the moon without other stars in the sky?
Oh no, there's other ways.
Well, there you go. We don't need the other stars then, do we?
Right. You can get on the computer.
For real. You gotta be shitting me, man. You have to have some other objects back here to fucking do that with?
It's one way of measuring the distance, yes.
Well, it's a stupid way. Why would anybody
geometry.
do that? Why
geometry.
would anybody do that?
How about tomorrow? I will show you why your method sucks and why my method's good.
I would love to see that.
Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. Let's finish it up. It's 5:15 here.
Dude, we're almost at 6 hours. Holy shit.
All right. So anyway, Moonbounce, you got anything to add with this, brother? You have been quiet.
I know. I've been real quiet, just listening. Hey, the only thing I have to add is I'm going to come back tomorrow to finish this out. But that the gas pressure thing in the container of the only thing that they have is the thing that's called into question, because the only thing that I'm considering is if I go down and I get propane to put in my barbecue grill or my cutting torch, and I get those cylinders, all those things in the real world that are showing that a gas pressure system needs a container, is all those things are proof, and they're not just the proof of, let's say, enclosed ecosystem that the earth is in. These are other gas pressure systems in the real world, and they're not just the only thing that's being called into question as a gas pressure system without a container, see, and it being the only thing that can be brought up on that side of a gas pressure system without a container.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, that just doesn't pass a gold standard. Well, I have this claim that this thing cannot be covered and we can go out to space, and the reason for that is because well, there it is, the magic again, gravity. And it's like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Really? And well, do you have another example of that? Well, no, the only example I can find anywhere around is the very thing that you're questioning. So, just like Santa Claus, we can't go to the North Pole and check for ourselves. So, but you have to believe that he's really there, and there's elves up there working tired to make toys. And here's a mathematical.
I grew up in an Indian household and a Sikh household, and we didn't have Christmas. I had to go over to my white friend's house to see if Santa came down the chimney.
Hey, listen, we got a mathematical formula that shows that he does that, and how he can do it in 24 hours and everything. Of course, we had to make up some stuff, but we said that this really smart guy made it up, so that means that it's true. Okay. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. That is what we're dealing. That's the level of shit that we're dealing with right there. And
All right, I'm out.
All right, Blue Browns. God bless you. Good night, brother. All right, I'm gonna head out too, so I'll let you close it out, Dave. Always a pleasure. God bless you. God bless you. Have take it easy, guys.
Right on, guys.
My last thing, I'll be on some GeoGebra tonight to do a parallax versus a triangulation.
Well, you know, I'm going. Okay, all right. You do that. You do that. We'll be ready for it.
All right. Good night. See you
all
tomorrow.
right. Good night. Woo! Some of the shit that we deal with, man, for real. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming on tonight. Dreamy dropped out. I don't know what happened. Hope she didn't think I was yelling at her. I wasn't yelling at her. I was like, God damn it, man. Don't get led off the fucking minutia by this clown, man. Get out of here. With that. Anyway, I can't stand it when people do that dumb shit. And anyway, we'll be back tomorrow, I guess, where we're going to discuss why parallax works better than the other. And I would suspect that it has something to do with being able to say that there's ridiculous fucking distances and shit involved, right? And I also believe that it's probably going to be based and rooted in a lot of assumptions, but you know me, I'll be able to pick that out right away. So like we like to say, Lord loves the work, man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass. And listen, people, wake up. You're not on a spinning ball. It's so dumb. God damn.